Hi, it's me again. Sorry for the wait. I had to sneak in a sandwich before I died. Welcome back. Um, so I have some good news. Apparently, um, apparently Act 1 is really long. As evident by yes, I will. Act 1 is really long, as evident by the 6-hour stream yesterday. But apparently the next two acts, um, welcome. The next two acts, 2 and 3, are shorter. Act 4, I think, is shorter than Act 1, and then Act 5 is the longest. So, it's definitely gonna take more than the next 2 days, but it's not, you know, it's not too bad. Not every single act is like 6 hours. So, that's the good news. Damn, you unfollow me. Understandable. Okay. So, TLDR, let's just go from the very beginning because, it's a good refresher for me too, and see how much I remember. Welcome back, Bug. Alright, so, okay, so it starts off with 5 children, uh, in a forest. So it's Iggy, our main character that we play as, Genzo, Orlam, Buxley, and Gidget. Yeah, that's 5, right? Act 5 be clear. Oh god, I'm gonna go crazy. Alright, so it's those 5 in a forest, and they're all doing a little ritual of some sorts to go to Wonderland, right? Basically, a place where your wishes and dreams can come true. And apparently, you need like a child's blood in order to open the door. Which they're all children in that flashback, so you know they make their own blood and succeed. Um, and then it does a flash forward about like I don't know how many years, but to when they're like young adults ish. So I'm assuming kind of like just out of just out of college age, like a little past college age. Um, and we meet everyone for a barbecue at Buxley's house, and I'm not quite sure how to summarize this. Basically, Iggy is very awkward, and he does his best to talk to all his friends, and it goes all right. What we do find out is that Buxley and her husband, whose name I still can't quite. Oh, Hunter. Okay, with and her husband. So they recently had a child named Sophia, I think. Oh God. Thank you. I'm glad you remember. Um, they recently had a baby, and Buxley is cannot stand the baby. Just like all the stress that comes from it, like the crying, the unrestful nights, the zero free time, all that stuff. Right? So Buxley is extremely stressed about the baby, and Hunter is very upset at Buxley because he sees her stress, and it might be partially also be true as like her not really caring that much about her own child, right? Or their child. You know? Like she won't really I don't know, there was like a thing where he was like, wow, you didn't even tell Iggy like the name of our kid? Like what's like why do you have no love for our baby? Was Hunter in Wonderland too? No. He is outside of this group of 5. So he wasn't there when they were all children. He's I'm assuming they met Hunter in high school, since Hunter and Buxley are like high school sweethearts. Yeah, so I forgot if it was I forgot the like the order of events, but basically in the past, before Buxley was going to go marry Hunter, she had a conversation with Iggy in the bathroom. She was kind of stressed out about everything that was happening because even though like she's been saying since forever, you know, oh, I want a family and I want to get married and I want to have kids and all that, right? She's starting to kind of doubt herself because all those wants kind of came from her parents telling her like, oh, you know, if you want to have like a happy, successful life, that's what you got to do. So she started to kind of doubt herself. She's like, is this really what I want? I'm not quite sure if I really want to marry him and have a family and everything. And Iggy's the one who kind of convinces her, is like, no, you should, you know, you've been saying this all your life and Hunter really likes you, so like, I think you should go for it, right? So there's that scene in the bathroom with Buxley, which is important context for later. And so after the barbecue, right, where we meet everyone in present day, the next morning, Hunter gives us a call and he says that Buxley ran away from home with their child, and he can't contact her. And he's been calling everyone in their little friend group to see if anyone's seen her, and no one has said anything, right? So Iggy's like, oh, yikes, you know, like, you know, understandably a little bit worried, right? But he kind of just lets it sit for a little while, and then the next day after that, I think, he calls... Well, I mean, we had an option to choose, but for us, we called Genzo just to ask, like, oh, have you heard any news from Hunter or Buxley? Like, are they okay? Have they found her, etc.? And Genzo says, no, you know, they haven't heard anything, right? So this kind of stress, it sits in like the back of his mind as he goes about his day, and then as he's going to bed, Iggy's like, oh, you know, you know, staying inside trying to sleep, I can't sleep or something, and I'm gonna go take a walk outside, right? Oh shit. Rewind. Okay, so and then before all that happened, so like the night in between those 2 days, Iggy had like a bad dream where like some child was like, Iggy, what do you want? Your dream wish can come true, etc. Okay, alright, with that context, right? So he sets out on a walk at night, and he subconsciously, but also kind of consciously, walks towards like the forest clearing, the big old tree where they originally did the Wonderland thing as kids, right? So he walked to the big tree with the hole in it that leads to Wonderland, and it's been closed ever since they left as children, and it hasn't been able to open again because you need a child to open it. But when Iggy gets there, first he meets Genzo, who's also coincidentally also walking, like took a midnight stroll and ended up near the Wonderland hole. And then they find that the door is actually open, right? So the two of them fall back down, and they're back in Wonderland. But things are a little bit different because, at least from Iggy's perspective, he says that Wonderland when they were kids was kind of like this magical place, you know, all your dreams came true, etc., right? Where, but when they fell down this time, right, Iggy, who didn't wish for anything, and Genzo, who wished for his eyesight to be back, right, they started, like, I don't know, some things were happening that were a bit strange, a bit malicious, let's say. I'm not quite sure on exactly what or why. I don't know if they really explained that yet. It might still be a mystery up in the air, but Wonderland is kind of mean. Carnivorous. So Iggy and Genzo, did you say delicious? No. Wonderland is Yes. There's all sorts of creatures, monsters that I don't think they've seen before, like the tomatoes that try to eat you, and then the eyeball and the tongue and whatnot. The bunny card soldiers are the same, but they're like way more violent than when they were children. And they also seem to be attacking literally anyone that isn't them. So, yeah. Alright. And then, so Iggy and Genzo navigate through some stuff, you know, they get eaten by tomatoes, they walk across a tongue and get licked, and it's really gross. They get almost eaten by an eyeball. And then after the initial perils, I'm not quite sure what other details might be important. There was like a Flowey to Flower kind of flower that spoke in rhymes and warned us about like closing our eyes when passing like the collector's area. The collector being the name of the guy. I'm not quite sure. And then there is that whole scene where it's like you have to keep your eyes closed and you keep hearing things that make you want to open your eyes. But like, you know, moving on from all those trials and tribulations, you had the sound effects that really make you want to open your eyes and see what's going on. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe sight really is a curse. And then, after that, they, not quite sure where they traveled. They traveled to, like, a little town-ish area, and, they find out that Gidget is here. Gidget, who is one of the 5 kids that originally was in the forest when they opened up the Wonderland door, right? So Gidget is one of their childhood friends, right? And so in this town, she's like this super big shot model because that's what she's aspiring to be in real life, right? Yeah, she was the one that moved away, right? And she was doing all these auditions and stuff, and it was I don't know, from her tone, like it's going kind of rough, you know. But here in Wonderland, assuming she made her wish, she wished to just be like a famous model. So like everyone in this town knows her, and they're like, "Wow, we love you, Gidget," and they like gave her a house for free, which is crazy in this economy. And then what do you call it? Oh right, so we spot Gidget, we meet up with her, and she recognizes us. She's like, "Hey guys, welcome!" And then she invites us to a bar. And she's like, "Our drinks are free because I'm Gidget and I'm famous in this town." Alright, she also like takes some pictures with Iggy, and it's a little bit uncomfortable, but anyway. And then what do you call it? They chat for a little while. One of the details that I remember very clearly, and I don't even know if it's super important, but I was like very pressed on like why doesn't Gidget like remember that Buxley has disappeared with her child, you know? Like why is Gidget even here? You know? Like I thought she was down here because she was also looking for Buxley like we were. Right? But she doesn't like make any comment on Buxley disappearing. Impost. That's what I thought too. I don't know. It's still very mysterious. I'm not quite sure if she was the real Gidget or not. I think she might have been the real Gidget actually. But I don't know. Anyway, so Gidget, Genzo, and Iggy all chat in the bar for a little while, and then Gidget's like, "Oh, Iggy, you know, this modeling thing is like my dream, and it's finally coming true. I get and something in my other dream is gonna come true too." And then she like touches his hand. And then Iggy's like, and then Genzo's like, "Alright, cool, I'm gonna leave." So he goes away, and Iggy's like, "Actually, I'm really tired." So he goes, what was it, like some hotel room or like guest room in the bar upstairs or something? I don't know. So like he goes to his room to sleep. Time does kind of seem to work differently too, yeah. I think they did mention that, but they didn't specifically say like how long equals how long. But yeah, they did mention that the time does travel differently. Yeah. So so Iggy goes back to his room to sleep, and then as he's like kind of settling in, Gidget comes in. She's like, "Hey, Iggy, can we like talk for a little while?" He's like, "Sure." And then they have a chat where Gidget kind of talks about uh what was it? She's like, "Do you ever think about like if you had been, you know, if you took a different path, or if you'd been like a little bit more confident in what you like, things would have turned out differently," or something like that. I don't know exactly the words she said, but at least to me, it was kind of alluding to a prior flashback that Iggy had about when he and Gidget were child's children in school, and they're both like they both entered like this coding hackathon sort of thing, right? Some kind of competition. And Gidget, I think, okay, so I think Gidget was the one that won that, or at least came ahead of Iggy, which made Iggy very upset, and he said some very bad things, like Gidget, you know, like how, I don't know, wait, what was it again? He was uh, like Gidget, like you know how much coding means to me, or something, and he's um, like, you know, girls shouldn't code. You don't even look like a girl, um, and that's weird. My so gauny. And you're just like, oh, okay, right? And then says that like after his words back then, Gidget kind of changed her whole perspective. Like she stopped coding and she started growing her hair out and she started being interested in modeling and stuff like that, right? So it seems like Iggy's word had a very profound impact on Gidget, and Iggy does say it's like, "Oh, I really regret not being able to like tell her sorry about that, or that he didn't mean that and stuff like that, you know." Anyway, so yeah, that happens, and as Gidget and Iggy are talking in Iggy's room, she's like, "Iggy, you know, I don't know. Okay, that's the thing. I don't think she actually says, like, I've liked you for a really long time. She just kind of says, like, wait, does she say that? I'm not quite sure if she actually says that. I don't know. But, like, things kind of escalate and she's, like, kind of pushing herself onto him. And Iggy's like, I don't really, I didn't really say consent to this. Uh, and then Iggy, I don't know if he falls off the bed, but he like stops her, right? He's like, Gidget, I don't really feel comfortable doing that, right? And then Gidget gets really angry because Iggy's saying like, oh, I feel like I can love you. I think that's what he says. Like I can see you as like a romantic partner, but like I don't really feel comfortable having sex with you. And Gidget gets really angry. She's like, what kind of fucking guy wouldn't want to have sex with the girl he likes? And then, and then she also says some lines where she's like, you know, like I've done so much for you, or I've changed so much for you, and what I'm assuming is like, how she kind of internalized Iggy's words from back then, and she like stopped coding and she became more feminine, etc. Because Iggy was like Gidget, because Iggy always, oh, not Iggy, sorry, because Gidget has always liked Iggy, right? And so when Iggy said that, Gidget, you look like a boy, you should be more feminine, etc., Gidget's probably like, oh, as long as if I become like a super pretty girl, or like if I become a super cool model or something, Iggy will finally like me, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, so she shouts some stuff and then her face gets very scary and then she gets some scissors and she's like, "Hey Iggy, if you don't want to have sex with me, I'm gonna cut your dick off." That whole scene is gonna stick in my mind forever. And then Iggy panics and he's like, "Help!" It yeah, it was really crazy. So he starts screaming for help, and Genzo comes in. He's like, "Oh my god, what's happening?" And Genzo comes and he pushes Gidget out the window, and her body like lands on like the window pane glasses, and like she dies. So, because Gidget dies, yes, he pushes her halfway out, right? And she gets impaled on the glass shards. And because the whole town likes Gidgets, right? Now that Gidget has been killed by us, right? The whole town is like, "Oh no, you killed Gidget, now we must kill you," and the entire town turns into zombies. And then, and we do like a neat zombie apocalypse runaway scene, which ends with us on a boat, sailing away from the zombies. Yes, there is also art for the gruesome scenes, but they are all pixelated and censored. So, so as we're sailing away, right? Iggy has a good cry. They don't talk a lot at all. None of them say anything or bring anything up. And because in Iggy's words, if they do talk about it, it'll make it more real. So the two of them are in Delulu Land. Like, is Gidget dead? I don't know. Maybe. It must have been just a dream. Anyway, and then as they're sailing away, they end up arriving at this like medieval kind of castle area, and they dock their little boat and they walk into town, right? And then immediately get caught by the rabbit card soldiers. And the rabbit card soldiers drag them off to like the king to the king. And we find out that the king is Orlam. Wow, that little scrawny kid that Genzo keeps bullying and everyone keeps bullying. And no one seems to quite like, and who has a girlfriend that goes to a different school, you know. That orange-haired, greasy guy. So Orlam is the king, and it's pretty obvious that's what he wished for, right? Is willing to bully to his dying breath. Yeah. So we meet Orlam. He's like, "Come, let's like, you know, what is it? He lets us like take a bath and like sleep in nice beds and like eat good food, you know, like very luxurious stuff. And then the morning after, you know, we sleep finally in a real bed. When we wake up, it's like no one's around, so we go wandering for a bit, and we end up finding this room full of cauldrons of red goo. And turns out, hey, Orlam is a cannibal? In his words, he's saying, like, "Oh, you know, there's so many people that I have to get rid of, and so many people that I have to feed, so why not just kill two birds with one stone?" He said that cannibalism solves world overpopulation and world hunger. And he's gonna, you know, he's gonna cook us too. But more specifically Genzo, because Genzo has always been bullying Orlam all the time. Math checks out. Yeah, so he ties us up, suspended from the ceiling, right? and he starts yapping. And then not Orlam, and then Genzo continues to make fun of him even though he's in the situation that he is in. And Orlam's like, you know, Orlam gets angry and angrier, obviously, and starts hitting Genzo with the spear. Was the spear or an axe or something? I don't know. He smacks his face a bunch of times, and Genzo's face gets slightly uglier every smack. Oh yeah, even as Orlam is like feeding them food and everything, Genzo's like, just because you gave us nice food doesn't mean I'm gonna be nice to you. Like, he's still bullying him. And then Genzo says like some really mean things to Orlam, which I feel like is like a bit like too far. Like, damn bro, what the hell? Even as he's like dying, you know? And then Orlam's like, haha, that's it, you know, I'm just gonna fucking kill you because I can. And because at this point I deserve it. I'm kidding. But yeah, so Orlam drops Genzo into the hot boiling red goo like a couple of times, and Genzo's skin burns a couple of times, right? And Iggy's like, oh god, I have to save him. So he knocks over a bunch of the cauldrons, and like, and all the boiling hot goo spills on the ground, right? And then he knocks over Genzo's cauldron too, and grabs him and escapes out of there, right? And then what is it? Okay, and then as we run away with Genzo, we end up in like this little forest area, right? And we lay Genzo down, and we're like, man, Genzo, you're really done fucked up. Now we were like, man, Genzo, you can't die. And then Genzo's skin is like boiling red, and he's like, there's a lot to go through. Okay, a lot happened. It was 6 hours. You should be glad it's only been taking, oh god, 33 minutes. Anyway, there's a lot of details that I have to summarize because I'm also remembering it as I go. So we lay Genzo down, and then there's a little flashback to like when we were children, and Iggy was sleeping over at Genzo's house, and it was like a thunderstorm or lightning or something happening, and Iggy was kind of scared, and what do you call it? He tells Genzo to go out and like check on some mysterious noise that happened. And Genzo ends up falling down the stairs, I think? He ends up falling down the stairs, and then even though like that happened and they went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, oh, he's gonna be fine, Genzo ended up losing his sight because of that. I'm not quite sure how his sight disappearing relates to him falling down the stairs. I'm not quite sure if him falling down the stairs resulted in his eyesight going away. I don't know, but Iggy does kind of blame himself for it. Yeah. But yeah. We have that flashback, and then like as Genzo is half dead, Iggy's like, I'm gonna go find some kind of doctor and we're gonna fix you right up. So he runs away from Genzo, and he goes into a forest with like little dolls hanging from the trees, which isn't very pleasing. And then he happens to find Buxley, the person we've been looking for this entire time, who ran away to Wonderland with her baby. And we're like, Buxley, oh my god, there you are. Everyone's been so worried about you. And Buxley says, like, oh, is that so? But like, I don't know, she kind of goes on this whole tangent when she was saying that like, now that she's in Wonderland and away from her child, she's like, oh, it's so much quieter, you know, it's so calm and peaceful, and she feels really happy here. But the way that she got in, right? Because remember, Wonderland, you can only children can get in, right? So the way that she got in is that she killed her child in order to get blood to open the door, which is fucked up. Okay, and then because we happen to find Buxley and disturb her peace, she's like, all right, cool. Well, I was having a great time, but then Iggy showed up, so I guess Iggy is gonna die. And she chases us with an axe, and she cuts off our leg and our arm. And, but like, as she's running in to deliver the final blow, we kind of sidestep her advance, and she goes running off a cliff instead. And so she is most likely dead. And then as we lie there without an arm or a leg, the little children voices start to talk in our head again, and they're like, Iggy, what do you want? You know, what do you want to wish for? And Iggy thinks back to like all the flashbacks that he's had so far, right? So with like Buxley on her wedding day, and with Gidget and the coding thing and the misogyny, with Orlum, or really like flashback to Genzo bullying Orlum, but you know, but it was like Iggy that kind of benefited from it. And then like the sleepover with Orlon and him falling down the stairs and stuff. And Iggy comes to the realization, he's like, oh, you know, if I had just never existed, then all my friends would have never been going through all these horrible things, right? Then all my friends wouldn't have suffered, right? So that's what Iggy wishes for. He wishes that he didn't exist. And it seems like at the end there, his wish was granted. And we had like a little sequence where all the flashbacks had like Iggy disappearing from them. And then that was the end of Act 1. What a comprehensive summary. I mean, like, look, and then roll credits. Yes, actually, the credits did roll. Like, I mean, like, okay, yeah. It was 6 hours condensed down to, like, 30 minutes. I think I did pretty good. But yep. So, that's where we left off. So we left off with Iggy wishing that he never existed. And then the credits rolled, and then now we are here. Thank you. Alright. This, I'm assuming, is Iggy again, right? Even though, shut up, no more thinking, just start reading! Alright. I'm awoken the next morning to the sound of Mrs. Dawnish rolling her trash bin down the driveway. There must be something stuck in one of the wheels, because with each rotation, the bin lurches upwards and smacks heavily against the pavement. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. Right, so we're back home. We're outside of Wonderland. We're in our little apartment where we live. I tense. Wait for the sound of something to drop. And only just question why I would do something like that. And only just question why I would do something like that when the sound of something hollow bouncing on the concrete interrupts the rolling. I hear her stop, pick whatever it is up, then toss it back inside the bin. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. I lie there for a moment, brows furrowed against my closed eyes, but ultimately shake it off. I groan and push myself up in bed, rub the sleep out of my eyes, look around. My room. Yes, this is my room. The same as it is every morning. And yet, somehow, it feels like I haven't seen it in a long, long time. I chew on the inside of my cheek, letting the strange feeling of disconnection wash over me as I take in the blankets, the far wall, the open bedroom door. Then reach over for my glasses on the bedside table and lob them across my nose. I wander off toward the kitchen to start the coffee pot. It does seem like it's Iggy. It is his house, or apartment. Maybe I did drink too much yesterday. It's making my head all weird. Once the coffee is percolating, I empty the last of my chocolate rice snappers into a bowl and take to it like soup. Okay, so it's like it kind of rewinded back to right after the barbecue. I paused for a moment mid slurp to look around again. Why does it feel so strange? Why does the morning sun, shining in that exact angle, send a chill down my spine and butterflies through my belly? I shake my head. I don't have time for this. I finish up the snappers and head for the bathroom. I look awful. But then again, when don't I? Poke a finger around the corner of my mouth and pull my lip back to observe the damage to my back filling. Yep, still about to pop. Still need to get those wisdom teeth looked at. I feel like this is like the same conversation that he has with himself too. I attacked him with the toothbrush instead, washing away the chocolate and rinsing out my mouth. Once finished, I splashed 3 good-sized handfuls of water onto my face, hoping to wash away the cloying feeling of disquiet while I'm at it. Before pulling away, I rub at my throat, half expecting to find bruises beneath my ears. But, of course, there's nothing, and I have no idea why I'd have bruises on my throat in the first place. I glare at myself in the mirror for even entertaining such a thought. Ah, yes, the bruises are from when Gidget choked us out and tried to cut off her dick. The coffee is ready by the time I step back out, ready to start the day. So I grab a mug and make for my usual post at the desk. Open my usual programs, start my usual tunes. I certainly won't be able to ask for any extensions due to, quote, odd detachments from reality, so I'm just gonna have to focus. We're back. 3 cups of coffee, 1 granola bar, and 2 readjustments of my legs later, and I've reached the groove. My groove. The groove. The grove. And I nod my head to the music as my fingers dance sporadic rhythms across the keys. Oh no, are we gonna fucking spill our coffee all over the carpet again? I'm so focused I don't even notice my phone buzzing until it's about to switch over to voicemail. The green phone icon catches my eye. It's Hunter. I instinctively snap my hand towards him, only for the tip of my knuckle to graze the handle of my coffee cup, sending it to the last sips of my cup. Okay, yeah. No! Every nerve in my body reacts at once. I leap from my chair to grab it, only to jerk my headphone cord out of its strap in the process. This sends my heart into overdrive. With a panic twist, I reach back for who knows what at this point, but my flying hand hits the back of the chair and my feet pretzel beneath me and we both go down. Ouch. My head hits the soggy carpet just as my phone gives one last zealous buzz, vibrating itself straight off the desk and onto my chest. It would have been worse if your phone landed on your face. I pick it up just as it beeps to tell me I have a new message. Gravity strikes again. Always that pesky thing. For fuck's sake. Hunter, why do you have to stop? How do I know it's Hunter? I finally look at the phone. Sure enough, his name's on the caller ID. Weird. And weirder still because I don't think he's ever called me before. I click the music off and jab the redial button, balancing the phone between my ear and shoulder as I set to blotting the carpet. The phone rings twice, then connects. Hey, sorry I missed your call. What's up? The paper towels are soaked by this point. But the sound that comes through the receiver isn't what I expected. Sobs. Harry sniffles. A cough. Hunter, he's crying. Okay, so it's the same? Iggy. I pause in my carpet cleaning ministrations. Hunter, what's wrong? A pause. Then, is it Bucks? This somehow triggers another cough from Hunter. He's gone, Iggy. I don't know where or what happened. I just woke up this morning and she was gone. There's no note, nothing. It starts a fresh wave of sobs. Iggy, she took Sadie. Both of them, they're just gone. I've called and I've called and I've called. I suddenly fall back on my rear end. This all feels too familiar. I shake my head, trying to collect my thoughts. You're sure she didn't say anything last night? Or what about an appointment? Anything in the calendar? Maybe you just forgot. Hunter's voice shakes. There's nothing. I would have known. And besides, the car is still in the garage. He pauses, and I can hear him swallow. Nikki, I'm scared. You haven't heard from her, have you? Or did she say anything last night? Anything strange? I run a hand through my hair. I haven't heard her since last night. She seemed normal, I guess. Oh no, nothing stood out to me. She wouldn't stop crying, Iggy. I spin around. What? That voice, it sounded so real. What? I've already reached out to everyone else. No one's heard from her. I hear Hunter sniff through the phone. It's been hours now. I don't know what to do. I rub at my face, my eyes, trying to stay focused on Hunter. It's, Bucks. It's probably she just forgot to tell you something. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Another sniff. The line is quiet for a moment. Then, soft as a whisper. Yeah. We'll be fine, okay? Just keep trying her. Yeah. The line goes dead. I blink. Hunter? But there's no response. He must have hung up. I just sit there a moment, staring at the far wall. My chest feels strangely tight. And that tingly sensation of disquietude gnawing at the base of my neck is growing, branching out like an electric spider web on my skin. I push myself back to my feet and carry the soggy paper towel wads. They fall on top of the empty fruit snack box with a wet flop. And as I watch the dribbles of coffee descend across the mouths of the sharks decorating its front like the blood of their latest kill, something pings in my head. I need to do something. Do something? Do what? Maybe I can change things. Change what? I groan and bring my hands to my face, clutching at my eyes. I'm about ready to give myself a good smack. My gaze falls on my phone. I should call someone. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Call someone. See if I can figure out what the hell is going on. I snatched a small metal rectangle off the floor and slumped down in my work chair, bringing up my contacts. Call someone. Call who? Not like I've got a lot of choices. Oh, okay. I was wondering, it was like, do I get to choose again? Should I choose someone else other than Genzo? But I guess I can only choose Genzo. Yes, okay. I scroll down to Genzo's name in the list. He seems like the safest bet, I guess. I'm still not sure why I need to call him, or anyone to be honest. But if I'm going to go out of my way to force myself into social interaction, it might as well be with someone who doesn't care how awkward I am. I press the call button. The phone rings. Rings again. When it rings for a third time, I have just about given up, until the ring cuts off mid-blip, with a somewhat out-of-breath Genzo. And a somewhat out-of-breath Genzo belts loudly into the receiver. Iggy! I wince and pull the phone away from my ear. God damn, Iggs! Is there blood raining from the sky? Are the mountains trembling? The moon must be about to fall if you're calling me. Very funny. I roll my eyes. So, what's up? What do you need your bestest best pal in the universe for on this fine morn? Did you? Only suddenly I hear a rustling on the phone, followed by Genzo's muffled voice shouting at someone. I said in the back room. You think I can't hear you over there? Then closer, back to the receiver. Jesus! Everything alright over there? I asked with a chuckle. Hey, a bit of a madhouse if you couldn't tell. New batch of parts coming in. Got an order I'm getting ready for pickup this afternoon. Already had 2 drop-offs this morning. Dang, I won't keep you then. It wasn't anything important. Just a random urge to call, I guess. We're not gonna ask about bugs? Jesus, Iggs, don't hype yourself up too much there. People started asking you to run for president. Another rustle. He seems to have moved the phone to his opposite ear. Tell you what, you come down to the shop. We'll have a proper convo. Beers and everything. As soon as I'm done with this order. But I stop myself. So all the usual excuse I give whenever anyone asks me to do anything. I close my eyes for a moment and take a breath. You know what? Sure, I'll be over in a bit. Hot diggity damn! I hear over the receiver before what sounds like the phone falling to the ground in a string of curse words. Oh no, I hope your phone didn't shatter, Genzo. Oh, cool! Hey, Arc 2! Yeah! Nice! Genzo's shop is over in the downtown area, a good 15 minutes walk from Brookside. Then again, most places are a good 15 minutes walk from Brookside. Either that, or I just have a really bad sense of time. Officially done with Arc 1, yeah! The little bell above the door rings as I step inside, where I'm quickly met with the scent of grease and metal, and what smells faintly like damp wood chips. Genzo's head pops up from behind the far counter, so fast he hits his skull on the overhead shelves. God fucking... He grimaces and pushes himself to his feet, one hand on the back of his head. That was graceful, I said with a laugh. Oh, Ix! His normal smile returns. That was quicker than expected. Well, I don't really have much else to do. One hand up to trace the side of the counter. He tools around to the front, then immediately shoots his arms out. Butter here! Guess I figured I should come over before I talk myself out of it. Yeah, hugs! From someone alive! I lean forward towards his shoulder, and he brings his arms around my middle in a hug that crushes me against his belly. Hey, acceptance is the first step towards recovery. Am I right or am I right? Actually, isn't that the last step? He laughs and gives me a final squeeze. When I pull back, some of the grease smudges from his cheeks and neck relocate themselves onto my clothes. Great, thanks, Kenzo. I glance around, checking out the displays of newly repaired bikes waiting for their new homes like dogs at an animal shelter. A lot of work today then, huh? Tell me about it. Was just about to double check on the new invoices on the old number cruncher. Come on. What? He gestures and heads towards the entryway into the back shop, hands searching out key landmarks along the way. The smell is even stronger in the back. A half-finished bicycle lies in the middle of the floor, and past it I see a large tool bench, everything neat and tidy and perfectly in its place. There's a pile of boxes in the corner, one of them already open and the gleam of dirty silver peeking out. Genzo turns away from the shop proper and into a small office complete with desk, computer, printer, and slowly twirling overhead fan. Damn. Oh, what time period are we? We have modern day phones, right? There's something about the colors that makes it look like something straight out of the 70s. Oh, okay. Something about the colors? More like the technology. And the floor-to-ceiling wood paneling on the walls doesn't help. Neither does the box computer. Sorry. I can't help but wonder if the place was like this when Genzo bought it. Genzo slips down in the orange leather computer chair and spins towards the monitor. You work on this thing? It's not just for show? Damn order was supposed to come yesterday, but what can you do? Service these days. He hits a key on the keyboard, and the speakers crackle to life with Start Window, Search, Search Box, Edit, Type here to Search! A couple more key flicks and a spreadsheet opens up on the screen with 2 columns of numbers. He begins tabbing through them, listening to the name of each item followed by the amounts and prices. I take this opportunity to glance around silently. What is that thing on the counter? Why? You know what that- it reminds me of like this one TV show I didn't watch, but I had stickers of as a child. It was kind of like the Teletubbies, but like they were like shaped like the purple guy from the McDonald's characters. And oh, the Grimace! They were shaped like the Grimace, and they were all sparkly and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I take this opportunity to glance around silently. There isn't much on the desk or the walls. The end of a phone charger sticks up through a round hole in the turned-up wood veneer. A couple of empty granola bar Raptors sit beneath the monitor. A black-boarded clock on the wall ticks away. What's most surprising, to the extent that I pull a double take upon seeing it, is the small, lumpy figure slouched over just past the keyboard. Ah, the blue thing? Oh, thanks for the zoom! If I wasn't really comfortable with the smile before, I definitely am not now. It's been hacked together from green and blue swatches of fabric and filled with beans, giving it a humorously oblong shape, and its eyes have been fashioned from 2 black buttons. I know it was a plot point, but I only after he apparently got his vision back in a moment. Did he? Yes. Yeah, he is blind. The thing that happened when we were children was quite permanent. Checkers and Oswald. God damn if that didn't take me back. Oh, okay. We made them in home ec class in junior high. So insane. The unit where everyone had to practice sewing and all the guys got really immature about it and made random things from our fabric rather than recommended pillow or tote bag. Oh, I thought when you say all the guys got immature about it, they were making penises. Because I'm 12. And Genzo and I had made Checkers and Oswald, two partners in crime off on missions, most perilous. We'd both gotten C's in that unit. I can barely keep the chuckle from my lips as I think back. I'd given Checkers to Genzo afterward, and he'd given me Oswald. Where had he gone? I frowned. Now I can't remember. At my folks' house still, maybe? Or sold at a garage sale. Aw, that sucks. I cringe. Now I feel guilty. Oh. A sudden crack jerks me out of my thoughts. And I turn to see Genzo slapping the keyboard down against the desk. God damn thing! I look at the screen. The speakers have gone quiet, and the cursor seems to be frozen in place. Look at this! Can't even open a goddamn spreadsheet, for crying out loud! Piece of junk! Another slap of the keyboard. He frowns. Whatever, you should have emailed it too. Wait, check this out! You're gonna love this. Technology is great. He yanks his phone out of his pocket and brings it just below his chin. Hey, Dougal, read my mail. Bitch activated my OK Google? I didn't say Google! I said Dougal! Come on! Oh, okay. Impressive. How dare you, Genzo! A sprightly male British voice springs forth from the speaker. No problem. You have two new emails. First email, Wall Blue Pharmacy Reminder. Your prescription number 92871. What the fuck? Bupropion HCI 150 milligram. Stop reading! Genzo jabs at the power button on the phone until the voice stops. It's that you played yourself. He laughs and bites down off his lip. Propion? What? I raise a brow. Isn't that an anti... Oh. Then realize what I'm saying and let the words die on my lips. Genzo grins sheepishly and turns his head away. He's like, it's 2024. We all have one at this point. Okay. He runs a hand through the hair beneath his cap. Hey, I mean, you know how it is. Sometimes the nights get kind of long. I press my lips together, suddenly very happy that Genzo can't see the look on my face, nor the stone tumbling around in my gut. Anyway, what the fuck are we just sitting around here for? Come on, there's a half-finished velocipede out there that needs a little TLC from yours truly before its proud parents come back this afternoon. Lend me a hand? Sure, no problem. I take a step back as Genzo maneuvers around the desk and back to the door to the shop. He pauses only momentarily to slap the top frame of the door on his way out. Come to think of it, weren't we supposed to go back to work? Like, our work? Are we gonna be okay? Actually, well, considering what happens later, I feel like work might be the least of our worries. It's been a long time since I've watched Genzo work, and it's still as impressive now as it was back then. Wow! Bike! Screwdriver! Or, not screwdriver, flathead. Yes. His hands barely need to touch the frame before his fingers find what they're looking for. Then it's a twist here, a tug there. All the parts he needs laid out in a circle around his little stool, ready to be changed out, popped into place, dents hammered out, spokes unbent, broken chains replaced. Every tool he needs is in its customary place in his apron, ready to be slipped out at a moment's notice, held fast between his lips as he frowns at something beneath his fingers. He has me hold the one-wheeled frame to keep it from falling, though I'm sure it's only to give me something to do and not feel completely useless. Then he sends me to the new boxes of parts to find what he calls a derailleur, of which I'm only able to find after he tells me to look for the mechanical seahorse. Mechanical seahorse. Is that the description of it? Once the new chain is back on, it's time for the front wheel. Oh, it's time for the front wheel. So then it's my job to hold it again, despite the bike stand sitting right next to us and seemingly primed for that exact purpose. I have no idea what that means. Something mechanic-y. Nothing like the human touch, Genzo assures me and gives my knee a motivating pat through the frame. By this point, both our faces and hands are streaked with grease. Genzo's from actually getting up close and personal with the feisty two-wheeler. Mine because I forgot about the grease on my hands and gave my face a big ol' swipe to assuage a tingling itch on my nose. The wheel goes on easily and the chain is connected. A few pumps of air into the tires lands the final touch. Then the bike is good to go, standing tall and proud. Genzo takes a rag to the frame, wiping away any potential grease stains that may have been left behind. Nice. Take her for a test spin? He stands up, turning the rag to his own hands. Can't really do the honors myself. I look down at the bike, then up at Genzo. I haven't stepped foot on a bike in years. I mean, sure, okay. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Sure. Okay. I throw a hesitant leg over the frame and position myself on the saddle, feet rising up on their toes. The handlebars feel sticky beneath my sweaty palms. Well, I mean, they do say that you never forget how to ride a bike, right? I'm not really, good at this though. I wobble forward, wheel spinning first left, then right, then back to the left. I feel it tipping, but can't do anything about it. With a helpless oh no, the two of us go down. Oh wait, we're riding together? It's a two-seater? Genzo just laughs as I let out a groan. Slow down there, Lance. I'll need to fix it again at this rate. Not sure I'm the best partner to have in the shop. I pull myself back to my feet and lug the bike back with me. Aw, you're great! Wouldn't change a thing about you. There's something about the words that give me pause, and I feel tendrils of heat lap at my cheeks. But it's a comfortable feeling rather than an awkward one. The kind that loosens the muscles in my shoulders and untwists my bowels. Homie. Anyway, what do we do now? You said they're gonna pick it up later? Yeah, sometime this afternoon. He palms his phone. Hey Dougal, what time is it? Okay, I'm just checking my phone to make sure to fucking do the thing again. It's, oh wait, it was British, right? It's 2:34 p.m. We've probably got some time then. Help me lug this thing up front, then we can kick things back with some beers. I wheel the bike into the front shop area as Genzo cleans up the leftover parts and scraps. The newly restored frame gleams next to its siblings beneath the fluorescent light. Back here, Riggs! Genzo calls as I start back, and I see him scrounging around in a small fridge at the back of his shop. He pulls 2 beers out from the bottom shelf. Convenient, I muse on my approach. Isn't it though? Genzo laughs. It's great being your own boss sometimes. He reaches towards the wall and feels for the nearby handle, tugging open the door to the back patio. The sun is high in the sky by this point, but our little area is shaded, looking out across the small wooded area behind the development. Genzo kicks his foot out to locate the lawn chair that's clearly seen its fair share of use before sinking down into it with a sigh. He gestures toward the other side of the door. There should be another one over there. I find it as promised, fold it up against the wall, and carrying it over to join him. Genzo pops open his beer, takes a sip, collapses his legs out in front of himself. I follow suit. There's a wonderful little breeze whistling through the trees and playing with my curls. For a second, I'm back in grade school and Genzo and I have just come back from an expedition in the woods, feasting on our well-earned spoils of orange soda and ice pops. Genzo scrounges around in his pocket before pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He brings one to his lips, lights it with a flick of his lighter, then sits back and takes a long, slow drag before blowing a seam of smoke into the air. So, Uh, oh god. So when are you and Gidge getting together, huh? He asks out of the blue. The question catches me off guard, and I nearly choke on my beer. What? Genzo just shrugs and laughs, the cigarette bouncing between his lips. I always figured it was an inevitability myself. Just didn't know when. I mean, I don't... I run a hand through my hair, nails scratching at my scalp. I've never really thought about it. Ever? Genzo raises a brow. I don't know. Maybe? But I don't know. You know, I had a really bad dream last night where she took a pair of scissors and... My knee is bouncing like a jackhammer. Genzo is quiet, head pointed lazily skyward. He takes a sip from his beer and taps the ash off the end of his cigarette. Didn't know it was such a touchy subject, finally says with a grin. It's not. I don't think of that type of stuff often. Genzo turns toward me. I can practically see him blinking in amused interest beneath his sunglasses. You're a bit of an odd duck, you know that, Iggs? Oh, and you're part of the normalcy? I crack. Oh wait, no, you're a portrait of normalcy? I crack. Ha! This lets a laugh. I suppose you've got a point there. He slaps his stomach. At least I've got this old Billy of mine to keep me company to my ripe old age. It's the only thing that can put up with my quirks. I frowned. My mind goes back to the night prior, to what Orlam said, and what Genzo had seemed pretty adamant on avoiding. I rubbed the mouth of my beer across my lips absent-mindedly, watching him for a few moments. You know, I finally say, letting the silence stretch for a few more moments. For just a few more minutes. You can always tell me anything, right? If you want to, of course. Genzo is quiet. His head is pointed off toward the trees now, and he's got his cigarette perched on the end of his lips. Up, down, he wiggles it back and forth. He finally grabs it between his fingers, cocking it out at an angle, and as he blows a plume of smoke. I'll tell you once you've gotten yourself hitched and you've popped out 2.5 kids with a white picket fence to corral them. How about that? Then we'll be able to have ourselves a good laugh about it. I don't say anything. Hear me out, he continues. You get yourself good and famous, you know, turning out hit games, and you get yourself a big old apartment in New York City, and with 5-6 lovely ladies at your beck and call. Whichever comes first. Those are some high demands. Hey, I expect a lot out of you. What can I say? Really? The silence returns, and we sit there, sipping on our beers, taking in the breeze, listening to the birds somewhere up in the trees. Bars? What the heck? The book says the 0.5 kids handle. No! No. It's nice. Like, equivalent to being at home by myself nice. Not sapping me of energy nice. Not demanding or expecting anything of me nice. Just feeling at ease. Genzo reaches over, feels for my shoulder, gives it a squeeze. Hey, thanks for coming over, you know? I return his squeeze with a squeeze of my own, wrapping my fingers around his knuckles. I hold it for perhaps a moment too long. Of course. I think he likes him. Okay. Shut up, she. I get back to my apartment a bit before dinner time. And despite the fatigue tugging at my mental muscles, somehow I feel, I don't know, lighter? My head a bit clearer. I even feel myself smiling as I think about the evening ahead, and how much work I still have left to do. I ordered myself beef and broccoli from the little Chinese place a few blocks over to assuage the hunger growing in my belly, then set myself to work. I need to focus, get at least a few solid hours in before bed. I can still catch up relatively easily, so long as I don't slack. I just need to find my groove. I make it to around 11 before I find myself making errors I definitely shouldn't be making, which means it's time to call it quits for the day. So I retreat to the bed and get a good 30 minutes of reading in before my eyes start drooping and my head stops comprehending the words on the page. Time to sleep. I don't think about Hunter and Bucks again until I turn off my bedside lamp. And by that point, I'm so tired that it isn't more than a passing thought as I bury my head in my pillow. I'm sure it's fine. I'll call tomorrow. Okay, so it ends the same way. I dreamed that night. I'm in the woods and someone's calling me. I chase after the voice in the darkness, but every time I think I'm getting close, it comes from a different direction. Iggy! I run faster, the branches whipping at my face and the roots underfoot threatening to send me stumbling into the dirt.
Come find me, Iggy.
I run and I run and I run. Run until I reach some sort of clearing. Where is this place? There's a giant gate at the far end, though I'm not sure if gate is the right word. More like a barrier built from warped, knotted trees. There's a lock on it, a giant keyhole carved from dark wood. And as I let my fingers trace the rounded curves, the voice returns. Open it. Open it? Girly Pop, it's locked. Open it how? I glance down and find I'm holding a doll. Its button eyes stare up at me vacantly, its long hair falling between my fingers. I look back at the lock. Only it's no longer a lock. It's a heart. Beat, beat, beating. I try to take a step back, but something's grabbed my hand. A tiny set of fingers. I'm too scared to look, but I have to. I have to know. I start to turn my head, only for the voice to whisper right next to my ear.
Please kill me, Iggy.
Okay. I gasp and sit up, only now I'm back in my bed, and the sun is reflecting off the window straight into my eyes. Yeah. So, actually, well, this dream is the same as the first time we had a dream about this. Though there's slightly more visuals this time. I think last time it just ended with a please kill me, but like this time there was a door and everything. Yeah. But still, you know, not the words you really want to hear in your dreams. I groan, my heart still thudding away inside my chest. I wait a few minutes for my sense of reality to return before shaking my head and climbing out of bed. It's late, far later than I usually wake up. And as I'm taking my first sip of coffee, I remember Hunter. Worry bubbles up somewhere around my diaphragm. I should call. His number is still the last one in my recent calls. It only takes a second before the phone is ringing, but I cuts to voicemail after the fifth ring. Damn. Oh yeah, whatever happened to Hunter? Did Hunter die? No, he should still be alive, right? He didn't go to Wonderland. He shouldn't know about it. But where'd he go? I gnaw at the inside of my cheek. The bubbles of worry are starting to turn into a froth. But what am I supposed to do at this point? Besides, I'm still playing catch up with the work I didn't get to yesterday. I don't have a ton of spare capacity to spend worrying. I'll try again later. For now, it's back to work. I try to focus, to concentrate on my work. But even the thought of the looming deadline isn't enough to keep my thoughts from straying. First to Hunter and the way his voice had quaked on the phone. Quacked. Then to Bucks and the way her voice crackled with anger during their argument. Then, for some reason, to Genzo. To the way his voice sounds when he sends my name. Comforting. Like being wrapped up in a warm blanket. All these different voices. I shake my head. This isn't the time to be daydreaming. I need to get this fucking thing done! I get in a few good hours, but I'm not particularly confident it's my best work. I'll probably need to go back through everything tomorrow just in case. I try calling Hunter again later that afternoon, but there's still no answer, which only agitates the gurgle of unease turning my bowels further. It's even affecting my appetite by this point. Nothing sounds good. Nothing healthy, at least. So I simply reach for some of the half-eaten snacks in my pantry. Night falls, along with my motivation. I'm past the point of even trying to divert my attention. I stand at the window to watch Miss Dawish make her third trip to the mailbox that day, then retreat to my bed, figuring I'd play some music and try to relax, get an early night's sleep. Probably just panicking at home. It is a bit confusing since he didn't pick up our phone call. So, I don't know. Maybe he went to the police station or something. He did say, actually, did he say that he was like gonna try to contact the authorities because he couldn't find Bucks? I don't know. Tomorrow should have some answers. But even my normal beats only serve to make my nerves dance in different patterns. I cover my head with my pillow, lie with my feet at the head of the bed, move to the floor, move to the chair in the living room. I sit there for a while, in the dark, just staring at the wall like an insomniac. Very many possibilities. And then, at some point, my gaze falls. My messenger bag is still slumped on the floor by the far counter from where I tossed it the other night, and in the split second before my eyes focus on it, I swear I see it move. What the? Oh. I blink, glance nervously around the dark apartment. Oh right, I forgot to mention there was a detail at the barbecue, like about like right after we had heard Bucks's and Hunter's argument. When we went back outside to grab our stuff to leave, our messenger bag did like the little thing where it like I think like the description was like we went to grab the messenger bag, but then like someone kind of pulled it away before we can actually grab it. But then there wasn't anyone there. Ghosts! Monsters! I blink, glance nervously around the dark apartment. But it's empty. Of course it's empty. Fuck, I'm really starting to lose it. I need to get out. Get some fresh air. Clear my head. I push myself up out of the chair with a little wobble and grab my keys. The ghost of Iggy Future. It was the past Iggy trying to warn me. No! He was like, Iggy, don't go to Wonderland, you'll fucking regret it. Then step outside. The breeze feels refreshing on my cheeks. And when I take a deep breath, it curls up in my lungs like a giant whiff of menthol. Maybe I'd just been cooped up for too long. I start down the sidewalk, my steps disguised by the hum of the cicadas. Past the neighboring apartment complexes, past the small houses with their single-car garages. Soon, I've left Brookside behind me, and I find myself instinctively heading north toward my folks' old house. The cropping of woods there still hasn't been built over, even after all these years. My palm tingles. A pinprick-like scratching that jumps from one nerve ending to the next and makes my fingers twitch. I curl my arms around my chest in an effort to dull the growing spark. Why did I stop, glance around. Why did I walk all the way out here? I shiver. The breeze that had once felt cool and refreshing suddenly feels frigid against my bare arms. But instead of heading back, I press further. I cross the empty lot between the houses, towards the blackness of the woods beyond. I stop at the threshold between light and dark, one hand up to trace the bark of the nearest tree. What am I doing? My whole arm is throbbing now, as though 1,000 tiny insects are biting and jabbing and gnawing at my skin. I step forward. A branch snaps not more than a few feet away. Oh! My heart leaps into my throat, and I throw my arms up with a squawk. Who's there? Cripes in a handbag, about to scare the bejesus out of me. I pause. Wait, Biggs, is that you? Okay, so we meet Genzo again, too. Alright. I was wondering, like, are we gonna go in alone this time, or is Genzo gonna be out here again? Okay. I lower my arms and squint as a shadow moves away from the nearby tree. It's Genzo, just Genzo. The rapid hammering of my heart begins to recede. Somehow the orange tint of his hat in the darkness feels incredibly comforting all of a sudden. He reaches out with his cane to find me, then gives me a couple of crisp whacks on the ass to usher me closer. Damn, Eggs, I've seen you more these past few days than I have in the last year. I'd almost think you were stalking me, except that I know, well, you. Did my presence suddenly spark a deep, unyielding need for inappropriately timed drollery? You wish. What have you been doing out here? Could I ask you the same thing? I scratched the back of my neck, shuffled my feet. I mean, you know, I was just taking a walk. Same. And sleep? Ah. We go quiet. A strange chill begins creeping up my spine. I wonder if Ginzo had the same urge to get out of the house as I had. So, now comes the question of the hour. Yeah? You were, going there, were you? I guess, I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it. Me neither. I pause. You don't think? I don't know. I guess we won't know if we don't check. Yeah. An owl hoots from somewhere in the darkness. Let's go then? Lead the way. I throw a final glance at the black void between the trees and step inside. Okay, I think that's all the same. The air instantly cools. It's a damp chill, the kind that sticks to your skin and weighs down your chest. I press forward through the scattered brush, using my hands to keep from walking face first into a tree. I can hear Genzo's cane whipping through the grass and snapping against bark behind me. I focus on that familiar sound. It keeps my nerves from jumping out of my skin. I have to say, if I'm going to be walking through the woods at night, I'm at least glad it's him I'm with. His mere presence dulls the sharp bite of anxiety gnawing at my insides. I reach forward, seeking out the bark of the next tree, only this time when my fingers touch that jagged edges, it sends a spark all the way up my arm and into the back of my throat. I stop. Genzo's cane whaps against my ankles, and he stops too. We're here? Yeah. I answer before I have a chance to check. Because I know. How can I not? Okay. Hold on. Interesting. Alright. There was like a description. I don't know if this is important or not. There was a description last time when we were walking back to the Wonderland hole where Iggy was saying that like it felt like, you know, like invisible forces were kind of guiding him through it, though it could just be a description of him kind of subconsciously remembering the location, like even if he doesn't like specifically know. I don't know. Like the deep recesses of his mind still remember. Alright. The biggest tree in the forest. Its base like a giant boulder, choked with winding roots. I let my fingers trace across its surface as I circle around, careful not to trip on the gnarled outgrowths. Halfway around, my hand hits air. I come to a halt. The familiar edges are there, the rounded gap on the side, the hollow echo of stagnant air, the far-off scent of something sweet. It's open. I take a step back and hear Genzo approach. Jesus. My whole body is crackling with energy now. Even the breeze seems to have shifted, everything moving toward that hole in the side of the tree. When was the last time? Genzo's voice is a whisper. I don't remember. I throw a glance at Genzo. I can just make him out through the darkness. He's got a hand curled up under his hat, nails scratching at his scalp. I lick my lips, scratch my arm. Something feels wrong. Too wrong. There's a strange sense of familiarity to all this, almost as though I've stood in this exact spot. Had this same conversation, and the outcome had been less than desirable. My stomach gurgles. I glance over at Genzo. Are you getting a weird sense of deja vu, or is it just me? What do you mean? I mean, like we did this before, the two of us. I think I remember if we'd taken a romantic midnight stroll in the woods before, Riggs. I roll my eyes. Whatever, it's probably nothing. This whole situation is just weirding me out. I expect another smart retort from Genzo. Something about how normal life is enough to weird me out. But there's nothing. And when I glance over, he's just standing there, face grim and jaw tight. You okay? What? Oh, yeah, just felt real hot all of a sudden. Must be going through menopause. I cock a brow, but turn back toward the hole all the same. What do you think then? Should we go in? My voice hitches. Somehow I feel like we don't have much choice. I move forward towards the hole, popping a squat amongst the weeds. There's that scent again. Soft, sweet, like the tempting aroma of a candy store. It curls up inside my nostrils. I grab the rounded edges and peek inside, leaning forward on my toes. We're sure it's not just some possum hole? Wouldn't that be hilarious? Genzo from behind. I can't tell if he's joking. I turn my head to look back, but whack my forehead on the top edge and lose my balance. Damn, we fall in the same way too! I land with a bruise-inducing thud on my shins and let out a string of four-letter words. Fuck! For just a moment, I'm a teeter-totter swaying back and forth atop the bottom edge. Then my forward weight wins, and I tilt further. Think you're going to the market, perhaps? Oh no! You say that, but it could be true. And topple straight into the hole. The darkness swallows me. I'm falling. Wind whips my hair, my shirt, summoning water to my eyes. My stomach feels like it's been sucked up straight into my bowels. I assume that's actually it, yeah. I guess, well, yeah, I guess. Huh. My stomach feels like, okay, yes. And on and on and on and on. Complete nothingness surrounding me, consuming me. But a strange sense of familiarity in the darkness, too. Almost as though it's welcoming me back. I reach out, almost expecting something to grab my hand. But there's nothing. Nothing and no one. And all at once, I feel incredibly alone.
Iggy.
I look around. Where's that coming from? I feel like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere at all.
What do you want, Iggy?
What do I want? What kind of question is that?
What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world?
I don't know. I think about my life. Think about my apartment in Brookside. Think about my friends. Ox and Hunter. Gijin and Orlom. Genzo. I clutch my eyes shut tighter. My heart feels confused. Like it wants something. But it doesn't even know what. And somehow that thought is so terrifying that it would rather just not want it at all. I don't know. I don't know what I want. My fingers are starting to tingle. First tiny nibbles of numbness, then building into incessant zaps of electricity. Are we gonna go in the same way then? Up, up, up my arms they go, growing and growing into my chest, into my stomach, shooting down into my legs. And loud, so loud, I can't hear, can't think. Just when I think I can't take it anymore. My mind goes blank. Iggy. I hear my name. That voice again. The one that wraps around me like a warm blanket. Iggy! Is it morning? I don't remember going to sleep. In fact, I don't remember much at all. But I don't mind. As long as that voice keeps saying my name. My lips curl into a smile as I try to turn over and drift back into nothingness. Just 5 more minutes! For fuck's sake, Iggs, you're gonna get yourself buried in there. My eyes snap open. Stuffed animals again? Okay. This isn't my bed. In fact, this isn't even my room. And these certainly aren't my stuffed animals. My hundreds and thousands of stuffed animals. All of them have overtaken the entire corner of the room, almost like someone spilled a giant box of them in through a hole in the roof. A very, very high hole in the roof. I stare off at the same hole now, blinking in silence. Until an orange-capped head overtakes my view. Oh, okay. So it is all the same. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Genzo, we fell through the hole? Very good, Iggy. We did fall through the hole, yeah. B is for bull. D is for dump truck. Genzo yanks me up by my wrist, extricating me from the pile of animals. Extracting? It takes every ounce of concentration I have not to fall straight back to the floor. And now we're at the bottom of the hole, because that's what happens when you fall down a hole. Gravity strikes again. You know how you fall from your desk every single time? I pat my head, my cheeks, my waist, the side of my legs. But did we really? My gaze wanders to the rest of the room. It's somehow just like how I remember it. The warm grain of the hardwood floor, the rounded windows, the crackling fire with nearby stove, kettle already on the boiler, and the small table in the middle of the room. Half-eaten cookies, cakes, and sweets still litter its checkered cloth. This is some grade A fucked up shit is what it is. But hey, what else is new? Am I right or am I right? A sound snaps me out of my wonderment, and I turn back to Genzo, who's currently testing out the stability of one of the chairs. I only realize at the moment that he's not wearing his sunglasses. Genzo, where? Except I don't finish, because Genzo has turned to look at me. Like, at me. His dark brown eyes dilating just slightly as his focus shifts. I step back so quickly and knock my head against a cup behind me. Look, Genzo, I rub the back of my head with the winds. Yeah. I mean, you can... What do you want me to do? I wasn't gonna lie. I gnaw on my top lip. I can't stop staring. The weirdest feeling is curling up around my heart. A mixture of guilt and something else. Worry? Embarrassment? Genzo scowls and jerks his head away. What am I, the new exhibit at the Louvre? Cut that out already. He adjusts his cap in obvious discomfort. Besides, it's not like this is permanent. Yeah, Yeah, but still, you mean you're not even at all? Oh yeah, I had my obligatory teary-eyed moment, curled in my arms and wept like a fucking baby. Okay, yeah. What was that? Someone even started playing I Can See Clearly Now, loudly, on a recorder, straight into my ear. But fuck that, I'm not gonna let myself get separated from reality. And I'm sure as hell not staying down here any longer than we need to. This is wrong, all of it, we're not supposed to be here. I finally pull my gaze away, attention returning to our quaint surroundings and a nostalgic smell of spice curling up inside my nasal cavity. I bring a hand up to my hair, trying to calm the errant curls. I'm suddenly feeling very self-conscious about how I look. Can't argue with that. Somehow, I don't know, it's like looking behind the curtains. That's something I'm not supposed to see. I will say though, Higgs, you turned out exactly how I pictured in my mind. And so, puts his hands on his hips. It's the same as when you were a child, just like, slightly taller. Like if someone put you in MS Paint and just kind of did the drag thing. This shoots my head up. Oh, how's that? Like a loser. You fucker. I jump at him before I can stop myself, hands grabbing at the collar of his jacket. Laughs. Then just as quickly as I'd come rushing over, throws me down and pins me to the floor. Head rings from the impact. Damn, I haven't been able to do that in a while. Genzo's grin goes from ear to ear. I push fruitlessly against his shoulders. Because it was something I sorely missed, I say with a roll of my eyes. He stays there for a moment just looking down at me. Okay, no, you're just weirding me out. At least take me out to dinner. Is this the same? I feel like this is slightly different. Obviously we're gonna say the latter. Not about to let myself lose this battle of snark. I spit out the best retort I can come up with on the spot. You know, you could at least take me out to dinner before throwing yourself at me. Genzo blinks. I see his pupils suddenly dilate. Then he jerks his hands away as though he's touched a hot poker. He sits back with a cough. Just jokes are as bad as always, I see, he says with a laugh. Hey, you wouldn't have me any other way, am I right or am I right? I follow up doing my best impersonation of him that I can. I give his shoulder a playful punch. Yeah. Genzo just rubs at the back of his neck, his eyes somewhat strained. He looks away, turning his attention back to the moon. The moon? The room. Then laughs. Damn, all the memories though. He pushes himself up to his feet. Remember the first time we had no idea how to get back, so we all just piled into the bed because we were so fucking exhausted? Oh, well I don't remember that. I throw a glance at the bed in question before following suit. It looks so small now, but back then it had fit all 5 of us. Well, mostly. Pretty sure I kicked all of them off. It's true though. The more I look around, the more comes back. Starting out as nothing more than flickering images. Then, like snowballs, rolling themselves into full-fledged memories. The 5 of us huddled together beneath the blankets, tired and scared and unsure of how we were going to get home. Only to wake up the next morning back in our own beds as though nothing had happened. Okay. Though, I don't know how much they remember from Wonderland. They do say, like, it all kind of just felt like a dream. But, like, I don't think they've mentioned any super specifics. There was that thing with, like, eating cookies in this house or whatever. Or, like, the bunnies playing with them. But, like, huh. Maybe it's the same, like, going to sleep and dying is like the same, like, wake up thing. I'll remember more specifics as time's go on. Probably, yeah. As long as they're spending time in here. Okay. And then later that day, we'd all been too scared to say a thing, just sitting there picking out our food, silent as the grave at lunch. Until Genzo had popped the question we'd been waiting for, and it had been like the floodgates had gone off. All of us laughing, recounting our adventures, excitedly planning when to go back again. Oh, okay, so they do all remember. Very clearly. Okay, just kidding. I thought it would, like, relate back to what just happened with us, because we did also pass out. Well, technically we disappeared, but we did end up back in our own bed as if nothing happened, right? But we don't remember what happened. At all. and Act 1. Only like some strange deja vu. The thought of it brings a smile to my face, and I let my thumb trace over the round curve of the bottom bedpost. You think the rest of the fuckers are here then? Kenzo says it so softly, I'm not even sure he's talking to me at first. I turn away from the bed and find him investigating the kettle. He pokes it with his finger, then immediately pulls away with a wince, bringing the tip of his finger to his mouth. Did you touch a burning kettle? I don't know, but somehow it feels like before I can finish my aimless thought, the sound of footsteps cut me off. Heavy, march-like, again and again, steady and methodical. I throw a glance at Genzo, then the both of us dash towards the window. We squeeze our heads inside the rounded frame, eyes seeking out the source of the sound. Oh no, here we go again. I wonder... Okay, this is all new dialogue, so... Even as I'm crouched there, waiting, a trickle of dread begins pooling in my bowels. Almost like I'm watching a scary movie and I know there's a scare coming. I lick my lips, tighten my fingers around the sill. And then, they come. 2 by 2, they round the corner. Crisp and methodical, spears swinging in sync. This song? Is this the same song? I just didn't notice it before. The break time? Almost! I hear Genzo's breath hitch next to me, but neither of us say a word. Somehow it's like we were both expecting this. The rabbit in the lead comes to an abrupt halt. His ears are standing straight up, like lightning rods, baiting the storm, and his nose twitches once, twice, 3 times. He spins around, and the rabbits behind him jump into gawkish salutes. The dread in my gut is building. I can feel myself starting to sweat.
Where is he? Where is he?
A high-pitched squawk rattles the window pane, and I bring my hands up to my ears on instinct. No, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. The other rabbits seem confused. They remain quiet, simply wrenching their heads back and forth in search of some unknown entity.
Sentry 218, you overgrown rodents!
This prompts an about-face from the soldiers in the battalion, who quickly spin on their heels to face the single rabbit at the back, the only one without a partner. The rabbit in question flinches and steps back. Thud thud thud. Each impact of the lead rabbit's boots on the hard earth makes the walls of the small cottage shake as he storms to the back of the rank. His next words are screeched less than an inch from the lone soldier's fidgeting nose.
I thought I told you to keep that buck in line, Sentry!
A pause. He grabs the other rabbit's ear, half yanking it out of his skull in order to read what looks like some sort of metal tag affixed to the mangled cartilage.
104!
He lets go of the ear, and 104's head jolts backwards.
So tell me then, where is 218?
It's at that point that I pull away from the window. Oh, I slide my back to the wall. I don't want to watch. I know what's gonna happen. I don't know how I know, but somehow I just know. You okay, Iggs? I'm fine. Except I don't know what to say. Don't know how to explain it. Just like, Genzo, you might not want to watch what's gonna happen, because that rabbit's not gonna look like a rabbit in a little while. That overwhelming sense of dread currently paralyzing my body. Genzo watches me for a second, not saying anything, then returns his gaze to the window. I see him wince, twitch. But then, when his eyes start to bug out of his head, I quickly twist away. Hands tight around my ears, I stare at the far wall, stare at the pattern on the bed sheets. I try to summon that mental image again, of all of us in the bed, cozy and warm, someone tucking us in, reading us a story, kissing our heads. In my head, I glance up to see a pair of long, droopy ears. Fuck. This jolts me back to reality and the rabbits outside. I glance up just as Genzo's face goes completely white. Jesus. I wait another second. Then, are they gone? Yeah, they're leaving. I let out the breath that I hadn't even realized I'd been holding and slump away from the wall. Good call looking away, Iggs. I'm definitely gonna have to see a therapist about what I just saw in 4 or 5 years. What happened down here? What happened down here? I finally managed. Something that wasn't supposed to, that's for sure. He throws another glance at the window. We're really going out there, then? I sigh, run a hand through my hair. I mean, do we really have a choice at this point? All of this feels like I bring a hand up wistfully. Like everything's made up and the points don't matter. I shoot Genzo a dirty look. My life's basically an improvised tragic comedy already. How much worse can it get? Genzo's starting to sound more and more like a like a surfer dude, and I don't know how to feel about that, but it's too late. I don't respond. But something churning in my gut tells me it's about to get worse. A lot worse. Yep. That's right. Do we have to go through everything again? God damn. Two of us look down at the dead body of Sentry 104. Again, why are we looking at it? I've got one hand over my mouth and I'm trying my best not to gag. That was one hell of a nasty wallop, Kenzo grimaces. I hope not. Yeah, right. I don't want to see the eyeball again. I don't want to get licked again. I don't want to see Gidget or Orlov again. I just want to go back to sleep. A pause. Real clunker. Another pause. I mean, that must have really hurt. And another. Just look at the way his brain is squaring up between the cracks of his skull. Kenzo, your commentary is not appreciated. Let's be honest, when is it ever? I ignore him and glance instead at our surroundings. My stomach's still turning flip-flops. There's no sign of the battalion now. They've disappeared somewhere amongst the trees further down the left path. Not that the right feels any more promising. I follow it with my gaze as it winds around a pair of crooked trees before disappearing behind an upraised mound of meadow grass. Genzo tugs his cap back over his tousled hair. Which way then? I would suggest we don't follow the homicide of rabbits, but that's just me. Genzo muses. Yeah, both paths are still empty, and for the life of me, I can't form a clear mental image of what's down either of them. My memories are too scattered and vague. Alright, last time I think I went the right way? Hold on. Down the left path. Oh no, yeah, so I went down the right one. Yeah, I'm assuming I did it correctly, but like, what if I went down the left one? We'll go left then. Genzo blinks. Wait, that's the direction they just went. He points to the left, then the right, then crosses his fingers with a bemused raise of his brow. I scratched the back of my neck. I mean, you know, to always keep him in our sight? Never let them know your next move. Besides, there might be more of these battalions. Don't you think it would be better to go in the same direction as their patrol? Genzo opens his mouth, closes it. I mean, sure, I suppose. Then it's settled. Yeah, sure. But his face betrays his verbal agreement. I wonder if we just die in this path, and that's why I didn't choose it earlier. We'll find out! We start off and to the left. Perusing the road, we'd seen the battalion disappear down earlier. The landscape is open at first, giving view to lopping hills and far-off flower fields. But soon the trees grow thicker, and as the path winds first left, then right, the surrounding scenery disappears from sight. Even the other times, probably. Yeah. It's darker now. The leaves form a reddish-pink wall around us, and it's quiet too. No breeze, no insects, no birds. Everything is weirdly still. This is the same as the right path, at least so far. Are you starting to feel really weird, or is it just me? Genzo hisses, his voice no more than a whisper. Something does feel just a bit off, I reply as I glance around. Then it's then that I see it, just up ahead. The battalion has stopped in the middle of the path. Genzo quickly yanks the back of my shirt, pulling me off and into the trees with a hissed curse. But whether it was fast enough or not is yet to be determined. I see the ears of the lead rabbit twitch left, then right. He turns around with a shuddered jerk, looks from rabbit to rabbit. His entire head twitches. There's someone here! His eyes dilate, then undilate. He blinks and twists his nose. I can smell them. Someone sure? The left rabbit on the foremost pair asks hesitantly. Yes! The lead rabbit wrenches his gaze towards his underling, sending spittle and snot flying across the battalion. You question my olfactory perception? No, sir, of course not, sir. The lead rabbit skulks forward as the other rabbits dart out of the way. Drool drips from the gooey waters. What? Drool drips from the gooey waddle of fur beneath his chin. At first, his route seems meandering. A bit to the left, a bit to the right. The other rabbit's jumping back each time he changes direction. Soon, however, his destination seems all too clear. He's coming towards us. Oh no. Genzo, I whisper with a shuddered breath. Genzo's grip on my shirt tightens. Go on. He tugs me back further into the trees and towards a patch of brush. What we don't anticipate, however, is the sudden slope of the earth. Wattle. I don't know animal body parts name. Like, they could all have different names for all I know. Genzo goes first, his feet sliding out from beneath him. And before he even has a chance to think about letting go of me, he takes me with him. We go tumbling down into the leaves and twigs in a flurry of snips and snaps. Genzo's back slams into the trunk of the white oak. I fall a beat behind, getting a breath stolen from me as my diaphragm collides with his chest. My head reels. My chin. Something hit my chin. My knee? I can taste blood in my mouth. Uh-oh, this does not seem like a good end. I bring a hand to my forehead with a groan, then finally wrench my eyes open. Oh, never mind. We live! Only to see Genzo looking at me in sheer terror. No, not at me. Past me. I turn around. To see the lead rabbit mere inches from my head. My heart leaps out of my chest, and I scramble back against Genzo in an effort to put any distance I can between myself and those yellow eyes. Found you! Oh wait. Found you! The rabbit smiles through his crooked teeth. I don't register what happens after that. 1 second his breath is coming down hot on my face and neck, and the next... No! There's a hole in my stomach. I cough, sputter, blink in disbelief. The spear is through me, but I cough. This time blood bubbles up between my lips, forming a shuddering balloon that splatters inky redness across my cheeks and nose when it pops. Genzo! But Genzo's silent behind me. There's a strange warmth swirling around me, swirling up through me. Blood pumps up from the puckered skin of my stomach across the handle of the spear, coating my fingers, spilling onto the ground. My vision warps. Through the darkening cloud, I see the rabbit reach down, yellow eyes like the headlights of a car in the fog. He grabs my face, my cheeks, claws curling into my skin. You'll be eating well tonight. And everything goes black. Well, I mean, that was my fault. Unfortunately, you were skewered, but the rabbits did eat well. Okay. Alright, cool. So, yes, you do die if you go the other way. Actually, scratch that. Decision seems pretty clear to me. We're going right. Don't know what it is, but somehow even thinking about going the other way is giving me heebie-jeebies. I don't know about you. I gnaw on my lip and glance back to the left. He's not wrong. The longer I gaze down the path, the more tiny pinpricks of anxiety run up my spine. I bring a hand to my stomach, half expecting to see a nice big hole running through it. I swallow hard. Yeah, I think that's for the best. It was worth trying, at least. Yeah. Well, see, now we know. It also makes me wonder, cause this kind of like the game overs that happen and the replays that happen, right? Where like if you say go back to the last choice and then the characters have like a little conversation, or Iggy has some thoughts where he's like, yeah, I definitely shouldn't choose that last choice or something. Like, I know something bad's gonna happen, even though I don't know exactly what, but like, you know, he's like, there's some sort of bad thing that would happen, right? But it reminds me of kind of how they're acting the second time around, just like with the overall story too. Because we did end up technically dying like before, you know, at the very end of Act 1. So I'm wondering like if our game overs are similar to like the end of Act 1, and Act 1's end was just like a bigger game over, you know? And like every time we game over, we're technically going through the whole story again and waking up in our bed, but it's just like omitted because it's all the same. Canonical premonition rewind. Yes, exactly. I mean, since the characters acknowledge it, it's gotta be. Right? I wonder what gruesome death awaits the view open your eye. Oh god. If we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's quiet as we walk. The tall clusters of fire-red corridors in the river directs us left and right like waters in a canyon. Above us, the sky glitters a sunny orange. And on our either side, strange flowers of blues, purples, and teals dot the grass between the trees. Okay. Oh right, forgot to ask. Genzo's hands are in his pockets. What did you wish for? I blink, frown. My thoughts go back to that voice, that feeling of emptiness as I fell through the hole. And the confusion, the uncertainty, and maybe even a tiniest twinge of fear? Fear? What am I afraid of? I shake my head to clear the thoughts. Nothing, I finally say. Nothing. I look away, force a shrug. I guess I couldn't think of anything. Damn, guess you've got it made, huh? Genzo laughs. I don't respond. Okay, interesting, because like last time I do remember they had us choose a choice. Nothing, but yeah, last time I remember they had us choose a choice. There were some other choices too, where I feel like it just kind of chose whatever choice that we did initially, or maybe the choice, maybe it doesn't really matter what we picked, it just kind of moved on. I don't know. But yeah, interesting. Okay. I chill on the inside of my cheek and glance over at Genzo. I still haven't gotten used to seeing him without his sunglasses, walking like that, looking at me. Oh yeah, the hot girlfriend one, yeah. But I did rewind and choose the other because I felt bad. A part of me is nervous about it. Nervous about what it could do to him, having to go back to reality after this. Nervous that he might actually want to stay here, somehow, I don't know. I can't possibly feel what he's feeling right now, so I have no idea what's going on in his head. Then another part of me feels happy, being able to look into his eyes, knowing that he sees me. Why would that make me happy? I don't know. What, is he your friend? Like, come on, Iggy. What, that he sees what I look like now and didn't go running for the hills? Didn't start treating me differently? Still smiles at me? Somehow that smile, it's like that little squeeze he gave my shoulder only the day before. Warm and reassuring. Non-judgmental. We round another corner, and this time the path opens up into a small clearing. An outcropping of rocks overlooks a small pond at the other end. From its peaks flow a miniature waterfall, light reflecting off the steady drizzle. I take a step toward the pond, only to gasp and step back. Wait a minute, this exact pond. I know this pond. Fuck, it's happening again. What is it, Iggs? It's just... That's when I see it. The rabbit soldier coming around the corner. Fuck. I take a step backwards, then another, then quickly twist on my heels and slam straight into Genzo. For one fleeting moment, he somehow keeps his balance, then his feet twist beneath him. Oh, he goes down. He goes down. No, Genzo, I'm sorry. The sound of him hitting the ground sends the rabbit's ears skyward. His head jerks in our direction. Who's there? His spear is already at the ready. Shit. Genzo scrambles back to his feet. I'm sorry, I sputter with a flustered wave of my hands. You're apologizing now? With the murder rabbit breathing down our necks? He's got a point. Didn't you see the other ending where we get impaled? I turn to see the rabbit staring straight at us, and I swear I see the tip of his spear glint. Genzo grabs my arm and pulls me behind him. The rabbit cocks his head first to the left, then the right. That right eye twitches and widens. You're that fellow the king told us to watch out for. He chuckles, laughs, licks his lips. I'll get a promotion for sure if I bring you in. Fresh meat for weeks, no more of that slop. He readjusts his grips on his spear, then charges. Iggy, run! I hear Genzo yell a second before his hand finds my shoulder and pushes me away. But even as I stumble backward, I don't miss the rabbit making a beeline toward Genzo. He's headed straight for him, spear out in front and glinting in the high bolt light, filtering in through the trees. Fuck. Oh, what? Oh, we get an option? Damn. Push Genzo out of the way. There's no way I'm just leaving him there. I dig my heels into the ground and stop my backward motion, then redirect myself forward. I only have a second. 1 second. I go careening towards him with everything I have, hands outstretched. And I only just make out him turning towards me in surprise before my palms hit his shoulder. There's barely an audible oof. Then he goes rocking backwards, half stumbling to the ground. I'm allowed a half second of victory. Then with a gut-jolting rip, the rabbit snaps. Okay, well, I kind of figured that if we didn't choose... Because last time we survived just by running. Okay, well... Oh. No! The head of the spear sticks out somewhere in my left kidney. How specific? Dripping bits of goo and tissue onto the ground. And Genzo. Genzo's just standing there, staring at me. His face has gone white. He brings a shaky hand up, eyes trembling in their sockets. Off to my side, the rabbit snorts. You're not the one I wanted. Well, yeah, they are after Genzo.
and he swings the spear hard.
The moment that sends me flying off the end, whirling and spinning until I land with a crack against the side of a tree. My glance is bouncing off my nose. I sink to the ground. Ow! There's a puddle forming around me. A thick, gooey one. Blood leaking out from both sides of me like a double-ended faucet. I hear a shout. Genzo sounds mad. Madder than I ever heard him before. But I can't turn to look. I can't move anything. All I can do is lie here shivering in my own soup. I'm sorry, Genzo. I'll do better next time. You're not quite strong enough to push him the way he pushed you. Yeah. Ultimately, you were kababbled. But you'll do better next time. Anyway, my gut instinct is to push him out of the way, but an alarm bell is going off inside the back of my head, telling me to do what he said. Run! I bring my hands to my head, fingers shaking. No, I've got to run. Run! Not giving myself another moment to second guess myself, I twisted my heels. Kabogged. That makes more sense. What is kababbled? I make it about 5 flying leaps away before I glance back, just in time to see Genzo narrowly avoid being skewered by the rabbit's spear. The rabbit goes careening past him, plunging the head of his spear into a tree instead. I don't think that's a word. Is it a word or no? Thank fucking god. Just as I turn back to look where I'm going, I gracefully trip over a stone in the middle of the path and hit the dirt. Hold on. I don't have a chance to finish my self-deprecating thoughts, because in the next moment, Genzo has me by the collar and is yanking me back to my feet with a hairy huff. You choose now to be a clumsy-ass motherfucker! I stumble after him, weaving a few wide curves before falling a step behind him. I didn't choose the clumsy life life chose me. Okay, Iggy. I say between my choked breath. I see Genzo shake his head in amused disbelief. Kababble, the noise babies make, but while holding a stick. We should tell Sadie that. We go flying down the path, away from the dense outcropping of trees and out along a slow, gurgling river. I'm just about to turn back to check for any sign of our rabbit friend when Genzo goes getting to a halt next to me. I follow suit, eyes growing 10 times the size of my head. The ground in front of us is no longer well ground. It's soft, lumpy pink, and blah blah blah. It's a tongue, okay. And there's the giant eyeball, yes, indeed, okay. It's then our approach, an oversized pupil swivels with almost audible rumble and stares straight at us. What the actual fuck? I don't... The tongue is back, no! I've been about to say I don't remember that thing being here before, but my head's so jumbled at this point I can't say for sure what I remember and what I don't. So instead I just gulp and look up at that thing, a burgeoning sense of nausea turning my bowels into stone soup. Take back every moment of my previous years where I wish I could eat some tongue. Okay. I quickly scan our surroundings, looking first at the steep rocks to our left, then to the river on our right. Just as I'm studying their intricate water patterns, I feel a tug on my head on my shirt. Oh boy, I wonder what it is. Oh my god, it's the tomato boy! What the hell is that thing? Indeed, what is that? It's just a tomato. You want something, little guy? I ask as I pop a squat. It warbles something incomprehensible, then waggles its tentacle-like arms off to the right. Hey, look at the bridge! A bridge? Wait a minute. Bridge, bridge, bridge. Why is the word bridge sticking out like a sore thumb in the deep recesses of my mind? A shame we can't kick the tomato. Yeah. A shame we can't just, like, I don't know, chuck it back into the water. That must be in Genzo's too. Something's not sitting right with me about this, eggs. The creature continues to joggle its arms happily. It certainly seems like it wants to help us, but Genzo's right, something feels off. Really off. In fact, the more I think about it, the more the feeling grows. Tiny prickles like teeth sinking into my skin are running up and down my arms and neck.
There you are!
I spin around, only to see the rabbit at the end of the path, spear pointed right at us. My heart promptly drops into my stomach. Fuck! Genzo takes a step backwards. Even our tiny acquaintance brings its arms to its mouth in fear. Why doesn't the tomato just eat the rabbit? It seems like everyone eats everyone in this world. I can already see the rabbit rearing up for a charge. I have to make a choice now, except that I'm not giving the chance. Because in that instant, Genzo grabs my wrist and begins tugging me toward the tongue. What are you doing? Sorry, Iggs, but we're not going with that thing. I just have a really, really bad feeling about it. I don't resist. He's got a point after all. We clamber on top of it, just as the sound of bracing footsteps fills the air behind us. Immediately, I roll forward to escape the edge and the rabbit's potential grip, flopping down atop the porous mass. Once Genzo is safe next to me, I throw a glance back to see the rabbit glaring at us angrily from the solid ground. This tomato won't eat until it's reunited with friends and family. It's a social event, yes. I mean, then again, it is kind of small. Maybe it can't, we're too much for just one tomato. He's like, I gotta share this with the class. He's not following us, I muse. Genzo eyes him warily. I mean, I certainly wouldn't follow us if I were him. I push myself shakily to my feet and try to take a step. And ew, ew, ew. Next to me, Genzo is crawling forward on all fours, his face betraying his disgust. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life. He pauses, raises a finger in the air. Crash that. Second most disgusting thing. Huh? I feel like I've done something very similar to this before, and it was just as disgusting. I shakily rise up on my hands, fingers sinking into the ton of flesh. Why do I feel like I don't even want to know? I wince and follow after him, saliva quickly saturating the knees of my jeans. It's slow going. I keep my eyes trained forward as I crawl, trying not to look or think about the viscosity seeping through beneath my fingernails. But we're halfway there, halfway across that vast ocean of pink. Can the eyeball just leave us alone this time? We just need to keep moving. It's at that moment the tongue moves. It starts as a low rumble. Then the salmon-colored flesh begins to undulate, giving rise to rippling tremors that send our bodies bobbing. Genzo! I attempt to crawl towards him just as a veritable mountain of flesh rises up from the ground, taking us with it. The fuck! Genzo loses his balance and lands with a splat on his back, hands to his head. The rolling hillock takes us up, 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 higher and higher. Just as suddenly shifting gears and rolling like a wave. The upsurge of flesh ripples, crests, and surges forward, taking us with it. I lose track of up from down, slipping and sliding across the slick surface. And only once it slows to a stop, and my body slides limply down the side of flesh. Oh no, we're back! No! Genzo glides next to me. Neither of us make a sound as the warbling pupil of the eye dilates, focuses, and stares straight through us. I can see tiny twitches of movement, just ever so slight, jumping back and forth between us. Quiet. Moisture dripples down my forehead and cheeks. I feel like I made the same verbal typo past my collar to tickle my spine. Quiet. My hand moves before I can stop it. It slaps down atop Genzo's, seeking out that safety, seeking out that one feeling that could possibly calm the panic rising up in the back of my throat. I catch Genzo shooting me a look of unsure bewilderment as my fingers dig into his knuckles. But before either of us can do anything else, a sudden shadow overtakes us. I look up just as the tongue's giant tip curls around and around, stretching towards us like a prodding form. A slab of wet flesh engulfs both of us at the same time. Ugh. It presses into our necks, chests, faces, squirming and wriggling, and I rush my head to the side with a gasp to keep from suffocating. Yes, okay. Massive gulbaloos of sticky saliva drip onto my head, cling to my curls, drip over my eyes. It oozes and crawls up and down my skin, grinding into my hair, slurping at my ear, my chin, my collarbone. The panic is rising up again, clawing at my chest. I can't breathe, can't see. It's in my hair and eyes and pressing against my mouth. My hand is so tight around Genzo's now, I can feel it shaking. That's when Genzo's hand moves. It twists away and out of my grip, and for a moment my heart freezes with cold dread. Then it twists back, repositioning itself through the sticky slimeness of the saliva so that it can take my hand properly, fingers intertwining with my own. The dread melts away, and the panic twisting my shoulders into knots uncoils itself. I'm breathing properly again. Even through the mucus like muck. Even through the wriggling leech sucking at my cheeks and forehead. I focus only on his hand. Finally, the tongue pulls away, leaving me looking like I had just been frisked by a slug. I peer over the bleary lens of my glasses at Genzo, who looks similarly deprecated. If I never have to experience that again, it'll be too soon. Huh? Judging by how the story goes, Genzo, I don't think that's... But no sooner than Genzo's smart retort left his mouth, than the giant watery pupil of our captor moves. It rolls backwards, pulling a full circle before returning to its previous position. Only this time, spotting thousands and thousands of tiny lines. Wow, it's back! The eye within the eye. The eyes within the eye. And also the mouth. I always wanted to be appetizing, but not like this. Genzo screams as the creature shrieks again. Behind us, the tip of the tongue has uncurled itself, and now the entire tongue is rising, tilting, forming one monstrous slide of doom that ends straight into the nightmare's mouth. I can't believe it. Oh god. I scramble into motion, but the higher the tongue tilts, the further I slip. It's all I can do to keep from tobogganing straight down into that ever-reminding me maw. Iggy! Through my panic, I see Genzo brandishing what appears to be a screwdriver. I leave the workshop without it. Genzo, is this really the time for... Before I can finish my question, he slams the sharp metal end into the quivering flesh of the tongue. The tongue jerks and flails. Alright. Yep, we're back here. Okay. I launch myself at Genzo and lash onto his waist. Never before had I held onto something so tight. I dig my face into his belly, my breath hot against his swath of exposed skin. Focus on Genzo. Focus on Genzo. I close my eyes, clinging as tightly as I can and trying to block everything else out. At least, yes, exactly. Everything but the feeling of warmth beneath my arms and against my cheek. Above me, Genzo is clutching desperately to the handle of the screwdriver, jaw taut and muscles tight. Another roll from down below. It's getting really angry now. Tongue bucks, thrashes, but somehow I keep my grip on Genzo. And somehow Genzo keeps his grip on the screwdriver. The roar morphs into a wail. It's at that moment I feel something on my leg. Oh, what? This hasn't happened before! Yo, where was he hiding this? What? It cinches around my ankle with a snap, jerking me down a few good inches on Genzo's waist. I let out a squawk of surprise and tighten my grip. It's another tongue! A tongue within a tongue? Yo, we can't have eyes within eyes and tongues within tongues. When will it end? This one long and thin, but still very much porous and pink. And it's curled itself so tight around my leg that it's cutting off the circulation in my foot. This hasn't happened before. Happened before? How could it have happened before? I shake my head, shake my leg, but its grip remains strong, and it gives another tug. Even as I squeeze my arms around Genzo, I can feel myself slip another inch downward. Genzo! I see him readjust his grip on the screwdriver, his fingers shaking. Another tug. Harder this time. I've slipped down to Genzo's knees by this point. If it keeps this up, it could pull both of us down. Unless... Oh shit, unless I do a self-sacrifice? That doesn't seem right. I don't understand how to kick it off, though. There's no way I'm making it out of this. But I can still save Genzo. He can make it out of this. Find Bucks, figure out what's going on. Fix all of this. But me? When have I ever been able to do anything? I let myself slip another few inches down Genzo's legs and my grip loosening. I'm the one that started all this anyway. I was the one who had us open the door. I'm the one that let things get this bad between us. I squeeze my eyes shut. Another tug on my leg pulls me down to Genzo's feet. Certain game over. Let's do it! Exactly. You gotta, reverse psychology. Another tug on my leg pulls me down to Genzo's feet. I'll use myself as a distraction. Make that thing devote all its attention to me. Then Genzo should definitely be able to get away. I bite down on my lip and suck in my breath. One more tug and then a hand on my shoulder jolts me back to reality. I shoot my gaze skyward to see Genzo glaring down at me, his fingers clenched in the fabric of my shirt. Don't you fucking dare. I blink, eyes wide. Who are you giving that look? I know what you were thinking. Genzo, we're getting out of this together. Besides, we did it before, we can do it again. Even if there's an extra tongue. The crackle in his voice stops me in my tracks. And this time, when the tongue yanks down on my ankle, I squeeze myself against Genzo's calves, jaw clenched. Genzo's hand shoots back to the screwdriver to keep us from flying off. He grunts, looks from the screwdriver to the tongue to me. Then finally, can you reach my pocket? Not sure if I want to try taking my hand off again. I can try. I wince and begin trying to pull myself back up. I'm telling you, reverse psychology, it always works. Whatever option seems the most incorrect is the right one. The eye must not like this because the tongue around my ankle gives the strongest tug yet, yanking me all the way down to Genzo's shoes. Shit! Genzo's eyes nearly bug out of their sockets. Just hold on, okay? He grits his teeth, and I see him take a deep breath before grabbing for his pocket. His hand comes back out, holding his lighter. How about a little tongue flambe? Sure, I don't know how to say that word. He says with a grin far too amused for our current situation. With one flick, two flicks, he gets the flame dancing, then holds it up holds it up against where the point of the screwdriver is piercing the pink flesh. It takes about 5 seconds for the eyes to roar. Then the grip of my ankle finally loosens, pulls away, as the larger tongue beneath us bucks and dogs. Another roar, pain this time. I can practically see the surface of the tongue rising and curling away from the flame. Just when I wonder how much longer it can stand it, the muscles beneath us grow suddenly taut. In one whip-like movement, the tongue reels back, then chucks us forward. Genzo and I go flying like rocks in a slingshot, first a few feet over the ground, then slamming into the dirt and rolling, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20. Before finally and unceremoniously slapping onto the pebble-strewn path like a pair of wet fish. We're back! It was too late now, but I was gonna make a joke because we were holding hands while the tongue was licking us, right? And I was like, what if we held hands while being frisked by a giant tongue? Haha, just kidding, unless... Okay. Alright, now that that's out of my head. Twin puddles of saliva turn the ground dark beneath us. My head's still spinning. I'm not even sure I'm still conscious at first. I open first one eye, then the next. Then with a groan that's half agony and half disgust, I push myself up on my palms. Thick climbing strings of goo stretch beneath my skin in the puddle below. Genzo rolls over. His cheeks are painted with glossy drool. Hey, Iggs. If I ever ask how much worse it could get again, please just stab me. Stab me right in the face, he says before hacking a gallon of saliva onto the ground. Ew. I rub my face until it's raw. I feel disgusting, dirty, like I'll never be clean again. Like I've got eye saliva seeping into the crevices I didn't even know I had. We're in the shoals of the river, up to our knees in the water, and rinsing our hair, our clothes, our mouths. Genzo's taking his jacket off and is kneading it atop his knee like a washboard. His hair sticks up in errant white tufts that shudder with each jerk of his shoulders. I watch him for a few seconds. If we weren't in a horrified Wonderland, currently fighting for our lives just to survive, the sight might have almost been picturesque, like the two of us were on a trip together, hiking or camping or something. The thought of Genzo trying to pitch a tent neatly summons a laugh from my lungs. Yeah, just the two of us. That'd be nice. I blink. Of course that'd be nice. Anything besides what we're currently doing would be nice right about now. Genzo sees me looking and shoots me a wave, nearly dropping his jacket back into the water in the process. I wave back, feeling somewhat awkward. Then begin limping back over to the grass. Sorry. This whole thing has got my head all weird. So, Genzo claps his hands together once he makes it back to the bank. Now that we've almost died about 50 times, are we allowed to go back? He shrugs his jacket back on before pulling his cap over his curls. Not that I don't share his sentiment, but we've literally done nothing. We haven't even found anyone else yet. I was afraid you'd say something like that. Nevertheless, I, Genzo Ichihara, shall stay by your side as your loyal and trusted knight. Oh, since when did you get all yes. Last I checked, it was you who always took off at the first sign of getting caught whenever we were doing something we weren't supposed to. He promptly slaps my shoulder. Since you lost fuck all reason and have been doing nothing but getting us killed, you... what? Oh. Sorry, that was in response to my snarky comment. Since you lost fuck all reason, have been doing nothing but nearly getting us killed, you idiot. Somebody needs to bring the brains of this outfit, and apparently it's not going to be Mr. Hotshot Programmer over here. Hey, He has a point, to be honest. My head's been a little all over the place. And another thing. Genzo whirls back around, this time with a finger pointed right in my face. Any more of that noble sacrifice shit out of you and I'll off you myself. Are you really that anxious to throw your life away? Think a little more highly of yourself, would you? I stand there in silence. I don't know what to say. Genzo huffs and crosses his arms across his chest, clearly peeved. Finally, sorry. I bring a hand up to my curls, scratching my scalp, then turn my gaze toward the ground. Guess I wasn't really thinking. Genzo's face softens, hardens, then softens again. Yeah. Just don't do it again, yeah? You're important to a lot of people. Lets his arms fall. Then crosses them again. Anyway, now what? We're no closer to finding anyone than we were before coming. We were no closer to finding anyone. Oh my god, what's happening? I can't read anymore. We're no closer to finding anyone. We're no closer to finding anyone than we were before becoming Wonderland's most wanted. I run a hand through the damp ringlets of my hair and peer out across the landscape. I don't. But before I can finish, a flash of movement catches my eye. I turn my attention toward the far bank, where the river twists around to form what looks like a small beach. A dock has been erected out on the sand, and a boat is slowly gliding its way over from the opposite direction. Genzo follows my gaze. He narrows his eyes. That's freakishly fortuitous. He's not wrong. At the same time, no, I remember this. The sight of the miniature white riverboat is enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain. Yeah, and I remember when we used to have wet dreams every night during my teenage years, but you don't see me anxious to return to that, do you? I ignore him, instead, taking a step forward and toward the dock. Iggy. Then I'm off, jogging toward the boat and the river beyond. Fuck. Genzo clutches at his hat and starts after me. Can't you just listen to your logically sound knight for a change? I get to the wooden steps of the dock, just as the boat comes to a halt on the other end of the pier. Jesus. Genzo huffs behind me as he runs to catch up. To the left of the dock is a cherry red and white sign with the words Kitty Cruise on it. Past it I see the river fork and the right channel leading back along the direction we just come, and the left leading deeper into the unknown. I point toward the boat like some sort of overwrought tour guide. We can take this! Better than walking, that's for sure. Iggs, are you even listening to the words coming out of your mouth? And what does the logically sound knight suggest? Going back for a picnic with the giant man-eating eyeball? I jerk a thumb in the direction we came from. That's... Kenzo glances from me to the boat, but back at me. Come on, it'll be fine. Don't you remember writing this thing? You used to love it. I urge as I start up the steps. Iggy. Genzo follows, but none too happily. I just have a weird feeling is all. Almost like... Except that his sentence is cut off as he runs straight into my back with a pillowy oof. A jovial, high-pitched voice has stopped me in my tracks. We both just stand there for a moment, glancing at each other. Here we go again.
Come and ride a kitty cruise and sail away for days. Adventure like you've never had, and the end to your malaise.
Someone's singing? I step toward the railing, leaning over for a peek at the ground below. It's a flower. Flower to flower. Brilliant white petals adorn its oversized head, and its glossy green leaves shimmy with its dance-like movement. Genzo steps up the railing next to me, blinking curiously. That's different. What do you mean? It's the same! Welcome back, Flowey. The flower twists atop its roots as though looking up at us.
Cap of orange, scant of height. The pallid yearnings you cloaking trite are more glaring than your loss of sight.
I raise a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Means a cheeky flower's about to get its roots splayed, that's what! Kenzo starts climbing up over the railing. The flower brings its leaves up to its chalky yellow center, as though slapping its hand to its cheeks in fright. It recoils at Genzo's approach.
This gentle flower, locked in its earthen cage, warns not the fruits of your misplaced rage.
Genzo snorts. I can't help but laugh. It's just a flower again, no need to get so worked up. Realize Genzo's your sense of attitude, hands and jacket pocket. This is the worst comparison. No! No! Oh god. If I had a nickel for every Undertale comparison, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happened twice. Sen's the one not getting ridiculed by it. Just ignore it, come on. Kenzo huffs but calms. He readjusts his cap on his head with a calavier twist, nods once at the flower, then steps back toward the stairs. The flower waggles its leaves, this time turning its attention to me.
Afraid to reach out. Afraid to try. But if fear rules your life, life will pass you by.
I stop. Blink. Stare down at the flower. Those weren't the same words you said before. The words strike something in me, and my fingers curl tight around the wood of the railing. Fear, huh? I chew on the inside of my cheek. What do you want, Iggy? A sudden sensation on my back makes me jump, snapping me out of my reverie. I flip my head back to see Genzo eyeing me in concern. Hey, you okay there? Got all quiet all of a sudden. He pulls his hand back. I just stare at him for a moment. My chest feels funny, tight and floaty at the same time, like I'm standing at the top of a tall cliff and wondering if I should jump. I finally turn away, running a hand across my clamming forehead. I'm fine, I'm fine. Just a flower, ain't it? Isn't that what you just told me? The ballsy thing's just spouting nonsense anyway. Yeah, you're right, I concede sheepishly. Guess I would be too if I had to stay in one spot all day. Oh, okay. You got that right. I'd be going out of my mind. Come on, let's get on the boat. We start up the steps, wood creaking beneath our shoes. The boat is still anchored at the end of the dock, almost as though waiting for us. It bobs up and down gently in the current. See? Looks fine. I toss a hand toward it. Genzo doesn't look quite as convinced. He peers down on it, hands on his hips, then brings a hand up toward his chin, chewing on his finger. I can hear him mumbling beneath his breath. He starts pacing back and forth between the boat's bow and stern, almost as though inspecting it for faults. Does it have your seal of approval? I guess it looks fine. I don't know, Iggs. I've just got a really weird feeling about it. We'll just be extra alert, I say, before promptly stepping forward and into the boat. Iggy, you know that sentence is a death flag. Genzo starts and half reaches out as though wanting to help, then just as quickly pulls back. He waits for me to sit down on one of the wooden benches before clambering in after me. For a moment, I worry that it might sink beneath our combined weight. We're quite a bit larger than we were the last time we rode, but it ultimately holds true. Best way to keep your eyes wide open. Then again, like, the flower didn't say the same warning as it did last time about keeping your eyes closed. So, I don't know, are we gonna have the same thing again? Is there something we need to do to get it started? Genzo takes a seat across from me and glances around. I don't remember. Classic. Fortunately, we're not left in the dark for long. Only a few seconds later, the water wheel in the back slowly chugs to life. With a shudder, the boat begins to glide across the water. That's Kirby. The river is calm, smooth, and the boat cuts through the water like butter, slowly but steadily. Once it reaches the fork in the river, it turns left automatically, taking us further away from our cottage, the rabbit guards, and that hellish ocular creature. Genzo still looks nervous. I catch him throwing furtive glances from one side of the boat to the other. Try to relax a little, yeah? You look like you're about to have an aneurysm. For once, he doesn't say anything, instead just grunting and shuffling his feet. I scratch at my bare arm. My still damp clothes cling to my skin, cold and heavy, and whenever a breeze rolls in, I feel myself shiver. We round the bend, now drifting dreamily past colorful scenery. Knolls of golden green slope upwards away from the riverbank, and red and purple trees stretch toward the orange sky. Decorating the ground are flowers of all shapes and sizes, cattails, tufts of white cottonweed, all of it seemingly untouched, with no signs of life to disturb it. In fact, said that being afraid will make life pass you by. Curious. I feel like it would... I wonder. I feel like it might be, like, just a comment on Iggy's, like, overall life. Or maybe it's a hint for a different puzzle? Who knows? Time will tell. Across from me, Genzo looks like he's finally starting to relax. He's no longer shifting back and forth, and his face looks more tired and strained. He slides his hat off, scratches at his damp curls, tucks it back over his head. It's not often I see Genzo with so uncomfortable. To this day, I'm not sure if he doesn't get rattled easily or he's just good at having it. I turn my attention back to the wheel at the helm. It's creaking gently back and forth, keeping us centered in the middle of the waterway and continuing our journey upriver. It's calming. A gentle lull, the sound of the lapping water. I let my eyes flutter closed, taking advantage of the moment to release the built-up tension in my shoulders. The current is likely to put me to sleep before long. When I reopen my eyes, I see Genzo staring at me. I sit up just a little straighter, suddenly self-conscious. What? He looks away, guilty almost, as though he had been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. Just didn't want to forget what you look like. I bite the inside of my lip. Oh, I say simply. I see. As for me, though, that I'll gladly forget. I'm ugly as fuck. I mean, wow, I kinda wish I never found that out. You're not ugly. Oh, shit. You're not ugly, I quickly retort. Too quickly, almost. To the point where that I immediately regret it and drop my gaze. Pencil doesn't respond. He sits up, hands clasping and unclasping. He seems to be looking anywhere but at me. After a few moments of silence, he stands up with a grunt, wandering over to the railing. He gazes off into the trees. Damn, though. This whole thing is sure bringing back a fuck ton of memories. He turns back, half sitting on the railing, and reaches for his pocket, pulling out his carton of cigarettes. It must take him a moment to find a dry one, because he studies it for a moment, then brings one to his lips. One flick, two flick. With 3 flicks of the lighter, the flame bursts to life, and soon he's puffing away, eyes staring vacantly at the side of the boat. There's something about that image. Him leaning against a railing like that. Smoke marbling above his head. Why is it so familiar? I close my eyes for a moment. But when you close your eyes... Sorry. And when I open them, it's darker and colder, and Genzo's looking about 12 years younger. He's dressed pretty sharp. Sleeves of his sport coat rolled up to his elbows, tie undone and hanging around his neck. And he has his hair gelled up the way he always used to wear it. After prom. That's when it'd been. He's half sitting against one of the bike racks just outside the cafeteria, night sky bright with the moon, as he sneaks the smoke. I can see him from the window inside, just sitting out there by himself. I push the glass door open with my elbow and step out to join him. Thought you got lost or something. It's chilly without a coat, but somehow refreshing compared to the buildup of teen sweat permeating from the gym. Hmm? He glances over at the sound of my voice, grins. Me? I'm never lost. Just taking a different route than everyone else. You should have seen Hunter at bingo. Lucky fucker won an iPod shuffle. Yeah, what the hell? Genzo stretches his arms over his head. Well, I'm holding out my luck for the raffle. Daddy's gonna win himself a Dell. Confident are we? I laugh and take a seat next to him. He holds out his water bottle with a little, No thanks. I'm not getting expelled with only a few months left. Aw. He shakes his head, takes a sip. Now that I'm close, the smell is much stronger. The bottle had been full when he brought it in. Now there's only about a third left. Don't remember his flashlight. Is it new? Yes, this is new. You never get expelled. Everybody loves you. He throws an arm over my shoulder, then brings the cigarette back to his lips. Me, though? They'd just their pants to kick me out on my ass. I grin. Let the fuckers try, I say. He shakes his fist at some unknown entity in the sky. When he slumps back down, his body is heavy against mine. He sits there unmoving. I can see him gumming the end of his cigarette. Then a hiccup. He brings an arm up to wipe at his nose. Maybe you really should put the body away for a while, I wince. Somebody's definitely gonna notice. You know, I'm really gonna miss you. Huh? Mr. College boy over here, off to bigger and better places. Getting your fancy schmancy degree. Only an hour away. Not like I'm leaving the planet. I try to laugh. Besides, I'll be back. Pause. You decided what you're doing yet? He waggles his cigarette between his teeth, smiles, pretends to look around. Oh, fuck. Pretends to look around, waving his hand toward our surroundings. Maybe I'll go into bikes. Bikes? Yeah, you know. Everyone loves bikes, so by association, everybody would love me. I'll be the most popular gent in town. By the time you come back, you'll need an appointment just to talk to me. A bird hoots softly from up amongst the branches overhead. Yeah, I'll get my own little shop. That'd be nice. Now he's rubbing at his pant leg, again and again, as though trying to rub right through the fabric. He opens his mouth, closes it. When he puts a cigarette away to let out a plume of smoke, I can see his fingers shaking. Finally says, can I, tell you something? I raise his brow. Of course. Then, you can always tell me anything. His mouth twitches. He's really shaking now. I can even feel it against my shoulder. Again, what's wrong? You're acting super weird. But at that moment, the door pops open. No! Blue ball! And Gidget comes out, running out, her blonde hair dancing behind her.
Iggy, they're opening up the Iggy, they're opening up the bouncy castle. Come on, you have to go on it with me.
Her hands find mine, then she's tugging me up and off the bike rack. All I can do is laugh. Okay. I throw a glance back at Genzo, even as I'm being dragged inside. Come on, Gen, bouncy castle. We pass by Orlom at the door, who's just watching us, shoulders hunched as he wrings his hands. I catch him throwing a look at Genzo before dashing after us, rat tail bouncing.
Wait for me.
I frown. But not in my memory. Back in the present. I hadn't thought about after prom in I don't know how long. It'd been the last time the five of us had felt like a unit. Our own little group. With honorary member Hunter, of course. After that, we'd all gone our separate ways for a while. College, community college, vocational school, in Genzo's case. But even after we'd all eventually returned, it had never been quite the same. Though strangely, we all had returned. Fox and Hunter had, despite Hunter being accepted into a PhD program on the East Coast. Gidget had, despite Lambrook being the last place you'd look for a modeling gig. Even I had, despite a few semi-tempting offers from startups in California. Almost like, no matter what, something has always been drawing us back here. I glance back up at Genzo, who's now wandering the length of the boat, checking out the helm. He looks so short next to the big wheel that I almost laugh. Don't steer us into any icebergs, I say with a grin, and push myself to my feet. What do you think's controlling this thing? He muses, giving it a little flick with his hands. What do you mean? What do you think makes anything in this place do whatever it does? I gesture vaguely at our surroundings. Skittles. Definitely Skittles. What? Taste the rainbow? I chuckle, hands in my pockets as I let my gaze settle unfocused somewhere around the far trees. I feel like taste the rainbow is... It's a little too early to taste it. It's then that I see it. A sign. It's small and wooden and perched up along the right-hand brink. Pink. The words Collector's Territory has been painted on in heavy red strokes. Okay, cool. So this is the same. My gaze jumps to the water, which has started to take on a yellowish hue. Oh, the piss water is back. I take a step backwards. My tongue feels like a dry sock against the roof of my mouth. What's wrong? You don't like Skittles? We're approaching the next curve, drifting slowly, peacefully, but something about the air makes my hair on my arms stand straight up, and my fingers tingle with electricity. With a jolt, I grab Genzo's arm and drag him back to the benches. Close your eyes! I push him down before he can protest. What? Genzo's brows shoot sky high. I'm trying to press Genzo's palms against his eyes. Just do it! There's no time to explain! Close your eyes and don't open them until the boat stops, promise me. Jesus sakes. First you act like I'm crazy for not trusting this thing, and now you go ballistic. Just water yellow Skittles. How many fucking yellow Skittles would that be? I mean, they do say yellow... Isn't yellow Skittle like the least liked Skittle? So this is where they all ended up. Pick one and stick with it already. Just promise me, okay? Genzo waves his arms in disbelief, but closes his eyes all the same. Alright, I promise. Jesus. I watch him for a second, making absolutely sure that he has them closed for good. then follow suit, folding forward and cupping my eyes with my palms. Then I wait. Sitting there, elbows digging into my knees, toes curled inside my soggy sneakers, and sweat gathering in the crook of my neck. I can hear the water lapping against the side of the boat. You feel the rhythm of the water wheel against my backside, the gentle swell pulsing us forward. Calm. Quiet. I chew on the inside of my cheek, fingers sticky and forehead damp. Waiting. Waiting. We must be past the curve now. A tickle of embarrassment starts to play on the back of my neck. What's wrong with me? Haha, I shouldn't have said that. It's so silly for me to close my eyes, blah blah blah. My stomach feels like it's being tied in different knots. Who am I kidding? He probably thinks I'm an idiot. Or at least a weirdo recluse with no social skills. He probably only talks to me because he's sorry for me. Pitiful. And now to do something like this? I should just look already. There's nothing there. At least I can get this embarrassment over with. My cheeks, my neck, my back. I feel so hot with shame. He can never like me. My breath comes out shaky and feverish, leaving moisture on my wrists. I'm a disgrace. Just look away. Just look already, you idiot. No. No! I've done this before. I've definitely done this before. I'm not gonna let it happen again. I press my hands into my eyes hard enough to make them pound. And in that instant of pain, the heat leaves. My chest unclenches. Coolness washes over my body like a breath of fresh air. What the fuck? I wipe at my damp forehead, but my blah 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 blah. I wipe at my damp forehead, but keep my eyes clamped shut. That was weird. I've never had thoughts like that before. I mean, sure, my self-esteem has never been the greatest, but nothing like that. It's this boat. It has to be. I rock my heels back and forth, licking my lips. There's still only the sound of the water past the boat. That gentle rocking motion. 3 in the morning! Oh my god. Alright. Good night! Sleep well! Thanks for dropping by, though. Something brushes past my neck. The fuck? I sit up straight with a rod. What the fuck was that? There's something out there. Something in here, the boat with us. Shit. Another brush. This time against my side. I can feel the cloth of my shirt flutter against my skin. And that sound. I can hear it. It's breath. It crackles and pops mere inches from my ear. Almost like it's opening its mouth, opening its jaws, prepared to eat me whole. No. Now it's playing with my hair. I can feel it shifting through my curls, dancing along the surface of my scalp. It writhes and squirms, almost like a nest of snakes. Then lower, it curls beneath my chin. Lower, sneaking underneath the collar of my shirt and brushing against my clavicle. Shit. I have to look. It's the only way to stop this. I brace myself, letting my hands slowly fall away from my eyes, then groan and jerk myself away with a renewed burst of concentration. The feeling disappears. No more strange caresses on my skin. No more brushes against my clothes. Fuck, that was close. Get a hold of yourself, Iggy. Don't you see what it's doing? I bite down on my lips so hard that I taste blood in my mouth. My mouth gets heavy and cold like someone dropped a heavy blanket on my shoulders, and my breath comes out ragged as though I'd just run a marathon. I curl my arms against my midsection, rocking back and forth atop my seat. Row your boat gently down the stream. I clench my eyes even tighter, trying to ward off the feeling of dread crawling its way up my skin. I feel it in my arm, warm throbbing heat that wants to burst out my veins. My head swims. Open your eggs. Open your eggs. Open your eyes, Iggy. We made it. Genzo? Genzo's voice is soft and comforting. Despite myself, I feel my guard dropping. Come on, Iggy, let's go. Just the two of us. But Genzo, I will be clear to forget ever eggs, right? That's so out of pocket. Only this time his voice sounds much younger. Fuck. I bring a hand to my forehead, pressing against my eyes. This isn't real. I shake my head, take a deep breath, start my humming anew. Why did you abandon me? Don't you like me anymore, Iggs? It's your fucking fault. Your fault I fell down those stairs. And now you won't even come visit me. That's not true. I was all alone in that hospital. And then you wouldn't even help when I finally came back to school. I had to get fucking Orlum to help me with my stuff. I was busy. Busy? Busy or scared? That's when the screams start. Oh no! No, not again! Fuck. I clench my eyes even tighter. Scared that your best friend might want to No. I bite down on my tongue so hard I can taste blood filling my mouth. Make it stop. You're too scared now, too. Always too scared to help me when I really need you. I can't breathe. My head is pounding. Every nerve across my body is sending jolts of panic straight to my brain. Make it stop! Iggy! Oh, gee! I can't take it anymore. With a choked sob, I begin to crack my eyes open, only for a sudden sensation to snap the spell. My muscles jump, nearly sending me straight off my perch. Someone's grabbed my wrist. I panic for a moment until I realize it's Genzo. The real Genzo, not the one in my head. Upon this realization, I slam my eyes shut, just as a glimmer of light begins peeking in through my lashes. Fuck. Fuck! His grip is so tight it's cutting off the circulation to my hand, but I don't care. Instead, I focus on it, on the feeling of warmth, my safety net, keeping me grounded in reality, while the horrifying man screams keep going. In the next moment, the boat hits something and comes to a sharp stop, nearly sending me to the floor. Well, that was slightly different, with the additional context that we learned from before. I sit there, listening. Are we there? It's quiet, save for the gentle lapping of the water beneath the boat. And we're definitely not moving anymore. I chance it. Right. That's the first thing I notice. I had my eyes closed for so long that the orange daylight now seems exceptionally brilliant. We're not at the dock? I blink against the glare, tears still streaking my cheeks, and attempt to survey my surroundings. We're at another dock, bobbing lazily in the water. Oh, okay. My head shoots immediately to the side, looking for Genzo, needing to see him. He's still hunkered down on the seat across from me, his eyes closed and features contorted, and his fingers are still wrapped around my wrists so tight that his knuckles have gone white. Genzo, I say softly at first, then louder when he doesn't respond. Genzo! Still nothing. So I reach down and pry his fingers away. This finally does the trick. His eyes pop open in surprise and confusion. I can see the beads of perspiration dappling his cheeks and forehead. He takes a moment to look around before finally honing in on me. Oh, are we here? It seems like it. The boat stopped at last. I nodded in the direction of the dock. Guess that means we should get off. Right, yeah, sure. You okay? Oh, yeah, sure. He pulls out his collar, rises to his feet. Guess I just got a little seasick there. We disembark the boat in silence. Then stand on the dock, unmoving. Genzo's hand finds my shoulder, but he says nothing. He just stands there with his fingers curled into the fabric. I bring my own hand up and give his knuckles a squeeze. Come on, the path seems to lead this way. I point past the end of the dock and toward where a valley of dirt winds itself off and away from the river, bordered on either side of more trees. Bordered on either side of more trees. By more trees. Yeah. But Genzo's voice lacks his usual vivacity. We started to trek away from the river without another word, just the two of us, walking down a dreamlike path in a world of fantasy, with no idea where to go, or what to expect next. Except we do! We do? I'm not sure how long we walk. 20 minutes? 30? An hour? Time feels strange, as though it's not passing at all. Yet when I think back to the cottage, of discovering that hole in the tree, that already feels like a lifetime ago, and strangely disconnected. I try to think about my apartment, about work, about the party. They all feel fake. Did any of that really happen? Of course it did. That's my life. That's me. I look down at my hand as though it might reveal an answer to some unspoken question, and my mind drifts back to the voice in the tree.
What do you want, Iggy?
I glance over at Genzo, who has his hands shoved in his pockets and his gaze pointed at his toes.
What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world?
I bring my hand up to run through my hair. I'll tell you. I'll tell you once you've gotten yourself hitched and you popped out 2.5 kids in a white picket fence and corral them. Then we'll be able to have ourselves a good laugh about it. I shake my head, clear my thoughts, sigh. All of a sudden, my footsteps change in timbre. I glance down to see the dirt path is giving way to cobblestone. Oh, I stop for a moment, studying the new pavement. Did we find a yellow brick road? Genzo takes the opportunity to survey the landscape. Through the foliage veiling the upcoming bend, I spy a splattering of bright colors, too bright even for the otherworldly trees. There's something there. I expend the energy for a short jog, taking me around the trees and in front of what I can only describe as a gigantic billboard. I stop, take it in, and feel my eyes grow about 5 times larger. Okay, so the same thing again? Jesus. Genzo trots up next to me, equally as stupefied. It's Gidget, only larger than life and very little clothing. She's lying on her side, head propped up on her hand and holding a martini glass in her other. She's winking at the camera, at us. Next to her are the words, "Come visit Wonderland's hottest goddess," in bright purple print. My jaw goes slack. That's a sided kitchen I've never seen before. Genzo's brow reaches for the sky. You can say that again. Genzo cocks his head to look at me. He chews on the inside of his cheek, saying nothing more. A curl of unease rises up in my bowels as I take in the image in its sign. My stomach twists. Thinking about her like this, I shake my head. To say it makes me feel uncomfortable would be an understatement. I turn away from the billboard, looking instead further up the path. It's bordered by other smaller placards that stick up and out of the ground like signposts. All of them sport Gidget, some in gorgeous dresses, some in gorgeous dresses, some in bright summer ensembles, some in ridiculous get-ups that look like they've come straight out of a fantasy or horror movie. I'm normally all for exploring your passions, but this feels a little excessive. She did all this here? No, she did it in her backyard. And so we make our way down the Gidget-lined path. Her smile follows us, sometimes sweet, sometimes sultry, and sometimes downright sinful. I can't help but feel like every single one of them is aimed straight at me. Oh boy. 20 placards later sees us at the entrance to a small village. I survey the quaint white and dark wood cottages, the puffing chimneys, the curving cobblestone roads, and vine-dappled walls. I remember this, though not quite as clearly as the Kitty Cruise, more like out-of-focus snapshots. And ice cream. Somehow I definitely remember eating ice cream here before. Okay. Could really go for a hot fudge sundae right about now. Ginzo scratches at his belly. Pushing the thoughts of sweet out of my head, I start down the main road. For once, we're not the only ones here. People are milling about, walking from building to building. But none of them are so much as glance up as we look around. I round the next corner and stop. A crowd of people is gathered outside of one of the more ornate-looking homes. There's a good 15 to 20 of them, and though they whisper amongst themselves occasionally, their attention seems fixed on the door. You see Miss Glamour-Shots yet? Genzo slides up next to me. Not yet, but something tells me I'm about to. My stomach gurgles. I'm getting that feeling again. I feel like I'm on the verge of entering deep shit territory. Very. I bring a hand to my belly with a wince. We're back!
Good morning, darlings!
I turn to the voice to see the door open. Gidget has her hand raised above her head to greet the crowd. The previously quiet gathering erupts in cheers and applause. The sinking feeling in my gut forms itself into a 2-ton boulder.
Thank you so much for seeing me off today. Another shoot. Can you believe it? The scouts here just can't keep their eyes off me.
She practically dances down the steps, the crowd parting to allow her room. Gidget, how wonderful! Oh boy! Immediately, there's hands reaching out, thrusting papers and books for her to sign, trying to catch a passing touch of her arm or shoulder. We love you, Gidget! Marry me, Gidget! Gidget's mouth curls in an over-exaggerated frown as she waltzes through.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in quite a rush today.
She pauses, then smiles with a wink.
But I suppose 1 or 2 autographs wouldn't hurt.
The crowd goes wild, flinging their pens and photos and exposed skin at her, with even more vengeance. Me first, Gidget!
I'm your #1 fan, Gidget!
Grandma? She turns toward the person standing nearest her, a teenage girl with a bouncy ponytail and decked out in pins, stickers, and accessories, and blah blah blah. The girl wrings her arms in hand. What? The girl wrings her hand in excitement as Gidget signs her name in her autograph book. Hey, Gidget! Only this time the call comes from right next to me, and I turn to see Genzo with his hands cupped around his mouth. I forgot about her. The poor fan that gets murdered. Gidget turns, stops, then beams.
Guys!
She barely has time to return the girl's autograph book before she's dashing towards us.
You're here! I can't believe it!
Say the same thing about you. We had no idea who'd we find down here. Up close, Gidget looks different, except I can't put my finger on how exactly. Only that her aura feels incredibly intense. You look great, I finally manage. Gidget beams, then grows instantly shy.
I mean, I have to, you know, keep up your appearances. Who knew they'd love me down here?
Genzo loops his fingers behind his neck, quiet. You're, doing modeling gigs then? I ask somewhat tentatively.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
She starts, then stops, gaze shooting to her watch.
Oh crap, that reminds me that I'm already late for my next one. Come down with me? It's just over at the pier in town. Afterward, we can grab some drinks at the inn. Catch up?
I glance at Genzo, who glances at me. I shrug. Sure, why not? Because what else can I say? She grins.
Amazing, come on then, this way.
Then starts off down the road, not forgetting to throw a parting wave at the crowd, still camped outside the door as she passes.
Catch you later!
Genzo scratches his forehead, coughs. She seems strangely nonchalant about all this. Tell me about it. We walk after her, and I can't help but notice the aura of the crowd grow dark as we pass. One of the older women even glares at me as I turn my head to look. Just keep walking, Genzo hisses. He steps between me and the crowd, one hand to my back to keep me moving. I don't need to be told twice, my pace quickening by about a half step. It's like, Genzo, do you think the crowd looks strangely, undead? Does their skin look a little gray to you? Their eyes look a little red? Their intelligence a bit low? Gidget leads us down the curved road and past a few more buildings that look just familiar enough to jog my memory. Past the next bend, the buildings open up to reveal a long cobblestone pier lined with small fishing boats. A team of photographers is already setting up their gear near the water.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Gidget turns back to us.
The perfect photo shoot. I'm actually surprised they haven't done one here yet.
Color me shocked. Genzo squints as he takes in the scenery. Gidget's brows furrow for a moment. Then she returns to her cheery self.
Feel free to look around during the shoot. I don't think you'll be that long.
She takes one last look at us, then dashes off toward the crew. Please tell me I'm not the only one that was weirded out by this whole thing. Yeah, it's something else. Something's fucked up. Oh, something fucked up. Why the hell is she down here playing dress up like this is some kind of game? Well, it is what she wanted. Yeah, and I want every day to be a $6 buffet night at Steak and Bake, but you don't see me rushing to bend the rules of time to my will. I don't respond, instead biting down on my lip and watching the crew finish setting up. The shoot starts, and Gidget is on fire. I've never seen her look so alive, so happy, having the absolute time of her life. They start with a few shots with her back to the boats, and then walking along the pier, sitting atop the railing and gazing out across the lake. But despite her constant smile, I can't stop the feeling of unease clawing at my belly. Why is she here? How could she act like this is normal? No sooner has that thought entered my head than Gidget glances up, beams, and begins waving me over. I pause, unsure, point to myself, as though there could be anyone else she's pointing to. When she nods, I shuffle over awkwardly. She jumps off the railing at my approach.
Join me for a shot.
What? My voice cracks. Again?
Yeah, come on, just for fun.
Her arm sneaks her sway around mine, and I feel her tugging me toward the camera.
Besides, who wouldn't want to shoot this handsome stud, huh?
I throw a look of helplessness back at Genzo. His face is blank. Seems like I'm on my own then. I allow myself to be dragged toward the railing. They positioned us on the other side of the little blue sloop, its sail flapping gently in the breeze. I don't even have a chance to ask what I'm supposed to do before the cameras are snapping like crazy. How many pictures are they taking? 100 a minute? The first 500 or so are going to be me looking like a deer in the headlights. Fortunately, Gidget knows what to do. Okay, yeah. She grabs my arm, pulls me close, taps my opposite shoulder to get me spinning around. I blanch at first, then smile when I realize it's her. Laugh. She gives me a playful shove, gives me movement, points towards an especially oblong cloud in the sky to get me looking skyward. All the while, the cameras shoot. This is how it works then, is it? Hope that one or two of these thousands of shots actually looks decent. Gidget laces her arm around mine, pulling me back in, and plants a kiss on my cheek. I recoil instantly. Hot. My face feels hot. Almost like someone stunned me with a poker. With a what? Oh, with a poker? And my stomach twists in discomfort. I grimace. Something Gidget doesn't miss. What's wrong? Her brows furrow. I shake my head. Nothing, sorry. My stomach did something weird there for a second. Just not feeling super hot, I guess.
Oh, go take a rest then. I'm almost done here. Then we can head back.
Yeah, right. I nod somewhat apologetically and scoot out of view of the cameras. Once clear, my stomach slowly normalizes, and I take off my glasses to give my face a few good rubs. You alright there? Genzo settles next to me, face clouded with worry. You look like you're about to pass out. Fucking pale as a ghost. And I mean worse than usual. He presses the back of his hand to my cheek. Oh wait, don't pull away. What? I don't know. Fuck it, whatever. I'm fine, really. I shake my head, but don't pull away. I think everything's just starting to catch up with me. You want to sit down or something? Genzo sweeps his gaze across our surroundings. Come on, there's a bench over there. Oh, sure. I certainly wouldn't mind sitting down. I just need a few minutes to collect myself. I follow Genzo toward the bench and sit down with a somewhat languid plop. Genzo follows suit beside me. I glance up just in time to see Gidget watching us. Her face is strangely dark. I quickly lower my gaze, focusing instead on my hands. Quite the setup they got there. Genzo muses as he watches the crew at work. I'm not really listening, though. I've got my eyes closed, just taking in the sound of the water, in time with my breath. It feels good to shut things out, even for a moment. You remember much of this place, Iggs? Huh? I sit back, up, open my eyes. Genzo's leaning back to look at the houses behind us. Only kinda. Then, like, bits and pieces, I guess. You definitely went to that bakery more than once. He points towards a small, cozy-looking cottage just up the street we came. I remember the little old lady there gave me extra cookies. Said it'll help me grow. Well, now we know that was a lie. A laugh. He keeps going, finger bobbing in the air as if pointing at something in his memory. Wait, remember? Orlum got stuck on top of that wall and was too scared to climb down. I see the wall he's pointing at, one separating a trio of houses from a miniature garden out back. Weren't you the one who dared him to climb up in the first place? That stupid fucker. I still can't believe he did that. That was pretty funny. You were pretty mean to him. You were pretty mean to him. My lips curl upward in a wince. Didn't he even, like, pee his pants? Oh fuck, you're right. The whole front of his pants was wet by the time he got down. Enzo, I just look at him. What? His smile falls. He blinks, looks toward the ground. He only went up because of you. He used to do everything you told him to. Genzo brings a hand up to scratch beneath his cap. I mean, I did share the rest of my ice cream with him afterwards. I blink. But before I can even try to read into the indecipherable expression written on Genzo's face, the sound of camera equipment being packed up grabs my attention. I turn just in time to see Gidget bounding towards us.
Iggy, we're done!
She grabs my arm and pulls me to my feet.
Come on, let's head back. They love me at the inn. They'll give us free drinks.
Oh, sure. Is all about I can manage, as she loops her arm around mine and begins dragging me back up the road. I throw Genzo a look of helpless confusion as I stumble to keep up. I should probably drink water. We're back. We're getting closer. I'm scared.
Drink up, boys. It's on the house.
A busty woman in a flower print dress and a white apron slams 2 extra large beers down on the table in front of Genzo and me. Don't mind if I do. Genzo promptly grabs his and downs about half a glass. I don't touch my own. Somehow the thought of alcohol only serves to twist my stomach further. I place my hands tentatively around the base of the mug as though I'm planning on drinking and just haven't found the opportunity yet. The inn is bustling with patrons. Men playing cards, groups of friends laughing and drinking. Even a table not far from us, filled with what I can only assume are fans of Gidget, they sit watching us, scribbling down notes at our every action. It's a cozy place, music sprinkling in through an old phonograph, warm candles beaming down from wooden chandeliers overhead. Stairs in the corner lead up to what I can only assume are overnight rooms you can book in the counter. Still didn't have anything like this here when we were kids. Genzo laughs and wipes his mouth. I glance around, taking in the ambience. I mean, I guess we did always know this place changed. It always just kind of knew what you needed, even beyond the wishes, I mean. Genzo crosses his finger over his heart and lowers his head. Thank you for knowing what I need. He probably takes another swig. I turn my attention back to Gidget. She's just watching the two of us, her face strangely blank. I try to bring her into the conversation. So, how long have you been here then? Kinda seems like you made yourself at home. This brings a strange little smile to her face. She curls a lock of hair around her finger.
I'm not even sure at this point. Haven't been keeping track, you know? Everybody loves me so much out here. I guess I kinda got lost in all of it sometimes. The curse of being popular, you know? I force a smile. Right. Hey, talk about night and day. Here, Iggy and I were treated like public enemies #1 and #2 the moment we arrived. Genzo's eyes go wide. Gidget just shrugs. Oh, that'll happen, I suppose. Only enough room for one goddess down here. Probably saw you as anomalies to be eliminated. She says nonchalantly. I'm just joking, of course. Okay.
Of course.
But now you're here. Right where you're meant to be, So you can just relax.
The way her eyes go razor focused at this, staring straight through me, sends a chill up my spine, and I have to turn my gaze away. Pretty sure Iggy's not meant to be anywhere. Kenzo grumbles, nursing his beer. He can make his own goddamn decisions.
That's so. Didn't seem like you were giving him much of a chance to make his own decisions earlier.
What are you talking about?
Practically throwing yourself at him up here. It's disgusting is what it is, leading him away from everyone so you can have him all to yourself.
I took the guy to the fucking bench. Is that a crime? You tired him out with all your fucking Wonderland next top model bullshit. All I can do is look back and forth between them with each new riposte, my brows reaching for my hairline.
Who knows what else you've already done to him? Probably turned him against me, got him all confused.
Oh gee. Genzo's face twists in disbelief. He raises his hands, glancing around the room as though looking for some kind of fleeting explanation. Turn him against... What am I? The Pied fucking Piper? Gidget leaps to her feet, slamming her fans down on the table.
Even know what I've had to go through? What I've had to do? The sacrifices I've had to make? What have you done, Genzo? You're nothing but a drunken loser who never went to college.
She gestures towards him with a fling of her wrist.
I mean, just look at what you've done to yourself. You can't even take care of yourself, let alone someone else.
The color drains from Genzo's face. He simply sits there, frozen. Sure. I have no idea what any of this is about, but just so you know, Genzo's done a whole fucking lot. He started up his own business for crying out loud. Genzo glances at me for the briefest of moments, his lips pressed tight.
As if that's hard.
Gidget just huffs.
You did the same thing. Besides, his is just a shitty little shop no one cares about.
That's not true. A lot of... It's okay, Iggy. Genzo winces, smiles, scratches the back of his neck. I don't even know why we're arguing, to be honest. This is stupid. Gidget smiles, but it's not a friendly smile. Her eyes narrow into slits, and she brings a hand to her mouth with a tiny giggle.
More like pointless, really. But yes, this is supposed to be a happy occasion, yeah? You two joining me down here, we should be celebrating.
She slides back into her seat and crosses her legs with an over-embellished swoop. I don't miss the way the side of her foot brushes against my calf in the process. On the opposite end of the table, Genzo is staring down into his beer. He seems to have lost his earlier enthusiasm. I wonder why.
Now where were we, huh? Oh, right, your plans, of course. You are gonna stay here with me, yes? You'd absolutely love it here.
I stuck my lower lip up between my teeth. That's not really... I mean, we thought we'd look for...
You absolutely must see the studio. I still can't believe what they were able to do with it in such a short amount of time. Absolutely breathtaking optics.
Gidget, we're not...
Then of course there's the housing situation. I'm sure we can work something out. I mean, you can always just stay with me, but I'm not sure what we'll do with...
Gidget! Gidget just blinks, smiles, cocks her head.
What is it, Iggy?
I throw a glance at Genzo for help, but for once in his life, he's silent, looking mildly as though someone just killed his dog. I open my mouth, then wince and bring a hand to my forehead. There's a weird sort of panic building up in the base of my gut. This is all getting too much. The walls suddenly feel closer, a lot closer, and my mouth feels like it's been stuffed full of cotton balls. Beads of sweat are already starting to gather on the back of my neck.
Are you alright?
Gidget's brows form two twin arcs. Then she leans forward, one hand sliding across the table to find my wrist.
You poor thing. I know. They must have been very confusing and overwhelming for you. But don't worry. Everything will be fine now.
Her fingers run up the skin of my arm.
I'll take care of you now.
That's...
Why don't I get both of you rooms for the night,
I nod in spite of myself. I am tired, exhausted even, and the bed sounds absolutely delightful right about now.
Oh, perfect. Come on, come then.
She rises to her feet with a sickly sweet smile, the hand on my wrist moving to my upper arm to tuck me up. As soon as I stand with a wobble, she laces her arm in mine. I can feel her chest pushing up against my skin.
Let's go get the keys from Mrs. Graham.
She leans me over the counter, Genzo following reluctantly behind. She seems positively giddy, giving my arms a little squeeze, then snaking her hand in mine and intertwining our fingers. I try to jerk it away, only for her fingers to clamp down so hard it's like my hand is in a vice. I bite down on my lip until I can taste blood.
2 keys, please, Mrs. Graham. These 2 gentlemen would like to stay the night.
Of course, dear. The woman behind the counter smiles and procures 2 sets of keys from the back wall, placing them in Gidget's outstretched hand.
They can stay as long as they'd like.
Then we're headed upstairs, up and away from the sounds of the bar, and into a quiet hallway lined with doors. Gidget twists one of the keys into a door on the right and pops it open.
Here you go, Genzo. This is your room.
Oh? Genzo scratches at his neck.
I mean, if you want to keep drinking, that's also fine. But at least now you have your room and keys, Iggy and I are going to retire, though.
Is that so? Genzo's gaze goes to me now, looking for confirmation. I mean, I am pretty tired. At this point, I just want to get inside my room, close the door, and go to sleep. And if that means playing along with Gidget until she gives me the keys, then so be it. I think we'll all feel a little better, I think we'll all feel a lot better in the morning.
Quite right. Both of you need your rest.
Gidget just nods, then stares pointedly at Genzo. Right. Genzo just mumbles, but he starts toward the open door. I guess, good night, guys. He takes one last glance at us, then disappears inside the room. Gidget immediately begins tugging me further down the hall.
Your room is this way, Iggy.
Thank God, I'm just about spent.
I can only imagine.
Mom, come pick me up, I'm so fucking scared. He bites the inside of his mouth a lot, yeah. Man, Iggy, I'd hate to be your dentist. She unlocks a third door on the left, popping open the door and revealing a cozy room outfitted with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. Something about the sight of it makes me instantly relax. Soon I'll be alone. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. I tug myself away from her grip and step inside. Thanks for everything. This is really, nice. Gidget just smiles and walks in after me. Oh, I press my lips together. She shuts the door behind us. Pinpricks of sweat begin to form across my forehead, and I can feel my throat start to go dry. Gidget, I mean, I'm sorry if I gave you maybe some kind of wrong impression, but I really just wanted to sleep.
It's okay, Iggy. You're confused. I know.
She takes a step toward me. No, actually, I'm not. I do just want to sleep. I take a step back. No confusion there. I raise my arms in what I hope is a harmless gesture of comical misunderstanding. Gidget just shakes her head. There's a strange look of pity in her eyes.
Oh, Iggy, you poor thing. But it's okay. You're with me now. Everything's going to be just fine.
Everything's, already fine. I shoot a glance toward the door. Something's not right. Something's not right. Or at least it will be tomorrow, after I've had a good night's sleep in this bed, all by myself. I start sneaking in the direction of the door, slowly, carefully.
I'll train you, Iggy, rebuild you from the ground up. Then you won't have to be confused anymore. You'll know exactly what you want.
I don't want to be here! She brings her hands to her cheeks and smiles. In a pose that I've definitely seen somewhere else before. That smile. There's something wrong with it. The music, too. Yeah. Something that shakes me to the very core of my being. The tendrils of panic tickling my diaphragm suddenly clamp around my heart, and I feel the air leave my lungs. I need to get out. I need to get out! I twist toward the door, grab the handle, wrench it open. But what greets me on the other side isn't the empty hallway. Oh my god! No! Not the pre-zombie zombies! Instead, one filled with eager smiles, hungry eyes, and reaching hands. The group of fans from the table downstairs. They're crowding the door. What? And the second the door is open, they come pouring inside. What the fuck? I jump back. But they come too quickly, and too many of them, practically fighting over themselves to come at me. They grab my arms, legs, latching onto my thighs, toppling me to the ground with a dull thud. And as much as I fight and kick and push and shove, I can't get them off. Can't get out from under them.
Oh, you're too kind, darlings.
Gidget smiles. stretches across her entire face now, and she bites down almost hungrily on her bottom lip.
The best fans a goddess can ask for.
She sighs in a barely restrained delight.
Raise him up for me, will you? I want to see his face.
The arms clamped down on me begin tugging, pulling me up and away from the floor. I feel my arms get yanked back as a new pair of hands grabs my curls and twists my head upwards.
Beautiful.
Another sigh. Gidget's face is flush pink.
Perhaps too beautiful, yes.
A frown.
That's why others want to take you for their own. We can't have that now, can we? You're mine and mine alone, Iggy.
She giggles, then dances off toward the desk. When she returns, she's holding a pair of scissors. No, please, I have PTSD. Gidget, please, we can't. But another jerk of my head cuts my words short. Tears spring to my eyes as I grit down on my teeth.
Too beautiful. What can we do about that, Iggy?
She practically sings. With a flash, she reaches forward and grabs a chunk of my hair, twisting it upward painfully.
Let's start here, shall we?
Then she begins to cut. She slices the blades through chunks of my hair in great, greedy handfuls, laughing and squealing as the several curls fall to the floor. No! My head is wrenched left then right, her fingers tugging and pulling as the scissors snip and snap and send more and more errant pieces flying. She suddenly stops, grabs my cheeks.
Beautiful.
She stares into my eyes, face practically radiating heat.
Beautiful.
Then smashes her mouth against mine in a bruising kiss. In that second, I can't breathe, can't see, can't even think. She moans, sucking on my lips, my gums, my tongue. Then, as quickly as she started, she pulls away, breath hot.
Too beautiful.
She reels her hand back and backhands me across the face. Ow! The impact sends my head reeling and stars dancing across my eyes. Her hands go back to my cheeks, and the reddened bump forming across the skin.
A beautiful color.
She slaps me again, harder, laughing and squealing. My face is burning, throbbing.
More color.
Well, I mean, they do say that, like, you know, slapping your cheeks gives you a natural blush. The beauty guru community would go crazy over that. Sorry. She grabs my cheeks, clawing at them, digging her nails into the skin and pinching, clamping the skin between her fingers. Oh god! Then her thumbs go to my eyes. Mom? Will you come pick me up? This wasn't how it's supposed to go. My head snaps backwards. Fuck, it hurts. Deeper into the sockets, digging straight into my brain. It hurts! I open my mouth with a noiseless scream as every nerve comes across my face, my scalp, sends electric shocks straight to my brain. I can feel my eyes popping. Bright white light flashing, blinding. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Gidget's grip loosens instantly, and my head slumps downward. I can't see anything at first. Everything is black. I was gonna make a joke. It's like, oh, Genzo, how the tables have turned. But I feel like that's really mean. Then slowly the light returns, blurry and warped and red. Filled with red. Hot liquid seeps up from the corner of my eyes to glide down my stinging cheeks. One time I'm very thankful for the sensei. Hey, Iggy, just wanted to check if you were doing okay. It's Genzo. My muscles snap back into motion on instinct, head rising and lips parting. But Gidget's arm slams against my face before I can get a sound out. Her palm finds my mouth, and she wrenches my head toward her body.
Everything's fine, Genzo. Iggy's already asleep. He was so exhausted after our activity.
I blink against the tears and blood pooling in my eyes, struggling to breathe. Oh. Genzo's voice sounds so small. Okay, I'll see you both in the morning then. Help! He's leaving. I've got to do something, and I've got to do it now. Otherwise, I don't give myself a chance to complete that thought. Instead, releasing what little strength I have left in one concentrated burst and twisting against Gidget's grip. The sudden movement must throw her off guard. Because in the next second, I feel the cool air of freedom on my lips. Genzo! I pulled out. Genzo! I'm jerked backwards before I have a chance to finish. Gidget's fingers clamp so tightly around my jaw, I swear her nails are liable to pierce clean through my cheeks. It's silent for a moment. Then, was that Iggy? I clench my eyes shut, willing him to stay, willing him to try to press further. Gidget just laughs, clearly doing her best to stay cheery.
Oh, the poor dear. Having a nightmare is all. Must be reliving one of your horrifying encounters.
Really, Pop? Oh my god. She reaches her head back with a painful twist for emphasis. Oh, okay. And make sure he gets plenty of sleep, yeah? He looks exhausted.
Oh, of course I will. I'll take good care of him.
A pause. Okay. Good night, then. Gidget doesn't bother responding this time. I see her listening for him to walk away before she finally releases her grip. I choke, cough, stretch my jaw. Before I even have a chance to fully recover, she backhands me across the face.
You little bitch!
Her pupils have shrunk to the size of pinpricks in their sockets, her eyes clouded with rage. No, Gidget. She grabs my hair with an agonizing twist, jerking my head backward. But even as she glares down at me, her face is already softening. She sighs, her lips curling into a smile.
It's okay. You don't know any better.
She bites down on her lip.
But that's what I'm here for, to teach you.
She moves back and gestures towards the floor. Her fans respond by pushing me down onto my back. I don't have the energy for more than a half-hearted squirm as they hold my arms and legs down against the polished wood. Gidget crawls on top of me, scissors in hand as she straddles my waist. I feel myself start to snake as she leans forward, chest flush with my own.
Sweet little Iggy. It's just too tempting, isn't it? Being naughty.
She runs a hand through my hair, then glides it down the side of my face before gripping my jaw. She squeezes it, sending my lips out in a comical pout.
Shh, I know. I'll make it easier for you. Then you'll never be tempted again.
Her face monopolizes my vision, her smile searing itself into my brain. She squeezes harder, popping my jaw forward with a snap, then quickly reaches inside with her other hand, pinching my tongue between her fingers and yanking it out past my lips. Oh no. No! I try to scream. My lost energy comes back in a flash of adrenaline, and I'm struggling, squirming, pushing against her. But the fans hold my arms and legs down tight, and my vision quickly blurs with tears of frustration.
Don't worry. This will only take a second.
Censored of film. She sighs almost lovingly, face flushed, then brings the scissors up and snaps the blades down around my tongue. Oh god. It separates with a revolting squelch. The pain is immediate. My back arches as a strangled cry wrenches itself from out my throat. My tongue. I can't breathe. Can't even think. It's gone. Gone. Is this the game over or I don't know. Where am I going? Where are we going? I want to go home. Blood fills my mouth, bubbling over and past my lips, choking and hot. I cough and send giant clots down my chin and across Gidget's face. Yeah, right, I don't want to continue the game with, my tongue missing. But this only delights her further. She holds the fleshy pink triangle up with a giggle, giving it a playful flick.
There, see? Now we won't have any more incidents.
But I'm past even understanding what she's saying at this point. I gurgle, retch. A low groan shudders in my lungs and up through my throat. Another cough. The blood is everywhere now, coating my cheeks in dark, thick clumps and rolling down my chin and neck. My groan builds, low and guttural, and punctuated by hacking splutters. This makes Gidget's smile fall. Her eyes flash and she jerks forward to grab my soggy collar.
Shut up! It doesn't hurt that bad!
I don't shut up. I can't shut up. My whole face, my whole head feels like it's being zapped with 1,000 volts again and again. The bloody stump on my tongue continues to pump out blood with painful pounding pulses that echo in my brain.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! You're supposed to be quiet now!
Gidget. She cuts off her tongue and she's like, oh my god, I didn't give him permission to die! She slams my back into the floor, but all it does is expel more gooey clots from my mouth. My moan continues, morphing into a hoarse wail. She looks panicked now. She sits up, looking towards the door, looks at me, looks at the scissors. Then, with a throaty cry, stabs the scissors straight into my temple. Okay. My body goes as stiff as a rod, and the moan stops. I don't feel it. I don't feel anything. Just pressure. Enormous pressure on the side of my head. The tears return, filling up my sockets as my vision warbles into indecipherable blobs.
I'm sorry, Iggy.
I can't make out Gidget's face anymore, only a dark shadow looming closer and closer.
But you just wouldn't be quiet.
She tugs the blades back out with a pulpy pop. My brain's gonna spill out on the floor. But it's not something I'll have to worry about for long. Already, the world is starting to turn dark. I can't even cough anymore. The blood from my tongue oozes down the back of my throat, pooling in my lungs.
At least now you can be with me forever,
Gidget's voice coos from somewhere in the darkness.
I'll take good care of you, Iggy.
I feel her hand on the side of my head. One of her fingers begins wriggling its way inside the weeping hole. That's when my eyes finally roll back, and everything goes dark. I never thought that first arc Gidget would seem sane fucking person. Actually, though. Unfortunately, you were skull searched. Yeah, among other things. But they have always said trepanning is good for the brain. What? Would you like to restart for me? Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. He just grips loosens, blah blah blah. I need to do something, he's gonna leave, and yet something sparks in the back of my mind. The keenest sense of deja vu, coupled with a searing pain in my temple. I feel like I've tried this before. But I can't just let him leave, can I? He may be my only way out of this. Yeah. I guess we have to stay quiet instead. But, you know, this is for the people at home, the audience back at home. If you are in a situation, hopefully not in a situation like this, but in some situation where you're being attacked or anything like that, it is best to just scream, yeah. Because, like, most of the times, you just want to alert someone. Scream bloody murder, yeah. Trepanning is some old medicine thing, like when they were doing leeches. Oh, okay. Basically knocking a hole in your skull for reasons. They're like, if we touch the brain, maybe we can fix it. I see. Okay. Alright, anyway, we stay quiet. That feeling of impending dread is too strong. So, as hard as it is, I stay quiet. Instead, clenching my eyes shut in futile despair and hoping to someone, somewhere, that this is the right choice. If there even is a right choice. Don't do that to me, game. They're like, oops, both ends lead to a game over. What are you gonna do now? Go back to last choice? What last choice? Help. Okay. Gidget runs a hand through my choppy, jagged hair. Again and again.
There. He's gone now. Don't you worry. He wants to take you for himself, you see. But you're safe here. Safe with me.
She laughs, a delighted trill that thrums against my face.
Besides, look at you now.
She pushes my head back, looking down at me, her eyes sunken and wild. Oh god. Act 2 over, back to your room. Then presses her thumbs against my bruised cheeks, pulling back the skin, forcing my lips into a stretched smile. Blood from my eyes oozes across her fingers.
No one would like you now. Ugly little Iggy. Except for me, that is. Now that I'm the only one there for you, the only one who'd ever care for you. You'll be mine forever. My own little Iggy.
She dips her head forward and traces her tongue up the side of my nose, all the way to my forehead, smearing blood all up along the path. Ew. Gidget, I finally managed to eke out, my voice hoarse and strained. Do you want to know how I got these scars? Like, I'm gonna have to see my optometrist again. Maybe get new glasses. She quit. Oh god.
Hush now,
she coos, then traces her tongue downward, past my lips and chin, down the side of my neck. I feel her slide up and down and up, blah 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 blah. I feel her slide up and onto my lap, straddling my hips. Blood decorates her lips, her chin.
Aren't you a man? This is what you're supposed to want.
She tugs at my collar, giggling against my skin, then lets her fingers start to trace down my chest.
Or perhaps it's just that you haven't been with me yet.
Down, down, down. My stomach recoils at the touch, sending the fabric of my shirt fluttering.
Is that it, Iggy? Have you been saving yourself for me?
Is this what I'm supposed to want? My breath hitches, and I feel my throat constrict with a painful twist.
You're so sweet, Iggy. To think you'd do something like that for me.
Now her fingers are on the fly of my pants. Hugging. Hugging. She leans in close, whispering right next to my ear.
I've been saving myself for you, too.
Gidget, no. A sudden crack snaps my brain back to attention. From the window. The glass is cracking? But I don't have to ponder absurdity of it for long, because in the next second... You broke in through a window? What? Then maybe he spotted us through the window? The entire pane of glass comes buckling forward, and the figure comes barreling through to fall with a jounce onto the bed. Fuck! Not the best idea I ever had! Genzo wipes at the shards of glass littering his arms and legs, only to freeze when he sees what's happening in the middle of the room. What the fuck? What? Wait, why were you coming? Whatever. He missed us. Genzo, not Genzo. Gidget spins around, blood dribbling down her lips and face twisted. He's mine! She shouted to her. She stumbled to her feet. You can't have him! Then lurches towards him. Genzo looks left, then right, frantically searching. He yanks his cap off his head and uses it like an oven mitt to grab one of the larger shards of glass atop the bed, wielding it like a dagger. Gidget crawls up onto the bed, growling and snarling and reaching towards him. He responds with a slash that slices through her arms and hands, blood splattering against the wall. What? But this doesn't seem to hinder her. Oh god. She launches herself straight at him, on top of him, slamming her fists into his chest and clawing at his face. I can't tell who's winning. All I see is a mess of flying arms and legs. The bed bounces, creaks. Skin slapping on skin. Out of context, that would be never mind. Frightened yelps and growls. Finally, Genzo lets out a yell and rolls over, taking her with him, spinning until they both fall to the floor with a thud. Gidget suffers the brunt of it, her head cracking against the floorboards. And Genzo takes this opportunity to grab her, yank her to her feet, and position the shard of glass just beneath her throat. He turns to me, to us, to the rabid group of fans I can hear hissing in fear at the sight of their idol in danger. Let him go. Genzo's voice is strangely calm. He presses the tip of the glass shard into Gidget's neck. Let him go or I'll kill her! There's a moment of hesitation, of uncertainty. Then I feel the bruising grips on my arms and legs begin to loosen, to fall away. I slump to the ground with a cough. Step back! Another jab of the glass. When they don't move, he takes a step forward, wrenching Gidget tighter in his grip. I said, step back! The fans finally do as he says, hissing as they retreat to the far wall, almost like cornered snakes. Gidget laughs, a low, throaty chuckle.
Aren't you sweet? The gallant savior. We both want the same thing.
He shakes her so hard her head snaps back with a jolt. Are you done? This is met with another giggle. Then, Iggs, can you walk? I stumble to my feet, head spinning. Sorry, I read your comment late. My vision is still blurry, but I nod my head all the same, limping toward him. Genzo must get a good look at me for the first time, because his eyes go wide with concern. Look.
Oh, Iggy, sweet little Iggy. You don't want to leave me, do you, Iggy?
Gidget coos. Genzo ignores her and nods his head in the direction of the door. I take the hint. You know, Gidge, this has been great and all, but I think we're gonna have to take a rain check, Genzo says. Then shoves her toward the bed and takes off. Go, 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 go! The two of us go streaking out the door and back into the hallway, even as Gidget's laughter pierces the silence behind us.
I'm coming for you, Iggy. Just you wait. You will be mine.
Another shriek of laughter. We make it to the stairs, stumble down to the first floor. The music is still playing. The patrons are still We look up as we brace and shove and push our way through.
Just when we make it to the door, Gidget appears at the top of the steps, pointing down at us and flanked by her groupies. Get them, you idiots! That's an order from your queen!
Shit, 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 shit!
We practically fly outside, out into the night air, the sound of mugs slamming and chairs scooting right behind us.
To the pier, come on! Ginzo, yes, he says that. I go careening after him, staggering and lurching, one hand to my head to keep the world from spinning. Around the next corner, my legs twist over themselves, give out, and send me face first into the brick. Fuck! Genzo rounds back, yanking up my shirt, tugging on my arms. I must do some mental calculations at that point, as he looks at me, looks behind us. Because in the next moment, he's got my thigh and has me scooped up and over his shoulder, huffing and puffing and dashing down the street toward the pier as I hold on for dear life. It's a good thing you're light as a stick, he gasps out between breaths. We don't have too far to go, just down the winding road. But already I can hear the footsteps behind us, lots of footsteps, and shouts too. I don't dare look up, instead keeping my eyes clenched shut and my fingers clamped in the fabric of Genzo's jacket. Once I hear the gentle slap of water, I know we've reached the pier. Genzo stops momentarily, turning first right, then left. He starts forward again, towards the edge, towards the water. You're gonna have to jump for me, Eggs. My heart skips a beat, but I brace myself all the same. And in the next instant, Genzo drops me to the ground. Not quite undead, that's true. At least they're not zombies. And at least Gidget is alive this time. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it might be a good thing. I look forward just in time to see the little blue sloop from earlier. Genzo already at work at the rope, keeping it tied to the dock. I should have just jumped in, no questions asked. But in that one overly curious moment, I glance behind us and instantly freeze. The whole town is racing down the road after us. Their feet slam against the brick, arms raised, shouts and yells and whoops and hollers ripped from their mouths. It's like the entire army of the apocalypse is bearing down on us, ready to rend us limb from limb. Get in! I hear Genzo's voice, but it doesn't register. He's got the rope untied, but I can't seem to move. All I can do is stare at the teeming, writhing mob barreling towards us. God fucking damn it! That's the last thing I hear. Before Genzo football tackles me, square across the middle, both of us flying off the edge of the pier and landing hard on the bottom of the boat. My head rings, vision swaying, air knocked from my lungs, and hovering somewhere up above my gasping lips. Ugh! I hear Genzo groan. He's got his head clenched in his hands and is curled into a ball next to me. But we're moving. Away from the pier, away from the throng of angry townspeople. As my gaze clears, I can see them standing on the edge and shouting at us, shaking their fists as we float away. Genzo pushes himself to his feet and raises his own fist in return. Yeah, good riddance! I, however, stay down. The panic has finally begun to recede, but it leaves a hole in its place. A strange hole that leaves me somehow hollow, empty, feeling nothing and everything all at once. I raise my hand. It's shaking. Why is it shaking? Then the tears come, blurring my eyes, hot and stinging as they pool beneath my eyelids and wind rivers down my cheeks. And wind? But Genzo rubs his face, repositions his cap before returning his attention to me. He immediately blanches. Fuck, eggs. He starts as he kneels down beside me, voice catching. What did she do to you? I can only look at him. Look at him as though I don't know who he is. Oh, I don't even know who he is. My chest's so tight I can't breathe. True. And Orlom survived the surf cycles too. Maybe the goal is for everyone to live, ideally intact. Yeah, I also kind of got that feeling. Though the thing is, basically, there's a lot of like unresolved things that are happening around here. So I feel like, you know, when those things do resolve, everything will start to look better. It's also interesting how Gidget is kind of like a queen of that town, and then Orlom is the king of Wonderland, I guess. It's also and on top of that, it's like um, both Gidget and Orlon's, I guess, like primary anger anger reasons for their uh situation, at least in their minds, is because of Iggy and Genzo, respectively. So interesting. And Bucks just wants to be left alone, yeah. Well, Bucks is Bucks is in a very difficult situation. Bucks it seems like Bucks just needs to grow up or something and suck it in and be like, yeah, being an adult means that you're not gonna have fun 24/7. But it feels kind of defeatist, I guess. I'm not quite sure how Bucks is gonna turn out. But yeah. Anyway, I'm surprised that our eyes are okay. Genzo cleans me up as well as he can, using water from the lake to wipe at the blood on my cheeks and dab at my eyes. I can't even imagine what I must look like. And my vision still seems off. Everything has a sort of hazy outline to it, and it's hard to focus. Okay, never mind, our eyes are not that okay. Then we try to sleep. There's nothing else to do. Nothing but float. Float and wait. I close my eyes against the darkness, against the chill of the night air. But every time I do, I can see her face. I can see those eyes devouring me and feel those thumbs digging into my brain.
You'll be mine forever, my own little Iggy.
I gasp, open my eyes, looking up into the sky and the sea of stars. My body shivers. I push myself up to a seat, leaning forward on my knees. A chill sweeps up my arms and down my back. I can see Genzo curled up on the other side of the boat. He's got his arms crossed in front of him, and he's using his cap as a pillow, snoring softly. I move before I have a chance to think about it, crawling over, my fingers trembling against the cold plastic of the boat beneath them. Genzo, I whisper, my voice swallowed up by the blackness. It leaves a hollow lump in the base of my throat, and I suddenly feel incredibly exposed. Hmm? Genzo shifts, squinting up at me. He starts to get up, a look of worry crossing his face. I don't say anything. I throw one last glance back at the spot I had vacated moments earlier. Then lie down next to him in silence, my forehead just barely touching his shoulder. I feel Genzo tense next to me. Is this okay? I ask softly, hesitantly. He swallows hard. Of course, as long as it's okay with you. I let out a shuddered breath and close my eyes. Genzo finally seems to relax next to me. He lies back down, shifts again. When I creak one eye open to check, he seems to be struggling with where to put his hand. It hovers in the air momentarily, then rests on the ground between us. Finally, he curls it up into the crook of his elbow, placing his arm across his chest. Sorry. My eyes flutter close again. And this time, I don't see her. We float across the water the rest of the night. When I finally creak, my bleary eyes open again, it's morning. The sun is well overhead, and we're surrounded by nothing but blue as far as the eye can see. Genzo is already up, examining a pile of spare boards at the bottom of the boat. He looks tired, but smiles all the same when he sees me awake. We take turns rowing using the boards. I'm unsure if it does anything, but it at least feels more productive than sitting there twiddling our thumbs. We don't speak about what happened. That would make it too real. Instead, we sit mostly in silence, rowing, resting, watching the sun rise overhead, then begin its slow descent back down. The sky had just started to turn a soft shaded pink. It's yellow. Sorry. When Genzo makes a noise. He points in the direction we're floating. Spires on the horizon. Land. I smile in spite of myself. Thank fucking God. We've both set to rowing now, anxious to be back on solid ground despite the fear of what might await us. Nothing could top what just happened at this point. Right? Right. Right! The floating spires turn out to be attached to a castle, a large castle. And as we rowed closer, it looms all the larger. Soaring walls, giant towers, twisting walkways, and glittering red peaks. Right. Genzo's silent as he looks up at it. I toss him a glance. Everything okay? Hmm? Oh, yeah. Everything's, red as rain. But I catch his smile falling once he thinks I've looked away. Genzo's like, is it getting hot around here? Okay. There's a scrapping rumble beneath us, and the boat slows to a stop. We've hit land. There's no dock or pier here. Instead, the lake simply glides up against a bank, almost like some kind of grassy beach. We hop out of the boat into the ankle-deep water and drag it the rest of the way. It's getting pretty dark now, and I'm not too keen on walking around this place at night. I pad further up onto the bank, my feet squishing inside my shoes. What now? Hang on. Weird place to stop, but I need water. Okay. Genzo wanders over. For a second, he looks at me as though he wants to say something. But he ultimately remains quiet. It's a semi-convenient point. I see him scratch at his calf with the side of his foot. We check out the town? I say, breaking the silence. There might be some place for us to get some sleep. God knows we could both use a soft bed at this point. Yeah. Well, come on now. Come on then. I start to turn away, only for Genzo to step forward and grab the sleeve of my shirt. Iggy, But he doesn't continue. He stands there a moment, his brow furrowed with his breath heavy. And I swear I catch the tiniest hint of pink on his cheeks. Then he seems to realize what he's doing, because his eyes go to the grip of his fingers on my sleeve, and he jerks away with a start. Sorry, he mumbles, gaze dropping to the ground. I raise a brow. What is it? Nothing, just me being stupid is all. But what else is new? Am I right or am I right? I blink. Right. Anyway, what were you saying? We find ourselves a place to shack up? Sounds great to me. God knows I'm about ready to lose my mind at this point. Just give me a few hours to not have to worry about whether or not... what? Just give me a few hours to not have to worry about whether or not my mom will have someone to take care of her in her ripe old age. I don't want to die, basically. God damn, is it getting dark out. Come on, Iggs, let's blow this popsicle stand before it's so dark we can't even see our own dicks. Your logically sound knight shall lead the way. I don't usually look at my dick. With that, he takes off. I watch him putter his way up the hill. What the fuck? But for multiple reasons, now's not exactly the best time for me to be mulling over the complexity of Genzo's deteriorating psyche. So with a little shake of my head, I start after him. Just over the hill is a small dirt path. It curves around a few fishing shacks before gradually morphing into a cobblestone road that leads towards the castle town we saw from the boat. It's eerily quiet, though. I don't spy a single soul beside the two of us. A stream is minimum 5 seconds. Oh no, what is it? Even the fishing shacks look abandoned, some of them standing with their doors wide open while others are completely boarded shut. The whole place looks deserted. Are we the only ones here? But Genzo is already a good couple of yards ahead of me. Okay. I'm not sure if he doesn't hear my comment or just doesn't acknowledge it. I jog to catch up, and I notice him start to walk just a little bit faster. He doesn't look at me. I chew on the inside of my cheek with a frown and simply fall into step behind him. At least it doesn't take long. Soon we make it to the town proper. There are more buildings here. Cozy cottages and apartments, quaint storefronts, airy cafe areas. And in the middle... oh my god. Okay, sorry. And in the middle of the main square, a fountain tinkling away. But it's equally as deserted as the fishing shacks. Nothing and no one in sight. Damn, this place is like a ghost town. There's gotta be someone here. Maybe we should, split up. Yeah, split up and look. Don't say anything for a moment. Genzo, you know that's a horrible idea, right? Then... What? My voice crackles with the squawk. There's not even anybody here. It'll be fine. What do you... What? That makes it... You do realize how that makes it worse, right? Hydration reading. Every time I cough, drink water. He was raised on Scooby-Doo. He's like, yeah, in the end, when we meet the king, Orlon will pull off his mask and reveal that it was actually just Orlon wearing Orlon. Besides, it'll take us forever to search this whole place if we don't. I guess? Okay, cool. Give me a shout if you find someone. Dude. I just stand there, watching him scuttle away. Sure, okay, I say through the empty air. I frown and scrape my feet over the cobblestones. Did I do something wrong? I try to replay our previous conversations in my head. I must have said something. Something really awkward, maybe. It wouldn't be the first time. But the idea that Genzo wouldn't want to be around me makes it feel like there's a big cold stone just sitting right smack in the middle of my gut. I give my hair a flurried tousle and let out a groan. I'm overthinking this. I should go search the town. The sooner we find someone, the sooner we'll get to rest, even if only for a bit. And so I wander off toward the nearby buildings. Hello? Hello? I peek my head into what looks like a deserted cafe. Anybody home? I step inside. The door clunks shut behind me. Oh god. It suddenly feels incredibly quiet. I poke out my bottom lip with a bemused glance about the premises. It's a cute cafe. Or at least it would be if it were dark and eerily deserted. I let myself amble somewhat aimlessly around the main dining area, almost as though making a show of searching for someone. But clearly my heart isn't really in the search. I sit down at one of the tables instead, rest my chin in my hands. Maybe he's really annoyed at me. I wouldn't blame him. I annoy myself all the time. I pause. Blink. I'm still thinking about him? What's wrong with me? I've never been so hung up on something like this in my life. Or someone. I mean, well, he did kind of just, like, leave without saying anything. I tap my finger idly on the marble surface of the table. It's true, my feelings toward Genzo are different than my feelings toward... Sorry, I'll be serious. My feelings toward Genzo are different than my feelings toward others. I feel very safe around him. Like I belong, somehow. It's the same thing I thought earlier, back in his shop. Being around him doesn't sap me of energy like it does with others. And when he smiles at me, it makes me happy. Happy? It makes me fucking ecstatic. I groan and rub at my face. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Why can't I have normal feelings, like a normal fucking human being? Everyone else in the entire world seems to have figured out this shit already. A sound outside catches my attention, and just as I turn my head, it grows from one lone clatter to a veritable cacophony. Cacophony. What the? I jolt from my chair, heart quickly leaping into overdrive. Then run toward the door, ear to the grain. The sounds continue. A scuffle of some sort, then abruptly come to a stop. I keen my ears, fingers trembling nervously against the wood of the door. Okay, you've got me. I surrender. Is this one of the rabbits?
Who are you? You don't look like one of the citizens here.
Whoa, easy on the goods. I like it rough, but not that rough.
Disgusting human. I'll take you in. His Majesty will love playing with you.
Genzo. I react before my brain has a chance to register what I'm doing. I storm straight out the door. Genzo! Only to instantly blanch. Oh. Hey guys! Genzo's being held aloft in the middle of the street by a duo of rabbit guards. I don't know why, but I keep forgetting that Genzo's extremely short. I'm like, wow. Look at the size of that man. Okay. Genzo's being held aloft in the middle of the street by a duo of rabbit guards. Extremely tall rabbit guards. Or maybe they're just tall in comparison to Genzo. Okay. And at my brazen entrance, all three set of eyes turn toward me.
Who's this one? Scrawny little guy, ain't he?
Genzo's face has gone white. That's, Then he seems to get an idea. Boys, you better watch out. I'm getting away. He begins to wriggle and tug against the rabbit's grip.
Stop that wiggling. 284, would you give me a hand? You know, I really wish you would just call me Jerry.
Both rabbits turn their attention back to Genzo. I can only imagine this was supposed to be some kind of distraction so I can run away. But fuck that! Head on a swivel, I searched my environs. I searched my environment for something long and hard. Okay. I'm sorry. My gaze lands on a rake, leaning up against the side of the cafe. Perfect. I grab it and let out a roar, then charge. Aww. The rabbits never see it coming. I whack him across the shoulders, their backs, their legs, again and again and again and again. One whip-like lash after the next, until my breath is run ragged and my voice hoarse. And when I finally pause to admire my handiwork, I see both of them just staring down at me in confusion, none the worse for wear. I like the look of the right rabbit. I see the yes, okay. Even Genzo is eyeballing me as though I just sprouted a second head. Shit. I readjust my grip on the handle of the rake. I have to try again! I raise the rake back above my head. Only for the nearest rabbit to swat me across the back with the flat side of the spear. The impact sends me straight to the ground. I last about a second after my skull hits the cobblestones. Then black out. Oh, good going, Iggy. Silly. I'm awoken from my stupor by a slap of marble against my face. I groan. He tried. You have to admire his effort. A tendril of drool works its way down between my lips to tickle the tire. Oh, not the tile. The tile! Who is tire? Iggs! A voice hisses next to me. And when I blearily sit up, I see Genzo with his arms behind his back, by one of the rabbit guards. Oh, held behind his back by one of the rabbit guards. One of the many rabbit guards. My eyes widen as I attempt to comprehend our situation. There's a whole circle of them surrounding us. And past them, the room opens up into a gigantic hall with ceilings that reach for the sky. I can only stare up in awe as I try to massage away the residual pain in my jaw. Iggy! Genzo hisses again, then tugs against the grip on his arms with a grunt. Let go of me, you overgrown Easter bunny! He manages to wiggle free with one last zealous heave and promptly faceplants on the floor. Apparently the guards don't actually care at this point because they don't try to re-grab him. Is you okay? He asks with a shake of his head before crawling over. That big lugabug whacked you a good one. I rub at the side of my head. I think so? Just a little out of it. I toss another glance around at our surroundings. Where are we? The big eyesore of a castle we saw on the way up. Somebody's clearly compensating for something with this place. Genzo's smile falls, then returns, then falls again. He scratches at his hair beneath his cap. You, attacked a 7-foot-tall rabbit with a broom for me. I stop, stare at him, feel my cheeks start to burn. It was a rake, actually. Right.
Attention!
A sudden screech from behind us nearly sends my hands to my ears, and the rabbits pull a quick synchronous salute that echoes off the walls. It's quiet for a moment. Then... oh no, the clapping hands again. The swivel chair, the pet cat, but the pet cat! It's...
Well.
From the far hallway, a small figure emerges, clapping its hands together slowly.
That was quite the show you put down in the village.
Oh no, he's back. It's Orlum. Fucking Orlum. Donning a gaudy as fuck crown, a red velvet cape with white and black fur, and escorted on either side by a pair of over-embellished rabbit attendants. My jaw drops nearly to the floor. Genzo wobbles to his feet. I can see him trying his hardest not to laugh. Well, that explains the aura of portentistical... What? I can't... Okay, well that explains the aura of Plus, dickhead dripping off the walls of this place.
As a pleasant a mouth as always, I see.
But what it doesn't explain is why the fuck you sent your long-eared flunkies after us. Or why the fuck? Do you even know how many times those things have tried to kill us?
Genzo, my dear, they're only doing their duty.
Orlam oozes over and loops an arm around Genzo's shoulder.
Their constant surveillance is essential to the smooth operation of this kingdom. After all, we wouldn't want any miscreants running amok down here, now would we?
He gives Genzo's nose a sardonically affectionate squeeze at this. Genzo looks about 50 shades of uncomfortable. I guess not.
Besides, I am a busy man. I can't keep track of everything my men do out there. Let me make it up to you,
Orlam leans in so close, it's a wonder their foreheads don't touch. Before just as abruptly pulling away and raising his fingers with a snap.
Guards, get them cleaned up, won't you? Would you? I want them looking spotless for the feast tonight.
As he glides away, and as his set of rabbit attendants scurry forward, bobbing and bowing and ushering us off. It's all I can do to show Genzo a look of sheer bewilderment at this rapid-fire series of developments. What? The actual... Fuck. Yes, the feast. Oh boy. Alright. Fuck. Never in my life have I felt more exposed. Standing in the middle of the tub with my arms raised, I eye my rabbit attendant warily as he scrubs me down. Is this really necessary? I asked, trying to disguise the tremor in my voice as I watch him tackle my thighs.
Stand still!
I jerk back to detention and spend the rest of the bath with my eyes trained on the far wall. Once the cleansing has finished, I feel as though I've lost about 3 layers of skin. I'm toweled off and dressed in a thick white robe. Thanks to the large vanity where the curls are blown dry, and I'm giving a choice view of the state of my face for the first time. I grimace in the mirror. My eyes are a strange mixture of purple and red and dark, like 2 sunken holes in the middle of my face. And they're surrounded by thick purplish brown rings that make me look like some kind of degenerate raccoon. My cheeks are lined with more bruises, a strange mixture of green, purple, and brown dotted with dark red scabs. My attendant finishes brushing out my now fuzzy hair, and I place my glasses back on my nose. Thankfully, their thick frames hide some of the damage. There's a knock at the door, and another rabbit enters the room, holding a neatly folded set of clothes. It takes me a second to realize they're my own. Wait, when did you... They've been cleaned and dried and perfectly pressed. I have no idea how. I couldn't have been in the bath longer than 20 minutes. I'm given no explanation, of course. Instead, I shuffle back over to the changing area, where my attendant promptly sets to work fitting me into the newly cleaned attire. I raise my arms and he tugs my shirt over my head, smoothing it carefully across my front and back, then tugs me into my pants and cinches the waist tight with the clasp. Infantilized doesn't even come close to how this entire situation has made me feel. Once I'm finally finished, my attendant leads me back out into the hall. Genzo and his attendant emerge from the door on the opposite side at almost exactly the same time. He looks disturbed. Was that the weirdest fucking day you've ever experienced, or did they do something different to you? Right. You mean with the bathing and everything? Yes. And his eyes grow sharp. Nobody did anything to you, did they? I blink, look away. My cheeks feel warm. No, it was fine. Just a little uncomfortable, but that was all. I see him chew on the inside of his cheek as he looks at me. Finally, he gives my shoulder a little squeeze of reassurance. You're safe now, yeah? Not that I really trust that fucker downstairs, but what's the worst he could do? Weird us the fuck out like normal? I simply nod. The cold sense of dread clutching at my bowels has yet to fully recede, but I can feel its grip loosen somewhat. Move along! One of the attendants barks from behind us, which sends us scuttling back into gear and moving quickly down the hallway. Okay. As we're descending the steps, Genzo starts to fidget. Hey, sorry about earlier. I try to turn, but my rabbit attendant gives me an impatient shove from behind to keep me moving. Back in the town. Needed some time to think is all. It's fine. It was a good idea to split up, I said quickly, waving my hands in dismissal. Genzo just winces. And when we reach the bottom of the stairs, he turns his attention to our increasingly grandiose surroundings. Titanic-sized flags line either side of the corridor, almost as though welcoming a colossal beast. and a brilliant red carpet bisects the middle, leading the way to an equally as impressive door. Jesus. Two rabbit attendants step to the side as the doors open on their own like magic. Here we go again, revealing an enormous golden ballroom. At its center, a long table piled high with some of the most opulent food I've ever seen in my life. My eyes practically bug out of my head. But even as I eye the food, I can feel a gurgle of disquietude bubbling up inside my gut. Next to me, Genzo doffs his cap and holds it to his chest. Mary, Mother of Jesus.
Hungry, gentlemen? You have walked an awful long way. You deserve a treat.
Genzo twitches. I'm not even going to comment on how weirdly sexual that sounded. Okay. Orlam just smiles, his already heavy-lidded eyes squinting further in amusement.
Yes, everything is sex to you, isn't it? You have always liked to have your cake and eat it too.
Oh, because you're the patron saint of purity. Orlam ignores him. He ambles over and throws his arm around both of our shoulders.
Come, enough loitering around in this drafty doorway like a bunch of simpletons. My chef has put a lot of heart into this meal. Haha, you see what I did there? With the heart and the pun and what you already know about people and... okay. It would do him a disservice to let it get cold.
Genzo winces, but allows himself to be guided toward the table all the same. It is a rather tempting sight. Sorry. Hang on. Okay. We're seated on either side of the table, more sets of rabbit attendants scurrying to ready our chairs. Orlam himself sits at the end of the table in an extravagant throne that looks like it could fit 5 of him inside of it. He leans back amongst the piles of cushions and blankets lining the seat, chin balanced on his palm. Then raises his arm in the air and snaps his finger. One of the rabbit attendants waiting outside the far door darts over and places a golden wine glass in his outstretched hand, and immediately fills it. Orlam swirls it, takes a sip, glances at us, while simply watching him in awkward disbelief. He waves a hand in exasperation.
Eat, eat!
I snap my head back toward the food. I am hungry, famished even, but something about the food seems off. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Something tingling in the back of my brain like a dream fizzling on the edge of my consciousness. I shake my head. Now's not the time to let myself get discontented from reality. We need to eat, if only to regain our strength. With only a slight pause, I reach forward and begin grabbing some of the best-looking items off the table, filling my plate. Oh no, are we still gonna eat? Kenzo snorts as he forks a giant slice of roast and rips half of it off with his teeth. He doesn't seem at all concerned about the food, if the giant pile on his plate is any indication. You sure got everyone whipped around here.
I mean, what do you expect? I am the king. I can do whatever I want and no one's going to stop me.
He takes another gulp of his wine.
It feels good to be respected for once.
How do links work here? It should, I think. I poke at my potatoes and watch the gravy run over the side and onto my asparagus. When I glance back up, Orlan's looking at me. Nice. He's got that little grin again, almost as though he can somehow feel my growing discomfort. I bring a spoonful of stuffing to my mouth.
Haircut, Iggy?
What? I promptly choke around the spoon.
Your hair. I couldn't help but notice it's lacking its usual volume. A bit choppy, though. You should go to someone else next time.
I drop my gaze back to my plate and swallow the stuffing with an over-exaggerated gulp. Right, yeah. Orlam rests his chin on his fist with a snicker.
At any rate, can I get you gentlemen some wine?
His arm goes up before we have a chance to respond. Another snap sends 2 rabbit attendants to the table with ready glasses to serve us. I'm not really sure I should be drinking alcohol right now, but I also don't really feel I'm in a position to say no. Oh, but sure. Don't mind if I do. Genzo promptly downs about half his glass in one gulp. I just look at mine in growing discomfort. The deep red color makes it look like blood. My stomach twists. I turn my gaze back to Orlom instead. He's not looking at me anymore, or the food. In fact, his eyes are focused on Genzo. He's staring at Genzo, leaning forward, chin in hand, grinning from ear to ear. His gaze follows Genzo's every move, from the movement of the wine glass from mouth to table, to the forkfuls of cottage pie he shovels into his mouth. If my stomach has been twisting before, it's absolutely contorting now. Why does all this feel so familiar? And not just familiar, dread-inducing. Orlom picks up a fork and uses it to cut off a small piece of a bright red meatloaf. He jabs it onto the tines, then floats it in Genzo's direction.
Try some of the loaf.
No! I reach out with a squawk before I can stop myself. Both of them turn toward me with identical looks of confusion, and I feel my cheeks start to burn. What's wrong, Eggs? Got something against meatloaf? Genzo just laughs. It's... I don't know what to say. I don't even know why I've done that to myself. I tug at my collar, all of a sudden feeling very warm. I just had a bad feeling is all. I bring a hand to my face. I don't know. Orlom lowers his fork with a smile.
It's no surprise, really. You seem to have gone through quite the ordeal. That can't have been good on your mental health.
I lower my head, clasp and unclasp my hands. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I suppose so. Orlom stares at me a good second longer. He takes a sip from his wine, sits back.
You didn't happen to run into Gidget, did you?
He asks, balancing his elbow on the arm of his throne. I twitch as a chill runs up my spine. Gidget. My throat feels incredibly tight.
You'll be mine forever.
I'm having trouble forming the words to a response. Fortunately, Genzo saved me. Sure fucking did. Not that it did us any favors, he says with a grumble that sends tiny flecks of cornbread out through his teeth.
Oh?
Orlom raises a brow.
And here I thought you'd be treated as honored guests given Gidget's... what? Pallid proclivities.
Another twitch.
Oh, little Iggy.
I stare down at the spot on my pants. Is it blood? I can't tell. There's been so much of it, seeping down my cheeks, flooding my eyes.
She's doing quite well for herself, though, yes? And some of those shoots she's doing, positively erotic.
Orlom rubs his chin with a lascivious... What is this word? Yes.
I confess to having subscribed to her work myself. Get it every week through Royal Mail. I'm not one to say no to the innate beauty of the flesh, after all. I might have checked out her Twitter, paid a few monies to her Patreon, open and closed the OnlyFans a couple of times. You know how it is. Her only gidge. Not that I don't get my fill here. Why, I go to bed with different women every night. The noble women, they can't get enough of me. I keep special housing close by for the most desirable of my royal subjects. We have grand parties every night. Sometimes I even have 4 or 5 of them join me at...
Oh, shut up already! No one wants to hear about your gross sexual escapades. Genzo rolls his eyes. Orlom stops, gives Genzo a blaze glare.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're only interested when there's men involved.
Genzo's face goes white. Orlom, he hisses, all of a sudden looking incredibly nervous. This seems to give Orlom pause. He blinks, looks at me, then practically melts into an impish little smirk.
Oh, I see. You still haven't told him yet, have you?
Told me what? I ask with an arc of my brows. He taps his chin.
I did always wonder why you never told him in particular. Isn't he your best friend?
Orlom, please, Fuck. Genzo's brows twist in panic. I hear his chair squeak as he jerks forward.
Because it's really curious if you think about it,
Orlom taps a finger to his lips and peers at the ceiling as though really ruminating on this. Genzo just throws a harried glance in my direction. He looks as white as a sheet. But before he can say anything, and before the pieces can fully connect in my head, Orlum turns his attention back toward me.
But not nearly as curious as Iggy. Genzo, I can read. But Iggy, you've always been a bit of an enigma to me.
He leans forward, hand in his chin and eyes narrowed. The sudden scrutiny makes me sweat, and I pull on my collar as I shift back in my chair. Me? I'm just me. I mean, I don't have any...
Yes, just you. The you who's had a beautiful girl fawning on him for years, yet has never reciprocated. And, as far as I know, has never dated either. No, not even in college. Don't tell me.
His eyes widen in amusement.
Something's broken?
It's not. My tongue feels about 5 times its normal size. I can feel the flush rising to my cheeks.
Is it physical? Little Iggy not able to rise to the occasion?
Orlum looks positively fascinated now, leaping up and out of his seat in his growing excitement.
Or could it be mental? A childhood trauma, perhaps? Did someone take advantage of poor little Iggy?
Orlum! Genzo rises to his feet so fast he nearly knocks his glass over. For fuck's sake, leave the guy alone! Orlum grins, but he does sit back, lounging in his throne with a swish of his wineglass.
I was merely asking him a question. You know, guy talk and all that. We never have done enough of it.
I can feel the sweat leaking down my forehead, the back of my neck soaking into my collar. I look from Orlum to Genzo, and back to my lap. I need to say something. Sorry, the first one is just so stupid. Okay. God, I don't want to say that first line. Wait, why am I saving? I don't... yeah. I guess I don't know, picky? I just haven't found anyone I really like yet. My head sinks lower and lower toward my collarbone. Picky isn't really the right word, but I don't know how else to explain it. I don't really understand it myself. I just don't have the urge to do that with, well, anyone. I'm overcome with a feeling of shame. Maybe I am broken. I stare down at my lap, my fingers curling into the fabric of my pants.
There's Piggy and then there's ridiculous.
Orlum finally says in wonderment, taking an overly large sip of his wine. When I finally summon the courage to raise my head, I see Genzo staring at me. His face is... well, it's unreadable, is what it is. Which just makes me feel even worse. I quickly snap my gaze back toward my food. The tendrils of doubt that I've been semi-successful at trimming back are beginning to resprout with a flourish. I need to steer this conversation in a different direction. Pronto. I take an overzealous bite of sausage and promptly choke. So, anyway, I ask between coughs as I pound on my chest. I take a slug of wine and wash it down. What are your, plans? I mean, down here, with where all of this...
My plans?
Willem sits back, gazes around.
Turn this place into a proper kingdom, I suppose. There's still so many inefficiencies.
A smirk.
And I'd like to eventually expand. So much of this world is still unexplored. Think of all that untapped potential.
I pause with the tines of my fork between my lips. That sounds pretty extensive. I'm not going back then? I throw a glance toward Genzo at this, perhaps searching for backup, I don't know. But he's not looking at me. He's grown quiet and is now just poking at his food.
Oh, of course. I will eventually. But what's the point in rushing back? Bit of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we've got here. Wouldn't want to waste it.
I guess. My gaze falls, and I let my fork drop back to my plate. What little appetite I had vanished completely. I'm not feeling too hot. I bring a hand up to my forehead and wipe the curls from my clammy skin. My throat feels positively parched. I grope for my wine glass, but must misjudge the distance because I promptly knock it over instead. Shit! I turn forward to catch it? I don't know, but the damage is already done. The red liquid seeps across the tablecloth. I'm sorry.
It's no bother. These things happen.
Orlum snaps his fingers, and a set of attendants rush over to begin mopping up the mess. Shame tickles my cheeks. Genzo finally looks up at me, his face softening in concern. Everything okay, Eggs? You don't look so great. I don't... yeah, I mean, with everything that's happened, Iggy. I pull anxiously at my collar. I guess maybe I am feeling a bit weird. This is apparently enough to prompt him into action, because in the next moment he's to his feet. He turns to Orlan. You said you've got rooms for us?
Of course, of course. A bit of rest will surely do the trick. He's no doubt exhausted.
Orlan just smiles and snaps his fingers again.
Guards, take Ignatius to the room we prepared. He needs his rest.
2 guards emerge from the main doorway. They march over and pull my chair away from the table. I stand up with a little wobble, the rush of blood sending momentary stars across my eyes. Genzo hesitates for a second, then he's pushing himself up and away and making his way around the table. He reaches me as the guard starts leading me toward the exit. You sure you're okay? He reaches for my shoulder, then seems to decide against it. He pulls back. You want me to make sure you get settled, in case you need anything? I pause for a moment, then nod. Sure. Despite the awkwardness at the table, having a familiar face in this place would still be a welcome respite. Though perhaps not just any face. His face in particular. So long as he doesn't think I'm a complete weirdo after all that. But even if Genzo does think that, he doesn't say anything. In fact, he actually seems somewhat relieved at my response. He gives a little smile and reaches forward, tentatively placing a hand on my shoulder for support. Then the guards lead both of us out of hall. Back at the table, Orlan is lounging in his throne, eyebrows raised in curious thought as he watches us leave.
Sleep well now.
Okay. My head is really starting to feel fuzzy now. Sweat dribbles down the back of my neck, and a cold chill sends goosebumps up and down my arms. The guards take us up multiple flights of stairs, and my legs feel more jellified with each landing we reach. Finally, we turn down a hallway lined with ornately carved doors. They open the second door on the left and beckon us inside. It's delightfully dim inside, nothing but a fluttering candelabra on the bedside table to light the room. And quiet, too. Somehow it cools the intense beating starting up in the back of my head. Come on, let's get you to bed. Or let's get you in bed, Genzo says softly and leads me toward the bed. It's enormous and piled high with soft white pillows, and when I shirk off my pants and slip under the sheets, it feels heavenly on my skin. Thanks, Genzo. Hey, what are friends for? Am I right or am I right? But he seems to grimace to himself at this. Anyway, maybe I shack up on the chair over there, yeah? In case you need anything. Once you're good and out, I'll find one of those rabbit fellas to show me my own room. I nod, but already my eyes are starting to creep shut. Tired. So tired. I don't even want to... blah 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 blah. I don't even see Genzo finish his trek to the chair before they close completely. Hot. Dizzy. Are we sick? I keep having this thought. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with everything that's happened, but honestly, I'm more surprised that we didn't get sick last time. There's a thrum at the base of my skull, and my face feels clammy and flushed. I hope I haven't come down with something. I wonder for a moment if Genzo is comfortable, then drift off into restless sleep. She's after me again. Oh, just falling apart. Yeah. I can see her around every corner, hands outstretched, breath hot and face flushed.
Iggy,
She coos. I can feel her hands on me, on my cheeks and neck, running through my hair and sliding across my chest.
you're mine, Iggy.
Now her hands are roving lower. Her fingers dance across my stomach, play with the fly of my pants.
You don't need to be confused anymore, Iggy. I'll fix you. Oh, I read that wrong, but it's okay. You understand the base idea.
They dip inside. I open my mouth to protest, but now her hands are there too. On my cheeks, clutching into the skin, rushing my head backwards, even as the other set of fingers begin to explore, begins to touch, begins to caress.
I'll teach you exactly what you should want.
Her thumbs find my eyes, pushing, pushing. I scream, but nothing comes out. Then sit up with a gasp. Black. Everything is black and quiet. Quiet except for the rapid hammering of my heart. Where am I? I look around. Rub at my face. Rub at my eyes. Check that my eyes are still there, still intact. Holy hell, eggs. I jerk back at the voice, arms curling around my midsection and shallow, dry breaths pushing past my lips. Hey. That was too loud, sorry. Hey. Then something sits on the side of the bed. I see Genzo's cap first, orange even in the darkness. Then, as my eyes further adjust, his face comes into view, round and worried. You're fine. Everything's fine. Mumbling and moving something crazy in your sleep, though. He chuckles. My mind zeroes in on him. On that one point of comfort and safety in the inky blackness of the room. Then I move forward. Okay. And curl up against him, my head to his shoulder. I feel him tense against me. He doesn't move. Not at first, at least. He just sits there, muscles frozen. Then he looks skyward, almost as though seeking out an answer from some otherworldly being. Finally, he brings his arms around me, shifting me over and into his lap and gently repositioning me against his front. Oh yeah, he whispers. You're fine. I breathe into his shoulder, long, slow, deep calling breaths. My heart slowly begins to decelerate, soothed by the soft motion of his hand against my back. It's like being in the nest of warmth, completely and utterly safe. Just lying there against his chest, moving up and down with his belly. Calm, secure. I sit up slowly, just enough that I can see his face. And then I do something I've never done before in my entire life. I press my lips against his. It's quick and soft in chest. Barely more than a brush, really. But it's still a kiss. An actual kiss. And hands stop moving, clenching instead against my back, and his chest rises suddenly with his sharp intake of air. I pull back. He just looks at me for a moment, eyes wide. Holy hell, Eggs. It's the same line from earlier, but now it's low and hoarse. I hear him swallow. He opens his mouth, closes it, then opens it again. Finally, I've been wanting to do that for... He doesn't finish. He doesn't look at me either. Staring down somewhere around my clavicle as his hands clench and unclench in the fabric of my shirt. Sorry, fuck, look at me, I'm all fucking... Yeah, I also thought it would happen the next act and not this one. He looks up at me and I swear I can see water dancing on his eyes. Then he grabs me, pulls me in close, tight, kisses me again, harder this time. One of his hands digs into my curls as the other moves up under my shirt, fingers rubbing my skin. Now it's my turn to freeze. My muscles lock up, breath catching in the back of my throat. My heart starts up again, faster and faster, and thudding painfully against the inside of my chest. Genzo notices almost immediately, or instantly. He stops and pulls back. Oh, fuck, wait, was that wrong? Fuck, I'm so fucking stupid. My body calms back down, slumping as my muscles untie themselves. I bring my hands to my face, to my hair, rubbing at the damp skin. Now comes the fear. Fear of rejection. Fear of the anger that will follow. I shake my head. No, I swallow, my throat dry. I just can't. That makes me uncomfortable. I bite down on my tongue, trying to search for the right words. That kind of touching? I wince. Then pull on my hair with a groan, frustrated at myself, embarrassed at myself. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I just need more time. It's not that I don't like you. I think I might like you very much, but the anxious feeling of awkwardness grows with my every word, and I can feel myself shrinking in on myself in an effort to disappear. Genzo blinks in silence, then cocks an eyebrow with a smile. The fucker actually laughs. Oh, is that all? You actually had me worried there for a sec. I bring my head back up, face no doubt a weird mixture of confusion and apprehension. You think I care about that? Fuck, Eggs. To be honest, I feel like I always kinda knew, but I don't care. I don't care about any of that. Just being with you is enough for me. More than enough for me. You don't think that I'm broken? He stops, blinks, looks at me with a mixture of confusion and sadness. Fuck that, and fuck anyone who thinks that. He reaches forward, grabbing me back into a hug. The calm, gentle warmth of the previous hug, just holding me against him. There's nothing wrong with you. And don't let anyone ever make you feel otherwise. You hear me? It takes a second for the impact of this to fully resonate with my brain. Then it hits me. And it's like a wave of something just completely runs through my entire body. My muscles, limbs, everything going limp with the release of the tension I didn't even know I'd been holding. My chest unclenches. My heart unclenches. Even my eyes unclench, quickly filling up with big, salty tears. It's okay. Actually okay. I'm okay. This thought seems to spark me into motion, to return control to my body, and in that instant, I return the hug with everything I've got, squeezing myself against him and into him. My own safe little cocoon, where there aren't any expectations, no judgment, just love, acceptance. I'm not sure how long we sit there, just like that. Finally, Genzo's grip loosens. He runs a hand through my choppy hair. I'm guessing you're still fuck all tired, yeah? And I'm pretty fucking exhausted too. Maybe we should get some sleep then? He glances over at the pillows and winces, suddenly unsure. I mean, if it's okay. It takes a moment, then I realize what he's asking. I grin somewhat awkwardly. It's fine. His resulting grin could have lit up the room. I crawl back under the covers as he sidles out of his jacket and heavy pants. Then I watch him come rolling over to join me. Soon, both of us are curled up beneath the sheets, eyes closed, breath heavy, and my head just barely touching his shoulder. I don't see her again the rest of the night. Congratulations! Wow, finally something nice happened. Finally some good news! Okay. But yeah, I didn't think we were gonna taste the rainbow until Act 3. Until, like, this whole thing was over, I guess. I don't know. It still felt like there were a lot of things happening. But whatever, you know. Iggy needs a kiss and a hug. It's fine. The next time I open my eyes, it's morning, and sun is pouring in from the window to paint warm squares of light across the sheets. I've left a nice patch of drool on the pillow, and a thin layer of crust has built up in the corners of my eyes. I blink, yawn, push myself up to a seat with a quiet groan. Genzo is still asleep next to me. He's on his back, face pointed at the ceiling and jaw slack. Then whistling snores punctuate his breaths. I watch him for a few moments, hugging my legs in against my chest. I can't stop the small smile from forming on my lips. For the first time in, well, for a while, I feel calm. It's nice. My brows furrow momentarily. What is all this? What does all of this make me then? I'd never thought about it before. Maybe because thinking about those expectations made my mind want to avoid the topic altogether. But just being with someone? Like this? Girls, guys, apparently it doesn't matter. It's not like I've ever had fantasies of being held before. Or having someone there to care for me, care about me. But that warm presence has never had a face before, or a gender. All I know is that if that warm presence is Genzo, then I'd like that very much. I chew on the inside of my cheek, then feel the telltale need for release building up just beneath my stomach. Oh, it's the pissing hour. Sorry. I throw a glance around the room. No bathroom in here. There must be one in the hall. So I slide off the side of the bed and shrug my pants back on, giving my hips a little shimmy when my half-asleep limbs can't find the last bit of necessary energy to get the fabric over my thighs. I snatch my glasses up off the bedside table as I make my way to the door, pausing for a moment to let my view come in full focus before slowly and softly creaking the handle open. The rabbit doesn't spot him. Yeah. Well, yeah. I slip out. Pull the door closed behind me. Search down the hall for any sign of a door that screams bathroom. All the doors look the same. I mean, like, where did we, like, take a bath? There's gotta be a toilet there too, right? Or you can just piss down the drain. Piss in the sink. Okay, I turned in the opposite direction. Then nearly jumped about 10 feet into the air. Oh shit. Orlam's standing 2 doors down, just watching me. He's got a trio of rabbit guards behind him. I take a nervous step backward. Your plan? Heck, dude, just open up the window and let it go. Okay. Open my mouth to say something. Good. Ah, the sweet serenade of romance. Orlam clasps his hands together, bringing them to his cheek. He begins slinking toward me. Have a nice night, did you? One cannot help but notice the gallant knight didn't not returneth to his room. Pray tell, was hero's sword plunged into gentle flower's blushing bouquet? The fuck? I turn away. It wasn't like that, and start walking down the hall. Oh, Orlam settles up beside me, lips curled into an impish grin. Then perhaps true love doth reign over lust. How delightfully advantageous for me. What's that supposed to mean? I jerk away as he tries to put an arm around my shoulder. It's simple, really. Here I was trying to figure out the best way to make my greatest adversary suffer. Oh no. I have a horrible feeling. That's one way of putting it. And now the perfect opportunity has fallen right into my lap. I stop, raise a brow, turn towards him. A spark of unease runs up my spine to the base of my skull. What are you talking about? But the answer's not to come. I see Orlam raise his hands to his sides in amused futility. Then suddenly, something comes down over my head, encasing my face and plunging my world into darkness. I bring my hands to my neck, trying to pull it off, trying to wrench away the hands keeping it there. But already my conscience is fading in and out. Take him to one of the stalls, I hear Orlam say right before I pass out completely. Oh boy. Worry. The next time I open my eyes, I'm in a small rectangular room. Something itchy pokes at my cheeks and arms, and when I pull back enough to bring the world into focus, I find myself lying in what appears to be a carpet of hay. What? I try to sit up, but quickly realize I can't. My hands and ankles have been tied behind me, making it impossible to do much more than roll over onto my back. I blink, squint, peer through my hazy vision. It's dim, but not completely dark, and I can see the walls caging me in on all sides like a box of thick stone. There's a door a few feet away, nothing but a small barred window at the top to reveal the world outside. I groan, try to move into a slightly more comfortable position. Errant bits of hay scratch at my arms and poke at my midsection. What the fuck is this? I remember Orlam, that annoying smile of his. Then after that, everything had gone black. Where the hell had he taken me? I let out a long, slow breath to try and calm myself down, even as the tendrils of panic rise up in my belly. This has got to be some sort of sick joke, right? I don't have long to wait. After only a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, I hear footsteps in the hall, distant voices bouncing off the far walls. They approach the door. I can't tell how many there are, a good number at least, then stop. I hear Genzo's voice through the open window. The surprise isn't here? What is it? Your secret porn stash? Just what kind of messed up stuff do you get off on? He sounds annoyed. Oh no, it's much better than that, Orlam's this time. Much more interactive. Oh, so you're fuck machines then. The handle rattles, turns. Then the door creaks open. I instinctively recoil from the incoming light. I don't see Genzo's face when he sees me. I don't want to see Genzo's face when he sees me. Somehow the thought leaves me feeling mortified. I hear him, though. Hear him suck in his breath. Hear his feet skid against the ground. Hear the guards grab him and hold him back as he grunts as he tugs against them. What the fuck is this? When I finally look up, Orlam has his hands displayed as though about to present the prologue to a theatrical epic. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Did you hurt him, you sick fuck? Oh no, not yet anyway.
Simply giving him an insider's tour of my stalls is all. They are quite handy for detaining unruly miscreants until it's their time to brew.
Genzo gives another jerk against the guard's grip, and for a moment actually seems to slip away enough to take a step forward, but they quickly recapture his arms. His face has gone completely white. You let him go, you hear? You got beef with me? You take it up with me. Leave him the fuck out of it.
Oh, but Genzo dear, that's half the fun, don't you see?
Orlam oozes towards Genzo, hand in his chin, hand to his chin and cocking his head upward. It's Cauldron preview. Yeah, I'm a bit confused with the stalls, but okay, whatever.
Torturing you would be fun, yes, but torturing the thing you care about most? Seeing you wriggle and squirm?
He brings his hands to his cheeks, face flushed.
I'm getting all hot and bothered just thinking about it.
What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Is this because I made fun of you as a kid? Genzo huffs with another jerk.
Made fun of me? Made fun of me? The pushing and shoving, the humiliation, let's all ignore Orlam for a day. It'll be so funny. Let's all throw our erasers at Orlam while nobody's looking. It'll be hilarious. Orlam's mother killed herself. Let's all tell Orlam he should kill himself too.
Orlam clenches his hands in his hair, his voice hoarse and strained.
And to top it all off, when I finally thought that but you left me, you fucking asshole, left me in that dark room all by myself.
For once, Genzo looks uncomfortable. His eyes grow tight as his lip twists downward.
I did try, you know.
Orlam continues, a tiny chuckle at the back of his throat.
5 times I've tried. Twice, I almost succeeded too.
His lips curl into a wide grin that stretches across his face, pupils shrinking.
You made my life a living hell.
A laugh.
Now, I get to make your life hell.
Fuck, I fucked up there. This is the crucial moment. Orlam, I was a kid. Kids do stupid stuff. Genzo starts, but even he seems to have trouble putting any conviction behind the words. His voice cracks, and beads of perspiration begin dotting his forehead and cheeks. Let's just calm down, yeah? Talk things out. Find a way to make this right. Orlam starts giggling. It's maniac and squeaking, the force of it sending his shoulders up and down in glee. We're back.
But that's just it. I've already found a way to make it right.
He twists back toward me, face contorted and eyes wild. Oh boy. The dance is over, yanking me up and into his arms like a limp ragdoll.
You know, I thought a lot about what I should do. All the delightful little things I could do to make him squeal.
He squeezes my cheeks.
Popping out his eyes, for instance.
Then shakes my head side to side with a click of his tongue.
Or snipping off his itty-bitty toes, one by one.
Orlam, stop! Genzo's voice is low and shaky, a guttural desperation to it I've never heard in him before. But Orlam continues, shaking his head at his own feigned stupidity.
But then I thought, why go through all that mess when I have the perfect solution already? This is a slaughterhouse after all, and slaughterhouses have ways of dealing with their more troublesome tenants.
He stands up, letting me slide back into the hay, then steps back. Immediately, 2 rabbit guards move forward to grab me, undoing the tie on my wrists so they can encase them in the 2 chained manacles attached to the opposite walls instead. I tried to twist away in panic, my heart beating louder and louder, and my gut twisting with a violent wrench. Genzo? I throw him a despondent look, breath coming out in quick, terrified gasps. Genzo is jerking and yanking and tugging at the guards again, his face strained and flushed. Orlam, you fucker! Stop! I can hear tears in his voice. But Orlam doesn't stop. He steps toward me, now strung up between the 2 walls, the manacles biting into my wrists and giving my cheek a little slap.
Open up!
I glance in the confusion, and he shoves a thick piece of cloth in my mouth. Before I can question what it's for, the guards sling another piece over my lips and around my head. They cinch it tight in the back, making it impossible to spit out.
Don't want you biting that tongue of yours off.
Orlam is crouched down a few feet away, his attention focused on the box in the hay.
At least, not yet.
He adds with a little grin as he snaps it open, pulling out what looks like a cattle prod wrapped in rusted wire.
I call this my piggy prodder.
He steps back up and gives the stick a little wave.
Quite adept at keeping the piggies in line. Sometimes I have too many to deal with, you see? That's when a little zap.
He presses a button, and a little spark dances off the edge.
To the side of the head can really make my job easier. Of course, sometimes I like to have a little fun with them first.
He saunters toward me, grin somehow stretching even further.
Call me jolts until their heart stops, for instance. That's a fun one to play.
How many licks does it take to get the center of it?
All I can do is...
Oh, fuck. All I can do is look up at him, shaking my head in a silent plea for mercy. Orlov, don't... Oh god. What a sound effect. The tip of the rod jams straight into my stomach, and in that second, everything goes white. It's like someone shoved a knife straight into my gut. A sharp stabbing pain blossoms out from the point of contact, ripping into my nerves and sending them screaming, one after another. My muscles tense, lock up, then recoil, all in the span of less than a second. And then my body flies forward against the manacles, arms ramrod straight, so forceful that the iron slices into the skin of my hands and wrists, and my glasses go flying off my head. I can't move, can't think. I can feel my body shaking, convulsing, wave after wave of hot white pain sending my muscles into repeated spasms. The world is on fire. I'm on fire. I can smell myself burning, charring. Fuck, when will it end? Finally he pulled it away. You know, in my head, because, I've gotten, facials, for my skin and stuff. And, as part of facials, sometimes they have, an electric zapping thing that, kind of zaps your face a bit. And for some reason in my mind, I was like, oh, this shouldn't be too bad. I did not... My brain didn't keep thinking, it's like, no, shit. Those are built for your face, not for murder. My body slumps downward, vision warbling, consciousness coming, going, white, black, white, black. My muscles twitch. My quivering arms make the manacle chains clitter and clatter, and I feel hot liquid sleeping down my wrists and arms from where the iron sliced through the skin. Steam wafts up from the charred fabric of my shirt, now melted against the red, blistered skin and crackling and hissing as it starts to cool back down. Genzo's frozen where he stands, his jaw slack and his face a ghastly white. His brows are curled in a cross between horror and disbelief. Orlon, he finally says, his voice is quaking and strangely hollow. Orlon, please! Orlon thrusts the rod into my inner thigh. The knife is back, stabbing inside again and again and again, wrenching, twisting, jerking back and forth and grinding against the tissue and muscle. My body jerks upward this time, up and away from the source of the shock. Again, yanking against the manacles, tearing into the skin, sending splatters of red into the hay. He keeps it there longer this time. My vision warps, body convulsing, muscles jerking, twisting, skin crackling. Now there's 100 knives, 1,000. They stab outward from my thigh, slicing straight through flesh and bone, up across from my stomach, down through my calves. At some point, I wonder if I even have legs anymore. All I feel is one and porous black hole of pain all across my lower half. Orlon pulls the rod away. I slump down so hard, my head bounces backwards, twisting a muscle in my neck. My knees sink down into the hay. Steam. It's wafting up and off me in droves now, gray and smoky. It swirls away from the charred hole in my pants, and the cooked slices of skin peeling back from my thigh muscles. Wet. The front of my pants is wet. I must have peed my pants. This thought shames me, and I clench my eyes shut as tears threaten to spill over the edges. Damn, I really should have pissed out that window instead. Orlon, stop! Orlon, please! Genzo's crying now. I can hear the hiccups in his throat, can see the snot running down his nose and between his lips. He looks so distraught. Oh. Oh boy. I don't know how we're gonna survive this one. Sorry, but something about that sight, seeing him like that, breaks something in me. And I open my mouth, even though the pain and the shakes. What? Even through the pain and the shakes and world warping around me. Sorry, Genzo. Only the sound that comes out of my mouth is nothing more than a muffled rumble, stifled by the cloth choking my tongue and throat. What's that? Orlom raises a hand to his ear in a grand display of mock surprise.
Do mine ears deceive me, or is our mutual friend attempting to talk?
Good question, yeah. I'm not sure how Iggy's gonna come back from this. Orlom, stop! Genzo hiccups.
Let's see what he has to say.
Orlom saunters over, smiles stretched from ear to ear. He cradles my chin in his hands with an almost gentle caress. It's fun to see we almost die here, but we haven't even seen Puck. Yeah, exactly. And also, I don't think we made any particular choices either, so it kind of feels like damn, we're gonna continue on like this. He cradles my chin in his hands with an almost gentle caress.
There. Let's get this off you, shall we?
He sings as he works to gag free from my lips.
Though perhaps Genzo prefers you with something stuffed in your mouth, hmm?
He turns back to Genzo, eyes flashing.
Not that you would have ever gotten to experience it. See, I'm practically doing you a favor.
He runs a hand through my staticky hair. Genzo clearly doesn't like this. He jerks forward against the grip on his arms with a strained grunt. Jaw so tight I can practically see it trembling. Orlom feigns a show of terror with a laugh before returning to me. He taps my jaw with his finger.
Now, what is it you wanted to say?
I look up at Orlom, then at Genzo. My body gives another twitch as tears begin running rivulets down my cheeks. I'm sorry. Only it's no more than a throaty crackle.
What was that?
Orlom brings his hand back to his ear with a flick. I blink the tears away and try again. I'm sorry, Genzo. My voice doesn't even sound like my own. But it doesn't matter. Because I know he can hear it. Because I can see his face soften through the watery veil of my eyes. Sorry for what? Genzo asks, lips shuddering. I squeeze my eyes shut. Open them. For all of this? It's my fault. I opened the door. I led us all to this. Genzo's eyes dilate. I can see the wad of snot hanging from his chin tremble. He must be shaking. Then finally, it's not your fault, Iggs. He forces a smile. I should be the one apologizing to you. I swear to myself that I'd protect you. And even more than that, I should have told you a long time ago about everything. And I'm sorry about that, for that too. I was just so scared. I see him swallow, see his eyes tighten, and I thought that you deserved better. His head falls, and the tears and snot from his chin and cheeks bounce to the floor. I didn't want to ruin your life. I can't do anything but stare at him. There's a pain in my chest, in my throat. One that feels like it's twisting me in two.
You didn't want to ruin his life, did you?
I almost forgotten about Orlom for a second, and when he breaks the silence, his words are eerily calm. He steps towards Genzo, takes Genzo's head in his hands, then wrenches his hair back with a manic twist.
We had no problem ruining my life.
Orlom! Genzo winces, his eyes clenched. But Orlom doesn't hold him for long. He lets Genzo's head fall back with a distracted flop, his gaze pointed, unseeing on the ground.
You're sorry.
He brings his hand to his head.
You're sorry to him.
Curls his fingers into his hair.
You didn't even do anything to him.
His lips twist into a grin. With a sudden jerk, he twists around, eyes wild as he stumbles toward me.
I'll give you something to be sorry about.
He raises the cattle prod above his head and belts me across the face. My head snaps to the side as a crackle of electricity zaps all the way from my cheek to my toes. Tears spring to my eyes as my body goes as stiff as a rod. And my teeth. My jaw slams down so hard I hear them crack against each other, gritty bits of enamel dancing on my tongue. Ugh. Orlum! I hear Genzo scream through my haze. I wrench out a delayed grasp as the pain blossoms out across my split jaw, but I'm not even given a chance to recover. Orlum clocks me on the opposite cheek, wrenching my head to the other side and sending another jolt straight into my brain. I can't move. I can only stare cockeyed at the far wall, my jaw hanging limp from my cheeks and my eyelids twitching. Should I not have said anything? Should I have just been quiet again? Orlum, stop! I can hear the phlegm splinter and snap in Genzo's throat. Are you sorry now? Genzo just screams. He whips around on his heels and hooks his finger into my hair, yanking my head backwards. Oh yikes. Why don't you tell me how sorry you are? He points the prod straight at my temple. Genzo's straining so hard against the guards now that they have to hold his head, shoulders, and arms. I'm sorry. I can't hear you! Orlum shrieks. I'm sorry! But it's nothing more than a ruse. Orlum had never planned to stop, no matter how many times Genzo apologized. My gaze meets Genzo's one last time. Then Orlum stabs the tip of the rod straight against my skull. In that moment, everything goes white. I feel my body buck. When my muscles spasm and my head jerk against Orlum's grip in my hair. I can't breathe, can't move, can't think. I don't even realize I'm screaming until my vocal cords spasm and cut off my voice. I don't realize I've been bit off my tongue until the blood starts bubbling up between my lips. It's boiling and frothing. Dark red foam fizzling from my nose. My eyes are stewing, melting down like 2 gooey eggs. Sorry. I wonder for a moment if my brain is frying. Then the white turns to black. This is all my fault. Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything. Unfortunately, you were fried. But hey, maybe you'll taste even better now. Girly pop. Okay. Orlum puts the rod away and slumped down so hard my head bounces backwards, twisting a muscle in my neck. Ahem. Anyway, I say nothing. Orlum folds his arms across his chest, rubbing his chin in thought. He looks from me to Genzo and back again. Nods. Yes, I'd say he has about 3 more in him, don't you? He tilts his head upwards, closes his eyes. Just smell that, It's giving me visions of dinner tomorrow. Maybe you'd like to join me at the table. Orlum, stop! Genzo twists and jerks in the rabbit's grip. Back to silly madness of the song. But Orlum saunters behind me now. Yes, this is always a good spot. He gives the rod a twirl, tracing a little pattern in the air. He shoves it straight onto the bare skin of my neck. My neck? Yeah. Oh, okay. Everything goes black, and for a good couple of moments I see nothing, feel nothing. I'm floating, sinking, melting into a pool of black. Then comes the knife. Starting as a mild tingle on the back of my neck, then growing, digging, wrenching, stabbing, until my consciousness rips back through me with such force it's like the air is being scooped from my lungs. My brain feels like it's on fire. My eyes bug out of my head, hot, pulsing in, out, skin on fire, vision on fire, blistering hot and sizzling right next to my ears. Everything is shaking. Everything is burning. He whips it away, and my body collapses in a snap. Ow. My ears ring. My nerves twitch and pop. My heart beats in erratic, arithmetic cadences, and my vision blurs in and out. Red, white, black, red, white, black. Hot. My head feels so hot. I feel something dribbling out of my ears. It pools in the folds of cartilage, leaving bloody stains as it splats down onto my shoulders. And my hair is sizzling, sparking. It sits up almost whimsically as coils of steam drift up and away from my scalp. Orlum tut-tuts behind me. I take that back. He might only have 1 more after that. Genzo is a wreck. The guards are practically holding him aloft now, keeping him from collapsing into the floor. His shoulders lurch upward in noiseless sobs. Orlon, listen to me, please. I'll do anything. You can do whatever you want to me. Anything you fucking want. This seems to catch Orlon's attention. He stops. Takes a few slinking steps towards Genzo, nose pointed upwards, and finger tracing his lower lip.
Oh? Anything, is it?
Genzo just nods, tears and snot forming twin waddles beneath his nose and chin.
I have to admit, that is a tempting offer.
Orlom's hand goes to his hips. He seems to be mulling this over.
After all, why break you beyond repair once when I could break you piece by piece and watch the hope fade from your eyes again and again and again?
He snickers, biting down on the tips of his fingers in growing glee. Then jerks back to attention and snaps his fingers, pointing towards the door. The guards respond by lugging Genzo back up to his feet and marching him out of the room. Then he turns back to me and motions again towards the remaining guards.
Take him down for now. I may need him again later.
Oh, girl. I barely register as the two guards who'd manacled me earlier unlock the cuffs and pull my arms free, jerk the gag from my mouth. The skin of my right wrist doesn't want to unstick itself from the iron, and it stretches with a sickening pop before snapping free and flapping uselessly across my palm. Ew. They leave me semi-conscious in the pile of hay, just staring up at the ceiling and smelling my own fat burn. I don't know how long I lie there. My body feels cold now, chills running up and down my spine, along my arms and legs. I don't move. Every once in a while, a muscle somewhere gives a little twitch, and my body jerks. The 3 spots where he'd hit me with that thing had gone completely numb, skin red, blistered, peeling, melting into the surrounding cloth, white filmy layer forming atop the exposed tissue. Maybe I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. I think of Genzo. Think of lying together with him in that bed. The warmth in his arms as he held me. My eyes grow warm again, warm and salty. But somehow the tears don't come. Only the sting. The clenching pain in my throat and chest and heart. Where is he now? What's happening to him? Is he thinking of me too? I cough. Gag. Bile rises up in the back of my throat, and I have to turn my head to the side as the vomit dribbles down my lips and across my cheek. Fuck. Brown drool hangs from the side of my mouth, a gooey sinew. Feels like it's been hours already, but maybe it's only been a few minutes. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I duck in and out of consciousness a few times. That's when I hear it. A clatter from down the hall. The hollow sound of iron on iron. I narrow my eyes, trying to hone in on the noise. Then footsteps. Fast. Running. A scuffle. It's right outside the door now. That sound again. Something clanging, ringing, echoing. A fleshy rip. Then a slump. More clatters. A key turns in the lock. So I look up as Genzo stumbles inside. His eyes are wide and strained, and his face, his neck, the front of his jacket, everything is stained red. He lurches toward me. Iggy falls down beside me. I killed him, Iggy. His voice catches, warbles. He swallows hard. Killed him. He looks at me haunted and panicked. I didn't mean to. It just happened. I had to. He brings his hands to his face, clutching at his cheeks. When he pulls them away, I see him cringe, squint, wipe at the tears and blood. I need to get you out of here, he finally says. And when his arms go around me, I feel him shaking and trembling against me. Come on. We certainly are alive, but at what cost? He hauls me up and onto his back, the normal scent of his jacket against my nose, now stagnant with the smell of blood. I took out all of them I came across. Hopefully we can make it out. He stumbles out the door, still trying to get me balanced across his back. I see the dead rabbit just on the other side, slumped against the wall. A bloody spear lies next to him, its tip decorated with hair and other gooey matter. I look away. Then we're moving down the hallway, slow at first, then faster as Genzo picks up speed. Door after door. One more rabbit. 2 more rabbits. My footsteps echo up and down the empty hallway, around the corner, past an intersection of corridors. He suddenly slows down, hesitates. He shifts me up again, arms tight around my legs, and I feel his muscles grow taut. Oh. I glance inside the open door on our left, just barely catching a glimpse of Orlam on the bed inside the room. His chest and throat are flayed, barely recognizable, and blood, so much blood, staining his face, his clothes, the bed and the floor. I look away, push my face harder into Genzo's back, and he moves forward without a word. Well, we make it to a set of stairs. Then down, down we go, Genzo huffing and sweating beneath me, the hall wide and cavernous around us. And at the bottom, we step out into the main hall. The door, the front door, it's there! But as Genzo takes a step toward it, a sudden shout makes him freeze. We both look down the far hall to see a group of rabbits pointing and shouting. Shit, shit, shit! This spurs Genzo into action. Using strength even he probably didn't know he had left, he sprints towards the door and slams his knee into the wood to kick it open. I swear I can hear his kneecap cracking. But whether it's a figment of my imagination or he's beyond caring, he doesn't acknowledge it. He pushes us the rest of the way out past the heaving threshold and into the open air of the castle garden. We're out! We're out! But Genzo doesn't stop here. He keeps sprinting. Past the bushes and trees and fountains. Past the towering castle walls. Past the bridge and the moat and the path toward the village. He shifts left and starts toward the distant trees, away from civilization and any chance of running into more guards. I can feel him straining beneath me. His breath is coming out in short ragged bursts, and his heart is pounding through his back and against my cheek like a jackhammer. Once we're nearer the trees, there's still no signs of any guards behind us. I give Genzo's shoulder a little squeeze, and he stops. I slide off, holding onto his arm for a moment until I find my balance. You sure you can walk? Genzo gasps out. He takes this opportunity to bend over, his hands to his knees as he gulps in air. Think so, I say, though I'm not sure. My body feels stiff and numb, almost like it's not even there. Genzo wipes at his face, the sweat smearing the blood across his cheeks. Come on, he finally says and grabs my hand. I curl my fingers between his as we begin to walk. We half jog further into the trees, into the woods and the safety of the leaves. It's cooler in here, cool and dark. We press forward, moving quickly enough that I don't have a chance to look around, but not quickly enough that I miss the cloying tingle of unease run up and down my spine. There's something off about the air here, heavy almost, weighing down on my shoulders and making it difficult to catch my breath.
Iggy.
I swear I heard the sound of my own name, like a whisper through the leaves. I stop, look around, squint through the trees. What is it? Genzo asks. But I see nothing, and hear nothing more. I give my head a frustrated shake. Nothing. Genzo gives my hand a squeeze. It's warm and comforting, the only source of warmth in this entire forest. Come on, let's try to get... Sorry, I got suddenly attacked by my yawn. Okay. Come on, let's try to get to the other side of these trees. I'll feel more comfortable once we put some distance between us and those rabbits. I nod, and we're moving forward again, walking swiftly, dodging branches and errant roots, moving in and out between the trees. The chill only seems to worsen, to the point that the hair on my arms, the hair I still have left on the back of my neck, begins to stand straight up with tiny prickles of disquietude. Yeah. That's when I hear it. The sound of an axe on wood. Oh shit. Someone's felling trees? And close by, too. The further we travel, the louder it gets, almost as though it's all around us and everywhere. Genzo, I whisper. But all of a sudden he stops, and I feel his hand tighten around mine. Bugs? It is Bugs. Not more than 20 feet in front of us, hacking away at a tree with an axe. There's already a pile of logs at her feet, but something's off. Hey, Bucks! You're here after all. His voice trails off, as though suddenly afraid of the answer to his question. Bucks takes another whack at the tree, her axe sticking in the wood. She stops, silent for a moment, then jerks it back out. She stands up straight, somehow taller even than I remember, then turns toward us. Need need some wood, do you? Kenzo tries again. Her eyes are dark. She doesn't even blink. Instead, her head cocks to the side as she studies us. What are you doing here? She finally asks, but her voice is scarcely recognizable. It's low and breathy, almost like a growl rolling off her tongue. Genzo must rethink his approach, because he takes a step backwards with a nervous chuckle. Actually, we were just, passing through. Didn't mean to bother you. We'll be going now, so you can just keep chopping away. Genzo, I said with a shuddered gasp, tugging back on his arm. You're here to take me back, aren't you? Buck takes a step toward us. I can see the muscles of her arm grow taut, bulging out against the skin of her hand bulging out against the skin as her hand tightens around the handle of the axe. No, we're not. You just keep doing what you're doing. Hunter sent you, didn't he? I knew he would. He never lets me have any peace and quiet. She lurches towards us. 1 step, 2 steps, and respond with an equal number of steps backwards. No idea what you're talking about. Hunter's got nothing to do with this. Honestly, we were just going on our way.
Why can't you just leave me alone?
She charges, and in that instant, Genzo pushes me out of the way. A sudden sense of deja vu rushes over me as I feel the ground rushing up. Then there's a hollow, woody thud, and I see Bucks's axe stuck in the bark of a nearby tree. She tugs at it with a grunt, her eyes flashing. We don't need any more provocation. We run. Oh shit. Heart thudding, breath panic, shoes beating against the hard earth. We shoot through the trees, Genzo's hand tight around mine, pulling me faster and faster. I can barely comprehend what's happening. Everything's rushing past at the speed of light. My legs struggling to keep up. Get away, get away, get away! My mind repeats the mantra again and again, in time with my feet pounding against the ground. I can hear her behind us. Hear the terrifying swish of her axe as she cuts at the branches and leaves. Hear her ragged breaths, earthly snarls. I try to focus on Genzo as I feel the muscles in my legs grow tired, weak, numb, and wobbling in their incessant forward sprint. Suddenly, Genzo stops. It happens so quickly, I'm unable to slow down, and I go careening directly onto its back. We stumble forward. It's a hill. First, Genzo goes down, toppling down onto the leaf-strewn slope. Then I follow, hitting the ground hard, and rolling. What? Too many rollings. I'm too used to... Okay. Rolling branches biting into my skin and rocks crackling against my throat. And again, slamming into the ground, world spinning around me. When I finally slow down in my tumble and open my eyes, I find myself on the far side of a cliff, only a few feet from spilling straight over the side into a rocky landing far, far below. I suck in my breath, scoot away from the edge. Genzo grabs my shoulders and pulls me back, his hands jerking me up to my feet. Just keep rolling. His fingers are trembling. Footsteps behind us. She's there. We both turn to see her limping toward us, her feet dragging, her axe swinging. The very air around her seems warped, like the air above asphalt on a hot day. Genzo, I say again, because there's nothing else to say. Are they gonna... Oh. Dude.
I'll kill you before you can take me back!
Genzo! Oh no. Ow. Oh no, not the flashbacks! Come on, man! Oh shit! Iggy! Well, I'm glad that's censored. And I'm glad this is a silhouette. Well, that sure is a lot of tomato juice. Box really does seem like the final boss. We're still here? The rocks bite at my knees as I crawl across the dirt. I guess we're technically not dead. It's soggy beneath my fingers. Well, such messy. Oh my god. Yeah, Orlum especially. Soggy and warm. And the smell. It's everywhere. Dripping down my arms. Filling up inside my nasal cavity. I fight the urge to retch, even as I feel the bile rise to the back of my throat. Genzo. Genzo's lying face down in the gravel. He's not moving. Of course, he's not moving. His insides are falling out all over the ground. My throat hitches. And when I reach him, I roll him over onto his back. His intestines spill out in the process. Fuck. I need to fix this. Just shove him back in, Iggy. I'm sure he'll be fine. Doctors recommend. Hands shaking, I scoop them up. Push him back inside. I was joking. The red maw against his stomach, threatening to swallow my hands. Dirt and who knows what else goes in with them. But I don't care. I just need to get them back inside. Finally, I pull him up into my lap. I can feel his brain through the soggy folds of his hair. He doesn't look like he's sleeping. He looks like he's fucking dead. Whoever spread that old wives' tale is a fucking liar. I close my eyes. Let out a shuddered breath. I don't even realize I'm rocking. Rocking back and forth. Back and forth. A strange half-melodic hum buzzing on my lips. It hurts. Fuck, it hurts. My heart feels like it's splitting in two. My chest feels like it's being stabbed with an ice pick again and again and again. I've never felt this pain like this before. Make it stop. I clench my eyes shut so hard I can feel them pounding. Make it stop.
Iggy.
Maybe this is why. This is why I've never tried to get close to anyone. Because I know it'll only end up in pain. The 31-year-old loser version that pushes away anyone who shows an ounce of affection. Who's too scared to find out who he really is. That he's not normal.
What do you want, Iggy?
Fuck. I really fucked things up this time, haven't I? Why can't I do anything right? I'm a complete wreck. And now, because of me, Kenzo's dead. I should have never called him. Never have gone to his shop. Never have fallen for him. Maybe then... Maybe then he could have made it out of this whole thing alive.
What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world?
Jesus fucking Christ, it hurts. What do I wish for? I wish for the pain to stop. You can do that, can't you? Stop the pain? I was better off before. Before I thought I had a chance at happiness. Before I allowed myself to feel anything. All I feel is pain. My heart. My heart hurts so bad. I can't take it anymore. I'll do anything to make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it... Alright, cool. We, we made it through this one. You know, I don't know why, in my brain, I was thinking, oh yeah, you know, this time around, it should be a bit better, right? Since we low-key kind of know what's going on. I guess not really. GG. Golly. I did have a thought though, kind of low-key unrelated to some of the things. But like, you know, that's like repeating Wonderland thing. Or like about Wonderland in general, right? I don't know. It might be like totally way off base, but like actually no wait, I think it is. I was thinking like maybe it's like a manifestation of like Iggy's perception of his relationship with his friends or his friends' relationship with each other. But like it is bad, but like it feels like when like in Wonderland it's like turned up like to 110%. You know what I mean? Like outside of the Wonderland thing, like yeah, there's some tension. They might say some mean things to each other, but I don't think like they wouldn't murder. You know what I mean? They wouldn't try to poke your eyes out. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like for some reason, like Wonderland is just like it takes everything and just makes it super extreme. And I was thinking like is it like a because Iggy sees everything so negatively? Like that's how it's like manifesting or something? Like the Spider-Man meme where it's like I don't know. I don't know. Because for some reason, just like oh well, actually, there is another thought I have, which is like it's unrelated to Iggy's own mental troubles, and it's more of a and I feel like this one's a little bit more believable, but it's more like a like if you go into Wonderland without the intention of leaving, right? Then things just kind of escalate. I don't know. Like yeah, like if you prefer I, I don't know. Or maybe hmm Alternate theory going into the second Gishit. Those two cause pain in their childhoods and have trouble in Wonderland. Gijin and Orlum suffer. They get what they wanted, so the karma. I have no idea how Buck falls into all that. Yeah. I can totally see like the the situation with Gijin and Orlum. Because like we kind of talked about before, like both of their I guess their wishes are like directly the like the effect of uh what happened in their childhoods with Iggy and Genza, right? But yeah, I don't know what's up with Bugs. I have no idea. I've got no theories on Bugs. Then again, we like barely see any of her too. We only see her at the end when she murders us and a bit at the beginning. Uh, but yeah. Oh, so like what I was thinking is like with Gidget and Orlon, right? So uh so they're in Wonderland, but they're having a grand time because, you know, all their wishes are coming true. But when it comes to Iggy and Genzo, because they're not like I guess they're not really part of Wonderland, right? They're like their own separate thing. So like they can't get Iggy and Genzo, like they can't force them to do anything. You know what I mean? Because Iggy and Genzo are both still separate people. But in their like in their wishes or their dreams or Wonderland and whatnot, right? In their like sort of ideal world, they would be able to get them to do the thing that they want, right? Um and when it doesn't go that way, uh death starts to happen. So um that's the connection I've made. I mean, all in all, I feel like I think a lot of these things can be solved outside of Wonderland if everyone just fucking sat down and talked like like openly talked and we sorted everything out. That would be great. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. It's like just like the entire time, whenever like with Gidget or Orlov, I was thinking in my head like, man, like, god damn it, we could have just like had a conversation 2 or 3 years ago, and then none of this would have happened. Or literally at the barbecue. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Uh, yeah. Um. Anyway, let's keep going until Icky reincarnates. Thinking that maybe. Oh wait. Okay. Iggy Genzo would become their own version of Gidget Orlon if they stayed long enough. Does this explain the initial aggression? Gidget was loved from day one, apparently. Yeah. I'm not sure. I feel like well, at least with the rabbits, it's because Orlom's controlling them. So the rabbits don't like us because Orlom doesn't like us, right? I don't really understand what the eyeball and the tongue and the tomatoes and the whatever thing that you have to close your eyes at. I'm not sure what all that is about. Why they're so aggressive towards us. Yeah. My only the only thought that comes to my mind is that we just didn't wish for enough. Like Iggy always says that he doesn't want anything, and then Genzo only wishes for his eyesight, you know? And both of them like don't really want to stay in Wonderland. And like and so I don't know, is that enough for them to just be hostile towards us? Wonderland survival tips. Fuck for survival tricks. Number one, first you gotta wish for everything. If you don't wish for the most, you're gonna end up with the least. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Like you said earlier, they're not playing along, and Wonderland took that personally. Wonderland is like, just play the fucking game. Just say something. God damn it, Iggy. I don't care what you wish for. It could just be a plate of cookies. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry, Genzo. I'll have to try something else. The game over screen shows up. Something else. Something else to. But even as my brain attempts to latch onto the fleeting sense of something, something very important, something I don't want to forget, something. It's gone. Replaced by the dull scratch of Miss Dowish's trash bin as she rolls it down the driveway. There must be something stuck in one of the wheels, because with each rotation, the bin lurches upwards and smacks heavily against the pavement. Okay, alright, never mind. We're just gonna stop here. Because this is where we ended last time! Whoa! We've come full circle. And, technically, it was not a lie. Act 2 was shorter than Act 1, but my dumbass still read a lot of it out loud, so it ended up still being kinda long. We maybe the whole game would take 5 or 6 streams. Now that I'm thinking about it. Ah, it's fine though. I feel like it's nice to stop at least at the end of the acts instead of somewhere else. Yeah. Yippee! Yeah, like a fairy that's been wronged. The Wonderland book. I mean, they say shorter, but not much shorter. 3 will be just as long. Yeah, right? I've just accepted it by now. I'm like, this is just how it's gonna be. It's fine. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Um, but yeah. I wonder now too, since everything kind of reset, or that's the assumption, right? Um, then that means all the damn, all the progress we made with Genzo also reset. So there's also that. Um, man. Well, I mean, isn't it a trope like reincarnation where, I'll find you, my soulmate, in every single life? When they say shorter, yeah. Maybe Iggy will kind of remember something? I think so too. I feel like, it's kind of like, this is extremely off topic, but I guess not really. Uh, so like, recently, as in like the past 2 days, I've like been playing Cookie Clicker just in the background. And Cookie Clicker has that thing where it's like after a while you can ascend everything and then like restart, right? But then when you ascend you have like little perks and whatever so that when you go back and restart you can get back to where you were really quickly. It so if we use that as an example, then the rewinding and the and starting again, right? Yes, we're starting from the beginning again, but we've got like, we've got deja vu on our side. Yes, the idle clicker game formula. That's what this is. Red is string of fate, what they didn't say. It's red because of all the blood. Yeah, the string was not originally red. It just got dyed red. Oh man. Okay. Um, Thanks for sticking around. It's been a ride, and I guess the ride continues. Uh, yeah. I wonder how much stuff will repeat, like next act too. It feels like, but the thing is, like, even though a lot of the scenes are the same, there's still bits and pieces that are different, and I worry about skipping over that. Yeah. Yeah, thank God for the sensors. All right. Okay. Good night. Don't let don't let the bed bugs bite, and don't let the bed bugs whack you on top of the head with an axe or spill tomato soup all over you. No problem, man. Okay. Good night. See ya.